Good evening, everyone. The time is 6:10 p.m. and I'm calling this meeting of the Board of Education to order. Sorry for the delay. Ms. Weems, can we get a roll call, please?
Yes, you can. Mr. Walker.
Here.
Mrs. Fox is on her way. Mrs. Smith. Here. Mrs. Heinrich. Here. Mrs. Blau.
Here.
I myself am here. And Mr. Rich.
I am here.
You have you have a quorum, sorry.
Great, thank you very much. Let's see. Dr. Blau, can you lead us in the pledge, please?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic
for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Once again, we have Judge Marla Parker here to deliver the oath of office for our newly appointed board member, Donald Walker. Judge Parker, good to see you.
Well, thank you, President Rich and all the members of the board and others who are here. It's a pleasure to be here, and congratulations, Mr. Walker, on being appointed to the Board of Education and for stepping up to serve your community. As a member of the Board of Education, really you must prioritize education and communication. And when I looked at your bio, you are education and communication. I know that you come to the board with a degree in communication from University of Detroit Mercy, an MBA from the University of Phoenix, a couple of degrees from Specs Howard, and as well as the director of education there. I note that your job with the Detroit Public Schools Community School District is all about communication. And then I take a look at your volunteer work, which is also about education and communication. I note that you have family here with students in the Farmington Public Schools. So obviously your heart is to do the best for the students and the teachers and everyone in the district. And which benefits, of course, the community. So it's certainly my pleasure to be able to administer the oath of office to you. So in a moment, I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand and repeat after me and unmute. All right. Please repeat after me. And it looks like you're still muted. So we'll have to get you to stay.
There we go.
There we go. So please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear.
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And the Constitution of the State of Michigan.
And the Constitution of the State of Michigan.
And that I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office.
And I will faithfully discharge the duties of the office.
Of a member of the Board of Education of Farmington Public Schools.
Of a member of the Board of Education for Farmington Public Schools.
According to the best of my ability.
According to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you so very much.
Congratulations, Mr. Walker, and welcome to the board.
Thank you, sir.
We are now going to move into items from the president. First is the approval of the agenda. Ms. Weems. You're still on mute.
Shoot, I was promised I wasn't going to do that this meeting. I move to approve the meeting for today, January 19th, the regular meeting of the Board of Education. Support.
It was moved by Ms. Weems to approve the agenda. Is that correct for this meeting? Seconded by, I couldn't tell if it was Ms. Heinrich or Ms. Smith.
It was Ms. Smith.
Thank Fantastic. Seconded by Ms. Smith. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Weems, can we get a roll call, please?
Sure, Mrs. Blau,
Yes.
Mrs. Heinrich,
Yes.
Mrs. Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Walker.
Yes.
I myself am yes. Mr. Rich?
Yes.
And has Mrs. Fox joined us yet? No, not yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. We are now going to move into announcements. One moment while I have that pulled up. There we go. Welcome to the January 19th Farmington Board of Education regular meeting. As all of our members are participating remotely, I am formally giving voting rights to all board members for remote voting per Governor Whitmer's and the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services recent pandemic order. School board meetings must be conducted 100% virtually until at least January 31st, 2021. Farmington Public Schools, together with our community, will engage every student in a quality learning experience, empowering each student to become a thoughtful, contributing citizen in a changing world. The board's priorities for 2020-2021 are 1. Fostering development of 21st century skills. 2. Assessing program impact on student academic achievement. 3. Fostering a positive district culture and climate that incorporates equity and inclusion. And 4. Recruiting, hiring, developing, and retaining high-quality staff that reflects diversity. And 5. Ensuring equitable practices. Public comments will be shared after discussion items. This will be the opportunity to share general comments and any specifically related to the reconfirmation of the extended continuity of learning plan. If the public comment is intended to be critical of or express dissatisfaction with a particular staff member, student, or group, you are encouraged not to identify the person by name. You may request a private meeting with district representatives or utilize the complaint process found in our policy manual and administrative regulations manual, which provide for the resolution at the complaint's closest point of origin. Please note that meetings of the Board of Education are conducted for the purpose of carrying out the business of the schools, and therefore are not meetings of the public and the board, but board meetings held in public. Generally, board members and the superintendent will not respond to public comments during the board meeting. Issues may be referred to the superintendent for investigation, study, and or response. Then to give a little bit of background on some community questions we received regarding the special meeting that had initially been called for the 8th. Just to give some background to everyone. After the meeting on Tuesday the 5th, there was no motion that was needed to reconfirm the plan, as it was already reconfirmed at the previous board meeting. And then when no motion occurred, that kept everything as was. Following that board meeting on the 6th, I was contacted by multiple board members who believed that it was necessary to meet to have further discussions on the Return to Learn plan. When that occurred, I set up the meeting as quickly as possible because we needed 18 hours notice in order for the meeting to occur. However, since that notice wasn't able to be posted until Thursday, that meant the soonest we could do it was Friday. And we all are aware that having it the Friday before students were set to return back on that following Monday would have some detrimental effects with the turnaround, but it was also the soonest that the board could have such a meeting. Following more information coming out from the state as well as info from the district and things like that, those board members who had previously requested a meeting no longer wish to have one. They did not see that it was necessary to have that meeting, nor to change the current plan. Thus, the meeting was canceled since those that wanted the meeting initially no longer wish to have it. Thus, the meeting was canceled. I wanted to provide this background as there was a lot of community questions. There were a lot of community questions regarding why was the meeting called, how was the meeting called, as well as why was it canceled at such a time. So I wanted to provide those background facts just so that everyone had those as well. Let's see. There we go. I see Ms. Fox has joined the meeting.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for being patient with me.
Great. You are right on time because it is now time for the election of officers of the Board of Education. This evening, we will be electing new officers for the Board of Education. As stated at the regular meeting in December, the rationale for holding elections at this time was to be able to involve new board members in this election. The term of these positions will end at the organizational meeting, which is scheduled for June 15th, 2021. Just some information as to how these elections go. Anyone is able to make a nomination for the position. It goes president, then vice president, then secretary, then treasurer. We will open the office of president first. You do not need a second for the nomination. After someone is nominated, they will be asked if they accept the nomination. And if so, they will be listed for election to that office. Should there only be one person, there will be a vote of affirmation for that member. If there is more than one, then we will go through the vote in the order that the candidates are nominated. Are there any questions regarding the process? Hearing none, we are going to go into the nominations for President of the Board of Education. Are there any nominations?
Mr. Rich?
Yes, Ms. Smith.
I nominate Terry Weems for the president for the upcoming year until June 15, 2021.
Ms. Weems, you have been nominated for president. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any other nominations for president? Please note that you are able to nominate yourself. So I will ask again, are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I will do the roll call for this since Ms. Weems, you are the one who has been nominated. Dr. Blau?
Yes.
Ms. Fox? Ms. Fox, you're muted.
Sorry. Yes.
Ms. Heinrich?
Yes.
Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Weems?
Yes.
And myself, I am a yes. Congratulations, Ms. Weems. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Rich.
And I have a yes, too.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, Ms. Smith.
That's okay.
So the nomination is passed on a 7-0 vote. Congratulations, Ms. Weems.
Thank you, Mr. Rich. We will now open nominations for vice president. Are there any nominations for vice president?
Can I speak?
Yes, Mrs.
I would like to nominate Zach Rich for the office of vice president.
Thank you, Mrs. Heinrich. Mr. Rich has been nominated for vice president. Mr. Rich, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Very good. Are there any other nominations for the office of vice president? Hearing none, we'll conduct a vote for vice president. Ms. Smith, would you mind doing a roll call?
What did you ask?
Mrs. Smith, would you mind doing the roll call for
Sure.
the
Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Ms. Henrich?
Apologize, I forgot about
Yes.
your vote.
Okay. Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
Yes.
Dr. Blau?
Yes.
I myself, yes. Ms. Weems?
Yes.
And Mr. Rich?
Yes.
And I'm sorry about the dogs barking. You are now the vice president. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith, and congratulations, Mr. Rich. We will now open nominations for secretary, the position of secretary. Are there any nominations?
I nominate Donald Walker for secretary.
Very good, thank you. Mrs. Fox, there's a nomination for Mr. Walker for secretary. Mr. Walker, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Are there any other nominations for secretary? Hearing none, we'll have a roll call vote. Mrs. Smith, would you mind?
Ms. Weems,
Yes.
Ms. Fox,
Yes.
Dr. Blau,
Yes.
Mr. Rich,
Yes.
I myself, yes. Ms. Weems,
Yes.
and Mr. Walker.
Yes.
So we have all
Yeah, that's
seven.
me.
Who is me?
Ms. Heinrich.
Claudia.
Ms. Heinrich, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
That's all right. Heinrich is yes.
Okay, motion passes.
Very good. Congratulations, Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, if you wouldn't mind serving as our secretary from here on out.
Yes, ma'am.
We will now open up nominations for treasurer for the Board of Education. Nominations are now open. Are there any nominations for treasurer?
May I can nominate Mrs. Hendrick if she approves for treasurer.
Sure. Mrs. Heinrich, do you accept the nomination?
Sorry, Heinrich.
Yes. Heinrich. That's all right. Everyone mispronounces
I'm sorry.
it. Even my mother did.
I'm sorry,
Thank you,
Claudia.
Mrs. Heinrich. Mrs. Heinrich accepts. Are there any other nominations to treasurer? Hearing none. Mr. Walker, would you mind doing a roll call vote?
Yes, ma'am. Board Member Rich,
Yes.
Dr. Blau,
Yes.
Board Member Smith,
Yes.
Board Member Heinrich,
Yes.
Board Member Fox.
Yes.
I myself is a yes, and President Williams.
I am a yes. Great. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Congratulations, Mrs. Heinrich. We now
Thank you.
have our officers slated. Very good. This is through June. We will hold nominations for next year in June 15th of 2021. Thank you, everyone, for your support. We will now move to the next item, which is items from the secretary. Mr. Walker.
Reading items from the Secretary, Article number 3, the board has received communications regarding return to learn, the superintendent search, and the board vacancy. Communications are acknowledged, and when appropriate, a response is provided. A list of correspondence can be found in the board packet, which is available on the FPS website.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. We'll now move to item number 4, report from the Student Roundtable President. And I believe she is on with us already.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Akila Mulapudi, and I'm the 2020-2021 President for Student Roundtable, representing Farmington High School. We had our first virtual luncheon with our staff earlier in December, and it was a great opportunity to finally see our administrators for the first time in months. The students and I really took advantage of the face-to-face interaction that we typically got with our principals and our superintendent, whether that be student roundtable meetings or in the hallways. Within our virtual luncheon, we played games like Two Truths and a Lie, Never Have I Ever, and shared stories and celebration, which invigorated the bond between students and staff, which is something that I especially took advantage of during the school year. All in all, it was a wonderful experience for both students and the staff members. Additionally, earlier this month, we had our first meeting of the year with the District Diversity Club. So Student Roundtable and District Diversity have met before, but never in this manner. We would typically break out into our own respective groups with occasional chatter across the aisle. However, for the first time ever, as a student roundtable member, we truly had a joint meeting. As a representative from both Student Roundtable and District Diversity, many students within SRT have never had these dialogues in this manner, whether that be discussing identities or social justice issue. This was for many members the first ever time having to discuss issues based on an identity wheel. As I said before, many students typically don't participate within these programs and were introduced to what it means to really have a difficult conversation on topics like race, ethnicity, and gender identity, and it's something that we need to do more as students. As we continue to foster discussions that break echo chambers and are inclusive and are intersectional, and for many SRT students, this was the beginning of a journey to having many more important conversations that will come. In the 30 minutes of my breakout room, there was not a moment of awkwardness. Yes, there was often uncomfortableness, but that's the point of having these difficult topics. Overall, the past couple meetings with Student Roundtable have been so impactful, whether that be meeting with staff members or having dialogue with peers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Millipudi. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Very good. I just want to continue to thank you for the work that you're doing. I'm very happy to hear about the conversations that you're leading and the engagement that you're having with your peers and also with the administration. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Ms. Weems?
Yes.
We had both Ms. Smith and I had our hands raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see you. Let me change my grid here. Mr. Rich.
Sure. Thank you. Ms. Millipudi, we were able to talk a little bit over the past week, and so I'm definitely looking forward to working with you and Ms. Weems as well as Dr. Goodrum on more ways that we can have student voice in board decisions, especially in our committee work as well. And thank you so much for coming in to deliver your report.
I'm glad to be here.
Who is next?
Me.
Mrs. Smith.
Ms. Smith. Hi, Ms. Mutapuli. I want to say thank you for being a part of all of this, and it is so refreshing to see a student's face and to get your report, and to you have such a beautiful smile. So I wanted to say thank you, and just, you know, you're doing some great things because you're working with some great people. So keep up the good work and stay safe, okay?
Thank you so much, Ms. Smith.
Is there anything further? Thank you, Mrs. Millipudi. We will now move to the legislative update. Mr. Rich.
Thank you. Just briefly, the State House and Senate had its first meeting of the 2021-2022 session this past week. So we now will start to see new things coming in at the state level. And then earlier today, Governor Gretchen Whitmer put forth a COVID recovery plan that includes $2 billion for schools. And so how that's being allocated is being worked on right now. A lot of it is going to be going towards making sure that we have ways to mitigate risks for COVID, as well as providing federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. So I will continue to keep everyone updated from there.
Thank you, Mr. Rich. Hearing nothing further, we'll move into district updates. Dr. Goodrum, would you please take us through district updates?
Thank you. And I think that first we are going to hear from Ms. Ballman as she recognizes our phenomenal Board of Education for Board Recognition Month.
Yes, thank you. So tonight, yes, we are celebrating School Board Recognition Month. It's a national celebration, and we are honoring you locally. And even though we make a special effort in January, we really do thank our board members each and every day for all that you do. For many of you, being a board member is brand new, literally brand new. First meeting for Donald today, or Mr. Walker, I'm sorry. And some have given years of service already to our school district, and we are just so appreciative of that. You are dedicated individuals who are committed to improving student achievement and fighting for what is best for all of our students. And it is even more commendable that you have done this service through a pandemic. And for those that lived through the pandemic, but also then decided to serve in the middle of a pandemic. It's truly commendable, and we thank you for that. School board members represent the views and priorities of their community in the complex system of maintaining and running a district's public schools. You also reinforce the principle of local control over public education, which is an important, highly valued aspect of education in Michigan. And of course, you have the most important job of selecting a superintendent for school. For this year's recognition, we decided to focus on running a social media campaign that we're recognizing 2 board members for each week in January on our social media platforms, which is Instagram and Facebook. And we wanted to share your stories with our community so they get to know you a little bit better. I hope I am still being heard because you guys just all circled around there. Okay, so please take a look at our Facebook and Instagram pages, and you'll see many wonderful comments thanking you for your service. We thought that would be a way for them to get to know you, and you get to see how respected you are out there and thanked by our community. So with that, next year, we are hoping to bring back our normal celebration of having students and staff make things and create items of thanks to you. So we look forward to that. And on behalf of everyone in the school system, we really do want to express our thanks. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Baumann, for that. That means a lot. I know that some of us old hats and many of us new hats really appreciate the recognition. We're not here for that, but appreciate it. And I know each of us has our own unique contributions to bring to this board, and we're just very, very excited to serve. So thank you. Dr. Goodwin?
Thank you. And again, I echo Ms. Bauman's thanks as well as everyone. We definitely appreciate you. Next on the agenda, we have the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion update, which I will be providing as I am the Assistant Superintendent of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. I am going to see if I can share my screen. I don't know if you have to give me a special right, Ms. Bugley. Go.
You are the presenter, so I hope it will work for you.
Okay, thank you. Can you please confirm that you all are seeing my presentation?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to give an update about some things that we have done since our last DEI update. I think I'm just going forward. I think I pressed play instead of move the slides. It's fine. This is our new normal, is having technical difficulties. So first, I wanted to update you on what is going on with Midwest and Plains Equity Technical Assistance. I believe I spoke last time about the first 2 components of our partnership academy with Midwest and Plains, which was the Leading Equity Focused Initiatives and the Equity Oriented Educator. So Leading Equity Focused Initiatives was a partnership academy that Dr. Herrera and I participated in initially, and then Miss Kathy Smith and I participated in. And so that consisted of 4 days of training. After the 4 days of training, we were assigned a partner district, and our partner district is Adelante, which is in Indiana, and it is one of the innovative schools. It's a part of the Innovative Schools Partnership in Indiana. So we have meetings every other month, along with a team of Adelante, just to discuss how we're doing with equity and some activities and some ideas. One special thing about Adelante is that the innovation schools are very big on portfolio assessment. So knowing that we are looking at some different things such as standards-based grading and some other alternatives to the traditional grading system, I'm very excited about that partnership that we have with Adelante. The other aspect was the equity-oriented educator training series, which was 3 days of training. There are 7 members on this team, which include administrators at the secondary, middle, and high school, middle, and elementary level, as well as a couple of district level teacher leaders. So that was 3 days of training, and we are going to continue to work with Midwest and Plains. They've also given us another couple of days to continue to have dialogue with districts throughout our region that focus on really looking at equity-oriented practices and things that we can do in our districts to improve outcomes for all of our students. Last but not least, the last component for this year was the equity-oriented strategic planning. So it was still the equity-oriented educators team. However, their 3 days of training started the first week we were back in school was the 7th and 8th. And with many of us getting prepared for returning to learn face-to-face for our elementary students, we had very inconsistent participation. And so we asked them if we could participate in the next cohort because we felt that the work was too important to give minimal attention. We wanted to be able to be fully present during the session so that we can get the strategies and the information needed to allow us to move forward in our strategic planning initiatives as they pertain to equity. So will it be easier? And I apologize, would you, because there are a number of different things that we're going to be talking about, would you open it up for questions after kind of each area? I don't want people to have to remember what I said at the very beginning.
Are there currently any questions from board members? I'm seeing shaking of heads, no. I can't see Mr. Walker or Mrs. Fox, but I'm sure they'll pipe up if they've got some questions.
Okay, awesome, because I can't see any of you. So I can just see my screen. So I apologize. I didn't want to assume that there were no questions.
Thank you for pausing for us.
Another initiative that we are, you're welcome. Another initiative that educational equity audit, which is still proceeding as stated. So again, that consisted of the district self-assessment, the school self-assessment. And so we're going to start sending out the stakeholder surveys in early February. Our focus groups are currently scheduled, or at least our schools have secured their days for the team for US2 to work with our focus groups. And those will be scheduled in March or April. And we will receive our final report from US2, which again is Understanding Self, Understanding Self, Uniting Society. So we will get that support during the summer at the latest. So they need about 8 weeks from the time that they finish the focus groups to provide that final written report. And remember, that written report will give us the results of our assessment, talk about what our strengths are, and show us where our opportunities are and things that we may want to consider to do to improve. Just pausing just in case, because I'm moving on. Okay, so the Minority Student Achievement Network, MSAN, is something that we participated in this district for many years. And so this year, one new thing that MSAN has is the Intersectional Social Justice Collaborative for middle and high school students. So again, the exciting thing about this is MSAN is typically been for only high school students, but now they have allowed middle school students to participate as well. So we have about 14 student participants, and they are from our middle and high schools. And so far, we've had 4 2-hour sessions, and every time we have a session, they have some phenomenal speakers. So far, we've heard from Dr. Bettina Love and Mr. Jamal Cole. It is a year-long program, and our students, we have discussions about MSAN. The students are having them in their diversity clubs at their school, and also in the Farmington IDEA, we have discussions about what the students have been learning in the program, which again, it's been a lot about intersectionality. It is about being intrinsically motivated and just really looking at what our youth can do to be engaged in making the world a better place. What can they do as individuals, even as students? What are they able to do to make our communities and our schools a better place? Also, the adults, Mr. Weeks, Dr. McDougall, and myself also have been attending the MSAN Reckoning series with Dr. Darnisa Amante-Jackson, who is the CEO of Disruptive Equity Education Project. And a lot of that work is, again, about transformational leadership specific to equity and what types of things we need to do as district and building leaders to really move our districts forward. Okay, moving on. So, Farmington Area IDEA, Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Acceptance. So that, again, is a name that the students chose, and I absolutely love it. So right now we have IDEA chapters at each of our elementary and secondary schools. So our district club includes representatives from the diversity clubs at all our secondary schools and Mercy High School. So again, this is another place where District Diversity Club has typically consisted of only high schoolers, where we have brought middle schoolers into the conversation. And they have been very engaging and very articulate, and it has actually been a great experience. So right now we are still planning for the annual diversity conference. Last year, the conference was canceled, but we are planning to hold it virtually in April this year. And lastly, you've heard about the student roundtable combined meeting with Farmington IDEA, where we discuss intersectionality and personal and social identity. So our other DEI updates in the district, hopefully, well, some of you I know, because you've talked about it, were able to participate or view our student panel yesterday with the collaboration with the Farmington Community Public Library and the Multicultural, Multi-Racial Community Committee for the Martin Luther King Day celebration. So we had a student panel that consisted of, I think it was 11 or 12 students who attended both Farmington Public Schools, Mercy High School, and we had 2 students who are residents of Farmington but attend the West Bloomfield Public Schools. We also, as a district, even though it's only at one school, are participating in the Promoting Protective Policies in Schools initiative, which is through MIOSHA and the University of Michigan and Wayne State University, which again is looking for ways to curtail sexual violence and bullying in our schools. Right now, we have a Pretty Brown Girls and a Dream Kings Club at the elementary school at Hillside. They are starting one at East, and we have one at North Farmington High School. I do continue to participate in the MDE, the Michigan Department of Education Social Emotional Learning Network, and we have made some goals, I think, that I've outlined for you all in the board briefs, and we were able to do a restorative practice training last month. It was a 2-day training and included some of our school resource officers as well. And I think that is it for my update for DEI.
Thank you, Dr. Goodrum. Any questions from board members? Mrs. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Goodrum. Are there other schools that are showing any interest of doing the Pretty Brown Girls and the Kings?
The ones that we have, the ones who have approached me and they're actually, I put out a call to see if anyone was interested. So the ones who have expressed interest are where we have the clubs currently. I think that right now there's just a lot going on within our school. So, there may be other interests in the future. And I am actually looking to work with both the presidents or the coordinators of both Dream Kings and Pretty Brown Girls to see if what we can do at a district level versus at the school level to see if that might make it a little more available to some of our students.
Another question I have is, have you thought of working with, is it Ferndale? They have a wonderful DEI program, and they had actually said before, when I was on the committee, they would love to have worked with you pertaining to diversity and working hand in hand with 2 districts, because they also have a Farmington African American Parent Network for their staff and their students. So they wanted to work and combine both schools and see, and I think that would be a phenomenal task for us to do, you know, Zoom or whatever, but they, their board members have a great program as well. And thank you for what you're doing.
So perhaps you can give me some additional information, or I can reach out to Ferndale. I do know people there, but I you know, I don't have any information right now about any collaboration with them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Dr. Blau.
Dr. Goodman, this is all very, very exciting. And I would love to know more about all of these different initiatives. So would it be okay if I schedule some time to meet with you?
Oh, sure.
Okay. All right. This is just phenomenal. Just phenomenal. So thank you for all that you are all doing in all of these different areas.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, good evening. Dr. Goodrum, as you are progressing with your DEI work, is there an opportunity at some later point? Obviously, we've got a lot of things that need greater attention right now, but is there some opportunity later on for the board to receive training in DEI as we go forth to help model the kinds of behaviors we'd like to see in our community, our district?
Of course. And I actually, because before everything, before my January 5th surprise, I did have some, I have some articles that I had gotten from Midwestern Plains because I wanted, just based on some interest that had been expressed previously, I wanted to look for ways to more fully engage the board in the DEI work. And so I do have a couple of articles. One of them actually, to Ms. Smith's point, focuses on Ferndale because I believe Ferndale's board won a national award just based on some of the things that their board did in the area of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so Midwestern Plains has some information about that and just some tips. So I have that information and I can send that to you all.
Be excited to receive it. Thank you for everything.
Wonderful. Thank you for your report.
Okay, and next, I think we will hear from Dr. Coffin and Ms. Hendrickson on student progress.
Thank you, Dr. Goodrum. Good evening, everyone. Hopefully I am successfully sharing my screen here. So this is an update to the board in monitoring, as it says, the learning experience. This is part 1 of 2. And the reason for that is, as you know, by January, or by the end of January, we needed to make sure we were updating the board on our mid-year progress. The interesting piece of that timeline, though, is that the window for many of the assessments that we were required to give doesn't close until the beginning of February. So we are going to present the information we have this evening, and then we will do part 2 at the February 23rd board meeting after we have our NWA data, our EasyCBM data, and other information gathered once the window is closed and we're done with our students' assessments. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Hendrickson, and she's going to talk about some of our work in Canvas.
So when we presented our dashboard in the fall, we had academic data, but we also wanted to add in data around Canvas as well as the student engagement. And so some of the data that you'll hear today is more of the data around Canvas and student engagement. So we'll first start with Canvas. So obviously Canvas is our learning management system. It provides a space for instruction and learning, but Canvas is really so much more than just a place for a teacher to put content and to monitor student learning or for students to access their content. And as teachers become more and more familiar with the different features that Canvas has to offer, that experience is going to become more and more robust with our students. So one of the things that we've been doing with our staff is, as we have been implementing throughout the year, we've been doing Canvas surveys for our staff and surveying them on features that we have asked them to start to implement over time. Remember, we did staged implementation where there were certain features to be learned by certain times. Some were recommended, some were optional, and then things are getting layered in as we grow with Canvas. So we're seeing 74% of our staff reporting that they have been continuing to attend our coaching sessions that the building LMS leads are facilitating, as well as our district coaches. And that just provides evidence of our continued and ongoing support, and that staff are continuing to take that ongoing support with Canvas. One of the biggest pieces we knew about Canvas was the launch was very accelerated as compared to what might have been under a normal timeline. So we've been trying to monitor stress, and we know there's a lot of things contributing to staff stress and anxiety at this time, and we respect and recognize that. So we've been specifically asking about their stress levels, and we're noticing that 75% of our staff are reporting that their stress levels have gone down, specifically with the use of Canvas. And so we're hoping that is an indicator that they're becoming more fluent and it's becoming more working in the background as opposed to being in the forefront of some of their thinking each day. We also know that we've had different features across the year that we've been asking them to utilize. And one of those important features have been about how to build the content specifically within Canvas using something called modules and pages. And what we've noticed is that we've increased our percent of staff that are now utilizing modules and pages as part of their building of content, which means they're moving away strictly from more Google Classroom type builds to more integrated builds within Canvas. We have noted from our staff's comments that as we move into second semester, a number of our staff have said that as they move from semester 1 to semester 2, they would like to do modules and pages more as compared to what they're doing now. So we're showing growth in use of the site. As I said, we've been trying to get voice from staff. And so we've been looking through the actual answers for the open responses that they've been giving, and they've provided information to help guide professional development. And what we'll notice in these, as we asked them about how Canvas has enhanced their instruction, we're seeing words like they're providing frequent feedback to students. There are a lot of great features, and those kind of outnumber Google Classroom that they were used to at the end of that last year. Staff are communicating that they're actually collaborating more with their peers, and they're more in line in what they're doing instructionally from teacher classroom to classroom. They're reporting much more visual content in their instruction as compared to the beginning of the year. And that, again, as compared to Google Classroom, they're able to organize in a way that's far superior. So we're happy to hear that. We know that this still provides stress for staff, but we're excited to hear that they're finding that it is providing them a benefit and more than what Google Classroom could provide. Here we know that we can pull a lot of metrics from Canvas in terms of how many assignments are being given across the system, how many what are called discussion boards across the system. And so we're noticing that we're seeing increased activity with those use of assignments and discussions, well, as compared from fall to winter. But I wanted the board to realize that there are a lot of other features within Canvas that doesn't have a reportable dashboard. And so as we walk through Canvas courses, as we work with staff, we're seeing more and more types of integrations and use than what we saw in the fall, as we see how they're using the integrated apps and tools like Padlet and Edpuzzle. It gives us a much better view of what instruction looks like than just looking at the number of assignments or the number of discussions, but we did want to provide that information for you. We continue to want to engage more parents in the use of Canvas. We have increased our number of observers, which means parents that are accessing and observing their student accounts. up by 106 as compared to the fall. But what a lot of our K-5 parents do is actually log in as their student as opposed to log in as an observer because they're supporting the instructional experience. And so my prediction, if we were able to aggregate, which is not able to do in Canvas, if we were to look at how many were secondary versus elementary, we think we have less elementary pairing and they're being more side by side with their students in their student accounts. We did a secondary survey in the fall, and we did that same survey again in the winter without changing any questions. And a few of those questions were about Canvas. And students learned about Canvas really by using it with their teacher. Teachers set up Canvas, and as they set up Canvas, they walk their students through the home page, that landing page they see when they first get into a course, but also how the back end of their course is structured. So teachers were very important in that process. In mid-year, we also took our staff through observations of their own courses with some reflection questions. So not only have they been introducing Canvas to their students, they've been asked to reflect on how their Canvas courses are set up and make some adjustments accordingly. And as I indicated earlier, we have some staff that do want to make some changes next semester. We have 29% of teachers indicating that they will do a modified structure to their Canvas course. But some had said they were changing things over time as they learned more. So that is an indicative of all of the types of growing that has been occurred during staff. We wanted to get a sense of obviously our students' comfort. We've been monitoring teachers very closely as we try to support them. We've noticed that we've increased our percent of students that are comfortable with Canvas. We've gone up about 10% from fall to winter, and that was November to beginning of January. And then we also went up in the percent of kids indicating that they have no problems using Canvas as compared to the fall. But we continue to work to support our students. We did look at some staff comments about modifying their Canvas course, like the types of things that they wanted to modify so we could better support them in that modification. So you'll notice here, some of them indicate they've been modifying content throughout the year. Some want to use that more robust ways of building content called modules, which is good. We noticed that people want to change some layout of their home pages. So this gave us some idea as to what kind of changes they want to make. It's very important in all of our surveys that we're looking at the open response as well as any rating scale or multiple choice type answers, because that gives us a lot of information. We also asked students things that were separate from Canvas. As you recall, we asked our students in the fall about what they thought overall about their remote learning experience. And you'll notice here that 61% feel like it's going well or very well, which is up compared to fall. Oh, we'd like to continue to see that number go up. We've been asking them questions about their engagement, and you'll notice that there's actually a little dip in engagement and participation come January. So we're continuing to monitor that. But 69% of students are indicating they're performing as well, if not better, as compared to they would in the past. So while these numbers don't reflect where we want to be, they continue to confirm that we need to be having the conversations about engagement. And last fall, after we got that student survey, we started to see where students were at. PLTs are having conversations about student engagement. Building administrators are having conversation about student engagement. We've been focusing professional development on student engagement. So we know we're having the right conversation, and we're going to continue to put in place things we have in place, and we'll continue to think about how we can continue to improve student engagement and student performance in this new learning environment.
Okay, next we want to talk a little bit about our students' performance data. And as I mentioned, the majority of this data will come next in February at our second meeting. We did want to follow up with our grades at our secondary level. So we know that these are, looking at our student grades at the secondary level has been part of our secondary administrators' professional learning communities for the last several years. So they review what's called a pulse report, where they can see where all of their students are related to their grades if they're receiving A's, B's, C's, D's, or if they're not passing the course. And this helps to identify intervention activities as part of our multi-tiered systems of support. So this is a question that we get asked a lot, like where are our students in comparison? So first I want to just look at, when we look at the percent of students who are getting a grade A, B, or C, we can see that in the middle school, it stayed pretty much the same from the last time we reported out to the board. And you can see in the high school, it's dipped a little bit. So again, the comparison piece, I talked to the high school principals today, and they said as of today, last year at this time, they had between 83 to 85% of their students earning grades A, B's, or C's. So we are a little bit lower. However, they also shared the work that they've been doing to ensure that they're supporting our students. It's really difficult to compare one year to the next because we're in a pandemic. And so in conversations with other districts, even who are in person, they are still seeing an increase in students not performing where we would want them to be. So, and it is also hard to compare students from year to year because each year the course requirements that they have can be a little bit more challenging or less challenging. And so it's really hard to do that. Margaret did refer back to the student survey though, and that is where we're capturing where students are saying, I feel like I'm falling behind. We do capture not only their date, their information that they share, but we also get their email and their name. So our counselors and teachers are able to follow up with them as well as part of that survey. You can see when we look at the overall GPA, it's actually stayed about the same since the last time we reported at the middle school, and the high school has actually gone up slightly. So again, something that we are monitoring on a regular basis, and just wanted to give the board a context of where we were last time at this year. And remember, we finished the year in this pandemic as well. So it's just been a real struggle for all of our students this year.
And Dr. Coffin, if I can add that we still have final exam week coming up. And so
yes,
they're final grades yet, correct?
Yes. And so that is one thing that there's a lot of supports there. Teachers have all of the information in MyStar, so it's accessible, and they're spending a lot of time to help our students catch up and making sure that we're supporting them every step of the way. Thank you for that, Margaret.
Ms. Fox?
Oh, yes. Yes.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure can.
On the slide before that, Can you explain to me and the board a little bit about the intervention process for those students who are having some difficulty, please?
So our teachers, so I'll back up just a little bit. When we looked at the schedule for us to be in a fully remote environment, one of the key pieces that the board requested is that we find time to bring in students who are struggling or students who just needed that extra attention. So the schedule had been modified to allow for teachers to meet with students first thing in the morning, and that's been pretty successful, as well as afternoon sessions and then time on Fridays. We also have peer-to-peer tutoring that's available under staff supervision. And so again, those efforts continue to ramp up as we know, as students are getting ready to finish a semester. So all of those efforts right now are in full swing with students having multiple opportunities to meet with teachers or to work with their peers in areas that they are struggling.
Can I just ask to piggyback on Mrs. Fox's question, or do you?
Yes.
I'll wait till you're done, Mrs. Fox.
No. Oh, go ahead.
Well, when you said that teachers have time in the morning to students, is that meeting virtually, or do the students actually go in and meet physically face to face?
Yeah, it's virtually.
So that was one of my questions for later on. Have you had any to face extra support or interventions in secondary level?
Right now, everything is being done virtually.
And okay. Just as a reminder to the board, when this was brought as proposed as part of our November presentation, our intent was for those to start on Friday to be in person. but that was when we were in the midst of moving to remote in November ahead of the Thanksgiving. And so the intent was to stay remote when there was the increases cases before November. And so things stayed remote.
Oh, because of the governor's order to shut down the secondary.
That in part, but also the board's decision not to move forward with in-person instruction at that time for elementary. We were supposed to move to elementary remote, and we decided to delay. The board decided to delay that as a result of community spread. So we took that as an indicator at this time. We weren't going to bring the secondary in person.
Thank you.
Sports intervention.
So I have one more. So for those students who are struggling, and the decision is to provide some sort of intervention activities, are the parents being notified that their students are struggling in a way in which it's concerning to the teachers and to you guys?
Yeah, so in conversations with teachers are very much engaging with their students and with their parents. Counselors are reaching out to families on a regular basis. It is doing everything we can to ensure that we, as Ms. Hendrickson talked about, that engagement piece and making sure our students are engaged in that. So yes, parents are definitely a partner in this. That's been one of the key pieces of Canvas that allows parents to be able to see that and to be able to log in. I know I can say this as anecdotal evidence of parent involvement. When we did surveys, for example, if they wanted in-person or remote, our parents, we had almost all of our parents were able to go into MyStar, which is where all of our student progress is kept, and they were able to go in there easily. So they're very familiar and comfortable with the way that we communicate with them. So that was a very good sign that parents are really engaged in wanting to help their children. And so the school and the parents are communicating. I think the other piece to this is remembering it is virtual, and that isn't always the best mode of learning for all of our students. Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
I hope the dogs don't bark. We had an email today from a student. Actually, we had two, and they were middle schoolers. And is there any way, one student actually came out and said he'd rather receive COVID opposed to going back, opposed to staying remote. And he's really struggling. We also had another student that said, you know, I could probably wind up watching YouTube or something else. How is it that the counselors, because they're crying out for help. So is there any way that we can work with these students through the counselors or the principals without any reprimand? They made logistic, concerns to help them get above what's going on to keep them focused, if that's any help to you.
Yes, that's an excellent point. And those are probably the situations that most keep everyone up at night. So we do have supports from our social emotional learning consultants that is incorporated in the things that we do. I do know that the counselors are trying to keep up with all of this and be available. We've had lots of conversations about when we go back in person, how important it will be that we have that support on site for our students. So that is one piece that we are very, very focused on. And those are the stories that really are really hard for us to hear. I agree.
I have one more question. I'm sorry to go on it.
Yeah.
But as it relates to these numbers, how is the 6th through 12th grade special ed and 504 students, is that integrated into these numbers? And how are they overall doing, particularly at the secondary level? Do you have that kind of data?
We have included in this data. I wouldn't say we have all of the special education data, but we do have all three high schools. So Farmington Central, North Farmington, and Farmington High. So I would defer to Dr. McDougall if she would want to provide any information on our special ed programming and outcomes for those students.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Ms. Smith, did you want to say something?
Another thing, and I'm sorry, Dr. McDougall, is there any way we can help parents that are struggling how to get on Canvas? Is there any way they can call either Dr. Coffin or Ms. Hendrickson or someone to say, I'm having difficulty? I mean, I don't have kids in the schools, but it would probably be hard for me. I mean, I have difficulties getting on here. You know, I didn't even know I had a thing covering up my camera.
Understood it, Ms. Smith. So we will be, as we launch second semester at the secondary level, we will be resending communication as to how to access and pair your account with your student's account. So that's number one. Elementary does that through the context of their class. The teachers reach out and share that with their parents. You know, they have a real one-on-one experience with their teacher. At that secondary level, we will be sending out additional information about how to pair your account, the same information we send out in fall. And then, so that is a good way to do that. We are also updating our website, so that should be able to put the FAQs out there for students and parents around Canvas, as well as, I think it's already there, is how to get into Canvas is on the website as well.
Mrs. Fox, I think you had a question that Mrs. McDougall was going to attempt to answer that related to special education.
Yes, ma'am.
We got the couch out.
Okay. My question basically was I wanted to know, you know, how well the secondary students who have IEPs and 504s, and if they were.
Yes, Ms. Fox, you're right. They are included in this. That is correct. So the students who have IEPs and 504s who are in our classrooms at our high school are included in this. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I want to know. Thank you.
Yes.
So in February, when we do our student performance update, we will be providing data based on subgroups per the PA 139 legislation. So you will see specific down to some special ed levels and economically disadvantaged, EL, et cetera. So while we don't have easy CBM and NWA at this time to give us a sense of where we're progressing on our math and literacy goals to observe growth this year in students, we do have a program called Dreambox, which is a web-based subscription in which each of our students are expected to spend do so many lessons each week in mathematics. And it's a personalized learning platform where there's some pre-assessment and then it adapts the type of learning paths it sets up for students based on how they perform. And teachers can see reports as to what concepts students are struggling with or excelling in, whether they're at grade level, below grade level, or above grade level. So what we did to provide for you today is we took a look in September and November, and we're going to get new numbers for January when we see you in February, that we looked at all students in September, knowing that about 71% of those students had adequate usage, which meant they were meeting their minimum usage requirements to be able to make an assessment of how they were progressing. 52% of students were on track at grade level, with 25% potentially being on track. What that means for Dreambox really has to do with the predictability. So if you're on track, you're 85% predicted to be on track. If you're potentially on track, you got 50% chance of being on track. And so we have about 77% of our students tracking to be on track by the end of the school year based on Dreambox in September. And you'll notice that that went up by 7% between September and November. And remember, November had a little less usage because of that Thanksgiving break. And we're continuing to see a number of our students on track or potentially on track. We have about 88% of our students having adequate usage or having usage across the system at grade levels, but 71% are doing enough for us to have a sense of where they are performing and where they are progressing. This is a new tool for us as a district, and it is a new tool for our students. And so we've been very excited to see how students are doing on this platform. On the lower left, you'll see a little graphic of a screenshot of one lesson within Dreambox. And that's just to indicate how visually motivating. It's a very game-based, visual, conceptual, and procedural understanding of mathematics that we're really trying to fine-tune down to very specific concepts where students are performing. Lexia is the a personalized learning tool that we're using for reading. Again, this is new to us. Lexia covers covers about 5 areas of reading. So it covers some of that basic phonics up through comprehension. And this chart gives you a sense of between beginning of the year and October, what percent of students are working below grade level, what percent of students are working at grade level material, and what percent of students are working on above grade level material. To help you visualize this better, we're going to show you a couple graphs next. But before we move on, sorry, Dr. Coffin, for Lexia, we're only seeing about 58% of students meeting their usage goals, where with Dreambox, we're seeing 71% meeting their usage goals, but about 88% participating. So we are working on increasing our number of students, percent of students meeting their usage goals. So buildings have been looking at their data so that we can urge greater usage. Again, this is a new tool for our students. So if we go to the next slide, that first column in the prior chart showed the number of students working, percent of students working below grade level. And you'll notice from beginning of the year, which is the blue, to October, which is the purple, the number of students working on below grade level content is decreasing. For those students who are adequately using, for those students using Lexia, this is data, no matter how much they're using Lexia, this is what material they're working on. In the next slide, it's really looking at what percent of our students are working on grade level content from beginning of the year to October. So you'll notice that those purple bands are increasing in October. And so we're seeing more kids working on grade level content than we did at the beginning of the year, which is nice.
Before you go on to the next bit, if we can go back 2 slides, please.
That one?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to make clear for everyone viewing this, it's kind of like a double negative here. Because we're seeing things going down.
Right.
But those below grade level, this is good.
Is good, yes.
Is good.
Yes. You know what, Mr. Rich, that's exactly why we wanted to show graph as opposed to the other chart. So thank you. I probably rushed through that a little bit. We want these numbers to go down because that means there's less students working on below grade level content.
Right. And then on the next slide, it's showing those working in grade level, and we are seeing an increase, which is what we're looking for.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Rich.
Sure.
And then the last one is really looking at the number of kids working above grade level. And you'll notice what that's looking like. Significant percent differences in the kids working above grade level than we saw at the beginning of the year. So we will be re-looking at this data for you for January data once we have a full month of January completed.
Can I just comment for future? I mean, because you're comparing slides and you're not using the same scale on all the slides. So the graphs.
Okay, let's look back. Yeah, we can. I'll make sure.
I mean, basically, if you're going to compare, can I request that you use the same scale on each one? Because, this last one just goes from 0 to 20%. So it looks like a huge difference.
Correct.
Whereas the first slide, you're looking at the percent they're going down. I'm looking at it, it's like, over 70% are below grade level.
Good point.
And this is really helpful to me. And just as I'm gaining a better understanding of why you're doing this, just because I've had the opportunity to help my grandchildren. And when they have the teacher's assignment to spend so much time on Dreambox and Lexia, the students' perception, a second grader's perception on how much time they spend and what the actual assignment is. Mm-hmm. And so I can see, if you're one of the targets is, are they spending the amount of time? So I don't know if there's a way you can communicate that better to the parents that, we're really tracking the amount of time that your student does spend on it, because I didn't realize that was a thing. They could get it done in half the time than what was recommended. Yeah. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
And one of the pieces that's important for both Lexia and Dreambox is it's not necessarily the number of minutes. Each kid is given a goal of number of lessons or sessions, because it's not about spending so much time to increase your score. It's about doing so many lessons to accelerate your learning. And so for some students, that might mean less time. And for other students, it might mean more time, depending on how many lessons they need. So it does vary a little bit. And we do have some parents, Dr. Coffin and I met with a parent, and the student was doing so much and was getting discouraged by Lexia, and the student was working so above grade level. What that student actually needed was less time on Lexia and probably more time in book group studies, doing book clubs. And so we have to monitor the data as to whether or not the program is appropriate for that student where they are. And one of the reasons why we look at the amount of usage in terms of modules is so we can better interpret the predictability of the data, as opposed to, it's not about getting kids to do so much, it's about getting them to so much so we can determine whether or not they're making progress or they're predicted to do okay by the end of the year.
Well, and that makes sense to me with this explanation, but I'm just going from all of your parents' perspective, that maybe just a little bit better explanation of what the actual targets are when the teachers are making the assignment, just to fine tune that.
Well, yes. I appreciate you suggesting that, because what we did was we have created some parent videos around Lexia and Dreambox to kind of launch the second semester from January on. So those will be able to get released here shortly by teachers to their parents to kind of better understand the tools, because this was all new to them as well.
Well, definitely everything's new. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So as we move into February 23rd Board of Education meeting, we will be able to provide you more academic performance data based on NWEA as well as EasyCBM. And so we had two goals. One was around literacy and the other was around mathematics. And it was really for us comparing fall to winter score of this year, as well as fall to spring once we hit June. So we will be looking at growth, our kids meeting expected growth on EasyCBM and NWEA, and we will be disaggregating that by subgroups, as well as providing additional updates on some of the metrics we've already talked to you about today as we get more information.
Any other questions from board members?
Can you see me?
Dr.
I have
Heinrich,
questions.
yes. I'm sorry, Dr. Blau.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to know a little bit more about what kinds of SEL support will be available on site as students return to in-person learning. What might that look like at some of the buildings?
Yep, so I would defer to Dr. Goodrum or Dr. McDougall, as they are the ones that coordinate all of those efforts K-12.
I can help answer that question. Good evening, everyone. The SEL supports that are going to be at each one of the secondary buildings as well as the elementary. We have social workers, our counselors, and our restorative practices facilitators will be available to work with students. As you know, we have a hotline already that parents can call if there is an emergency. And we have staff who are willing to help support staff in any way. So we have many resources that we're making available to parents and supporting our students.
So students know who they can reach out to within their building, and parents also are aware of who they can reach out to.
Correct. Information goes out regularly.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I would just like to add, Dr. McDougall, as well, the SEL team sends out surveys. And so they use those surveys as a part of our SEL multi-tiered systems of support to determine whether or not additional support is needed for a student who may not have yet been identified for a teacher, but through the self-report or a parent report, then they can make a determination about whether additional services are needed for that student.
Wonderful. It sounds like we're doing a good job of providing resources and looking out for our students and families. Thank you.
Mr. Walker.
Yes. My question is,
Mr. Walker.
Can you hear me?
No. Oh,
Yeah.
I can't.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. My question is in the area of our juniors and our seniors and the data that you provided tonight. How is this translating into a picture for our students as they are getting ready to matriculate into college for our seniors coming out this year, and as well as college prep for our juniors as they're preparing to make their applications? In this crazy environment, what are we doing to support them in that particular effort?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Our counselors have been work with all of our colleges and universities and are really supporting our students as they transition from Farmington to that next level, if that is the choice that they're making. As you know, many of our colleges and universities are waiving many requirements. Again, understanding this is a pandemic year. We are really also supporting our juniors in regards to first semester. If for some reason they are not doing as well as they want to be, they can choose to take a credit, a no credit. We have that system in place that does not impact their grade point average. And then we will look at their second semester grades to look at it more holistically over the full year. And that grade then would become what would be reflective of their year. So we in no way want to hinder our juniors, in our sophomore and freshman as well. But trying to really keep them ready for whatever that next step that they choose, and not to have. We don't want any doors to close on them due to this the situation that we're in right now.
And to add to that, Dr. Coffin, the secondary administrators were talking with each of us. I'm sure they've mentioned this to Dr. Goodrum and Dr. Coffin, is that since the beginning of the year, they've been very specifically tracking their seniors because they have systems where they track senior performance throughout the school year, any school year, not just a pandemic year. And so the counselor's really been aware of who's at risk of not earning credit at any given time, not meeting their graduation requirements, and they have been really talking with those students and identifying steps and paths for those students to make sure. So the good news is we already had those systems in place. And so we're just allowing those systems to meet the capacity of where we are today.
Do those systems also include any kind of remediation during the summertime? I'm imagining for a lot of districts, summer school is going to take on a whole new dynamic this year. So if this is the appropriate time, if not maybe at when you bring forth more data, can we look at how summer school is going to impact the support of our kids? And I have one more question after you respond to that.
So we are going to start talking about summer school and what that looks like. So our core instructional team, which is Tyrone Weeks, Dr. Goodrum, Dr. McDougall, Dr. Coffin, and myself, Dr. Smith, we all are meeting to talk about how we've been talking about what kind of supplementals and summer programming we might need as we launch that planning season right now, which is about now. We have our summer school principal that's also reaching out to kind of get a sense of how we'll work that. I do know that buildings are using E2020 as we've used them in the past. We've had a few students, I don't know the number, have made use of Farmington Central as they need, but really keeping, I think, most of that support in the building in terms of building that second semester schedule to support students to graduation.
Yeah, and Mr. Walker, we're also staying connected to other superintendents across the state to see what they are doing. Everybody is grappling with this right now and trying to figure out what is our best course to ensure that those learning gaps, that the kids have the opportunity to learn, and making sure we're addressing that gap. So just staying connected to districts across the state and looking at what their summer programming is doing. So we are going to continue to reach out to other districts as well.
And then my hopeful last question is with regard to our career technical education curriculum. I know across every district, one of the major concepts is internships and being work-based learning. And obviously going on site to do something like that is a non-starter. How are our CTE programs functioning in this climate? What are they doing to try and keep themselves above water? Yeah. Can you speak to that? Or again, if that's more appropriate 2 weeks from now, I can wait.
Yeah, we actually have a career and innovation coordinator named Melanie Nowak. who came to us this year, who is supporting our CTE programming in the districts, as well as Helen Kiefer, our CTE compliance. So one thing that we've been doing is we've been having frequent meetings with the CTE teachers about what additional tools they might need to support their instruction now that we're remote rather than in person. So each area has looked at some supplemental softwares or instruction materials to support their learning or their instruction in the classroom for students. We've also been able to actually maintain some of our work-based learning. So as long as the parent's okay with it, they are able to still go into work experiences and get credit for those. And so we have been able to continue those programs. I can't tell you if we had a few people drop out because parents didn't want that moment, but we are continuing to offer that. The other piece we're doing is we have NEPRIS, which is a work-based learning kind of platform where kids can have some experiences with different partners within the community and I think across the United States, where they're having some work-based learning moments and experiences where they're able to connect with people in different careers. So we are continuing to ensure work-based learning is a part of that. Some of the pieces like virtual field trips we would have had as part of that curriculum is not happening, but that's what NEPRIS replaces. And we're actually able to use NEPRIS across our curriculum. We're using it not just with CTE, but we're using it in our ELA curriculum. We have some elementary teachers using it, and we have some science teachers using it. So NEPRIS has been rolled out with our CTE teacher and a soft rollout across the system for people that want to include work-based learning type experiences within their core content, not just CTE. So we have been excited about some of the online resources that we've been able to make use of, and happy to probably meet with you at some point if you want to meet with our career and innovation coordinator and hear what's going on in CTE.
I would love to, and thank you to every single person for everything you're doing under these crazy circumstances.
Mrs. Smith?
Thank
you. You said Melanie Nowak, and what was the other teacher's name?
Oh, Melanie Nowak is the Innovation and Career Coordinator, and Helen Kiefer is our CTE compliance person. So she makes sure that all of our budgeting and our certification stuff is in compliance. Helen Kiefer.
And they work with all the students, or they just work with the... They're
supportive of the CTE teachers. So Melanie Nowak and Helen work with the teachers on their programming and their supports and their resources and their professional development. Although I do know Melanie has joined some of the NEPRIS field trips. I think she just saw a cadaver being dissected the other day as part of one of our program pieces. So they try to engage with the students.
I would have loved that. I would have gone to. Well, that's my major is mortuary science, so I would have had a great time.
Great. Next time.
Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on. But before we do, I did want to acknowledge something here. We've got some pretty pleasant. I'm pleasantly surprised by these results, and I was in the fall as well. I'm hearing anecdotally from lots of parents that students are struggling. I'm sure that manifests itself here. It's not. Fortunately, at the magnitude that we're seeing from other districts. So I did want to acknowledge that these seem to be insofar as much as we're in a global pandemic. I appreciate that you sharing these results with us and that they're positive, at least showing that we're demonstrating growth and movement. The one thing I would be interested in is I would be interested for the February meeting in reviewing data from the actual grade reports. So rather than in an interim period, I think it's kind of a little murky, right? So I'm not sure exactly when the data is being pulled as compared to, a later period. If we were able to look at final grade period to final grade period, I think that might be a good objective measure of performance year over year, both from grade level to grade level, so 7th grade to 8th grade as an example, and then also 7th grade to 7th grade. So let's look at this year's 7th graders compared to last year's 7th graders, in addition to looking at this year's 8th grader compared to their last year. I think both of those data points would be helpful, at least to me. And it sounds like, based on the comments from my colleagues, that we're also interested in looking a bit more deeper, which you guys already plan to do for February, and some of the special groups, so special education, those on a 504 plan, maybe some that are working in the CTE area, that will be really, really helpful. And then I know that we're going to plan for a future meeting to talk about our plans for addressing some of the gaps. I can appreciate that no one should expect that children are going to learn at the same level in this environment. I appreciate that, kids are working through, personal, issues or whatever the case may be. And so now might not be the time to, hammer, certain subjects down the throat. However, we are concerned about movement and making sure that kids are growing. And then in particular, Mr. Walker mentioned our juniors who, may not have the luxury of having the SATs and ACTs waived next year. So we definitely want to make sure that, we're addressing those gaps. So we'll want to start having those conversations soon. All right, thank you so much. If there's nothing else, I'm looking, I see nothing. We'll move on to our next topic, which is reports from board committees. There was a finance and facilities meeting for which I chair, which was held on January 13th, and I'll give that report. Mrs. Smith and I serve on that committee. We will welcome a new board member to that committee for our next meeting, which is at the end of January. The committee was provided with an overview of the budget timeline for the 2020, 21, and 22 budgets. Ms. Kaminsky will be scheduling workshops with the board to review and set priorities for the next few years. The budget amendment is going to be presented at the regular meeting on February 23rd. It's a bit delayed, which makes sense because of the ever-changing conditions with respect to federal and state funds. We are aware, though, that there will be additional amounts received from ESSER funds that may be as high as 4 times the amount that we received in last year, which is great news. The budget office is currently working on implementing a new budgeting tool called position budgeting, and this tool is expected to provide more accuracy into the budgeting process and be less labor intensive. At our next meeting, which is scheduled for January 27th, we will be reviewing the bid pack for East Middle School, and that will likely come to you at the next board meeting. And that ends that report. Are there any, Mr. Rich?
I was just going to follow up with another committee's report.
Oh, are there any other committee reports?
Yes.
Okay.
So just a very quick update. It's not minutes or anything from a meeting, but from the superintendent planning and succession committee, just an update for all other board members and the public. This is the committee that Ms. Weems and I sit on. As of today, we do have a signed contract with Dr. Goodrum for the interim superintendent position. So we are very much looking forward to that continued partnership and looking into what happens next there. And then since we couldn't go a Tuesday this month without a board meeting, next Tuesday is when we will be interviewing our search firms for the superintendent position. I know that some board members have had questions as to what the process is moving forward, and each search firm will have their own idea of what we should be looking for and different processes that they want to bring forward to the board as part of their presentations. So we will see more on that on Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Rich. Have we missed any other committee reports? Don't think so. So we will move on to our next discussion item, which is school of choice. Dr. Grimm, is that you?
Yes, it is. Okay. Just getting my papers ready. So good evening again, board members. I am, again, Dr. Goodrum, Assistant Superintendent for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. Yes, my contract is signed, and yes, it is effective on January 23rd. So just So my report is in your board report. But just to give people a little bit of background information, so we basically use 3 different types of school of choice within our district. So we first have intra-district school of choice, and that allows our resident families to have some choice within the district. And those are the first placements that we do. As we get applications, first we do intra-district transfers. The second thing that we do are our employee placements. So employees of the district have the right to apply for school of choice, and they are eligible at any school level, except for the Farmington STEAM Academy. So those are our second placements in school of choice. And then our third placements are Section 105 of school of choice. And that allows for students who do not reside within Farmington, but who believe that they would benefit from a fantastic Farmington education to apply. And so those students are placed third. So when we go, so again, in schools of choice, the spots go to intra-district transfers, then they go to employee transfers, and last they go to 105, Section 105. So not having given this report in the past, and I know that you have the total report, would you like me to just go over our recommended timelines, or is there other information? Because the report is lengthy, and I don't necessarily want to read all of this information. So I would like to know how much information out of this report you would like me to go over.
That's a very good question, Dr. Goodrum, and I think for the benefit of some of our newer board members, it might be helpful to talk us through timelines and also talk us through what we've done in the past. So that overview that you just gave about the different types of school of choice that we participate in, I think was great. Also outlining the fact that we do not participate in 501c might also be helpful.
Right. So we don't 105C, right? We don't participate in 105C. That allows, so 105 allows for students who live in Oakland County, but who do not reside in Farmington or Farmington Hills or within our school, who don't reside within our enrollment area to still enroll, but they have to reside in Oakland County. We do not currently participate in 105C, which allows for students who live in our adjacent counties, or the adjacent counties to attend our school district. So just to give you a little bit more information, we currently have 319 Section 105 School of Choice students enrolled in K-12. We have 63 PA 227. Again, those are employee, the children of our employees. We have 63 of them currently enrolled K-12 for the 2020-2021 school year. So we are looking at, this has been a difficult year for us to really assess enrollment, because since the beginning of the school year, or from the count day, this same count time last year, the September count day, we are down 290 students from that time, which seems like we have a lot of openings. However, many of our students that are no longer with us are at the secondary level, which we typically, again, do not offer school of choice for 9 through 12. We are looking at, just based off of some preliminary numbers, a very high incoming kindergarten class. And we also have some high enrollment numbers in first, second, and third grade. So our first and second grade. So we are looking at a recommendation for next year. Right now, our recommendation would be, again, for intra-district, which again, intra-district, our resident students, being able to choose school. Kindergarten through 5th grade open at all elementary buildings, except again, Farmington STEAM Academy, which students are not eligible under any of our school of choice options. So K through 5, not to exceed the 2020-2022 staffing level. So again, when we look at intra-district school of choice, we're looking at what we're able to accommodate. And again, intra-district goes first because we're not looking we don't want for our school of choice for intra-district it should not result into any new staffing changes. Okay, and also we have to remember that each of our buildings can only accommodate so many students. And as you may have heard, in some cases, we have some buildings that are very, very full. So we keep all of that in mind as we make those decisions. 6th through 8th grade is also open at all middle school buildings except for Farmington STEAM Academy with the same parameters. We're not looking to exceed our 2020-2021 staffing levels. So, but when it comes to high school, grade 9 is open at Farmington High School and North Farmington High School. And grades 10 through 12, though, are closed for intra-district school of choice. So, and any late applications will be waitlisted. So those are the recommendations for intra-district. Now, PA 227, which is our employees' children, after we place the intra-district applications, then it is open kindergarten through 9th grade, it's open kindergarten through 12th grade for PA 227. And you can apply to enroll at any grade level at any building except again for Farmington STEAM Academy. And you are able to apply under PA 227 outside of the application period. But placement is based on availability and making sure, again, that we don't exceed the staffing levels or ratios. Now, the section that becomes the most complicated, if PA 227 and intra-district was not complicated enough for you, then we go to section 105, which is again, Oakland County residents who do not reside within the enrollment area for Farmington Public Schools. After we do intra-district and PA 227, remaining kindergarten through 8th grade spaces will be opened. And we are looking at 20 spots open for K through 3rd grade, maintained 20 spots for K through 3rd grade and up to 40 seats for 4th through 8th grade. And again, grades 9 through 12 will be closed for section 105 school of choice. All school of choice letters will include designation for the school feeder path. I know that there are some questions about section 105 specifically, so I want to point out that when we enroll students under section 105, they are given what we refer to sometimes as super residency, meaning that they can, after you are enrolled in our district as a section 105 student, if you move outside of our county, you are still eligible to attend Farmington Public Schools. Okay, so the super residency is something that, say, Farmington students, residents are not able to, they don't have that same option. If a current Farmington resident moved outside of our county, they don't have the option under schools of choice to send their students back to Farmington because we don't do 105C. However, if a student is in our district as a section 105 student, then they are able to move outside the county and still attend Farmington Public Schools as a section 105 student. So in looking at timelines, and again, remember we place intra-district first, and then we place PA 227, and then we place 105. So for elementary and secondary intra-district, we're looking to open that application up February 1st. The applications would be due online by 11:59 p.m. And if we need a lottery, because remember we have a limited number of spots, if we need a lottery, that will take place on March 5th with placements announced to families on March 12th. There's a reminder on here, so I'm going to continue to remind everyone, Farmington STEAM Academy is not eligible for schools of choice. And looking at section 105, that application period would be Monday, March 1st through Friday, March 19th. The application will be available, application and guidelines will be available March 1st. The applications are due March 19th. The lottery will be April 12th, and placements would be May 14th. And again, recommendation, Again, 20 spots for K through 3rd grade and 20 spots, but up to 40 for 4th through 8th grade. No spots available for high school for 105.
Thank you, Dr. Goodrum. Any questions from board members? Dr. Goodrum, could you help us understand, does this come back to the board for amendment in a future meeting?
Yes, I believe at the next meeting, you approve the timelines. Or not.
Can you just outline how these recommendations compare to last year?
So last year, our timeline was earlier, I believe. So hold on for 1 second, and I do have that.
Just in terms of the number of slots.
Oh, the number of slots. Okay. The number of slots were 25 spots at each grade level. So K through 8. So there are 5 less at K3, but up to 15 more at 4.8. Because last year was 25 all levels.
Thank you. Mrs. Heinrich.
I just have a quick question because you're filling open spots based on staffing and everything, and people move in the summer in and out of the district, and so is there wiggle room, or is there, what happens to the family that moves into the school district and they go to register their child for school? Do you guarantee openings in the school that their designated neighborhood goes to, or what happens there? Can you just kind of give me not too much detail, but just
right.
Is that being accounted for?
Yes, and that's one of the reasons why our numbers are so conservative. So again, when we look at, we're going lower for K3 than we have historically, but we looking at where we have lost students, we believe that the 20 and up to 40. Now that up to 40 means that we don't have to go to 40, like depending on what our lottery looks like. And as things occur, that does not require that we take up to 40 students. So we are still looking to maintain spaces in our buildings. However, if by chance one of our buildings is closed, we do have each of our elementary schools has a sister school that is designated for them. So of course, we always try to get our students into their home school, but it is possible that it is unlikely, but possible that students may be asked to enroll at a sister school. But again, we take all the enrollment possibilities in mind as we are making these decisions about the numbers. And just so you know, our committee consists of our enrollment personnel, Donna Reuter, Diane Ballman, myself. We have Kathy Smith, I believe, Jeff Danziger. We have elementary principals, Chris Solomon, Chris O'Brien, Ken Sanders for East, Polly Baruch from Farmington High School counselor, Allison Robinson from Power. I said Donna Reuter, I said Diane Bowman, Kendra Montante, Julie Zatzik, Beth Hewlett. So we also include our PTA president in there, Dr. Jackie McDougall, Steve Bersolino, principal for. So when we're looking at those numbers, we listen to the school administrators who are very well aware of the trends in their neighborhoods as well in the neighborhoods surrounding their schools. And we use input from them in order to make that final determination as to what our numbers would be.
Thank you, Dr. Goodrum. Oh, Mr. Walker.
Yes, I have a question. The timeline, or at least the recommended timeline, is February 1st, and our next meeting will be after that particular date. How will that impact going forward? If we were to approve the February 1st, we're already a day and a half behind, thus limiting opportunity. Even if it's a small window, I don't think anybody wants anything limited at this point. Is there a way for us as a board to mitigate this and allow for some sort of an approval prior to the date, or how can we address that? And this is to whomever can possibly answer that.
So I was thinking that as I was reading the report, and knowing that we had to approve the timelines before we post the application, and so that would push us back just a little.
Sorry.
Yes.
If I might interrupt.
Thank you.
I believe that it's not a requirement for the board to approve intra, whereas it is a requirement for the board to approve Section 105.
That's right. Thank you so much, Ms. Buckley. I remembered there was something. So Section 105C is not Section 105C, but Section 105 is the area that the board has to approve. Because again, the intra-district is just, those are families that already reside into Farmington versus the Section 105, which are, again, families who do not reside within our enrollment area.
So that gives us the wiggle room we need then to be able to handle this according to past protocols. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Very good. Seeing no further questions, I think we can move on to our next topic. Thank you very much for taking us through School of Choice.
You're very welcome.
Our next agenda item is public comment. And we have several public comment. Before we get started in public comment, I just want to see which board members have volunteered to read. I know Mr. Walker has, I know Mr. Rich has, I see Dr. Blau has, and Mrs. Heinrich. Very well. So why don't we start with Mr. Rich? And Mr. Rich, why don't you just maybe read through, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people. We've got about 90 comments. We'll start with the folks that want to do their public comment personally, and then we'll have you start maybe with the first 10 to 20 until you get tired or need some water.
Okay, so the first one I'm going to call on is Kelly Carpenter Crawford. You are now unmuted.
Good evening. Greetings. And as Diane Bauman shared earlier, January is School Board Recognition Month, a time to salute the work of our volunteer school board members and to celebrate public education. I'm going to start over and say I'm reading this on behalf of the PTA Council Board, and I'll continue. Recognition of school board members reflects our combined commitment to leadership and accountability, assuring that all children succeed. The Farmington Area PTA Council thanks our Farmington Public Schools Board of Education members for doing the work to develop policies and make tough decisions that help shape the future of our education system. Our trustees work tirelessly to preserve the core of our democracy, that is public education. They ensure that decisions on school programming are made by people that have been chosen to represent our community values, culture, and circumstances. Thank you for dedicating countless personal hours to ensure the needs of our community are met by our public schools. We salute the public servants of Farmington Public Schools, whose dedication and civic responsibility make local control of public schools possible. We applaud the board members for their vision and voice to prepare today's students to be tomorrow's leaders, for making critical decisions that affect our children and help build our communities. So a sincere thank you to Zach Rich, to Terry Weems, to Angie Smith, to Mabel Fox, to Cheryl Blau, to Claudia Heinrich, and to Donald Walker for your past and your future service and for your work here this evening. We also wanted to extend an invitation in the month ahead to attend our next general meeting of the PTA Council, which will be held virtually on Monday, February the 1st at 7 p.m. with deep gratitude from the Farmington Area PTA Council Board.
Thank you. The next comment is from Chris Dianke. Chris, you are unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening, and thank you for having me. Before I move on to some of my urgent concerns, I want to take a second to thank all of the parents in the FPS community who are so generously giving support to the staff with classroom donations. It's been difficult to see my colleagues criticized, minimized, and treated as disposable by some in our own community over the course of the last 10 months. But the work from this parent group, led by Lynn Gibbons and Marianne Wilkes, has reaffirmed for many educators that we are valued. In that light of valuing educators, I would like to request that the board take voluntary action to extend EPSL and EFMLA provisions from the FCRA Act, extending it to March 31st as allowed by federal law. Though you are a public school and do not receive tax credits, it would be a tremendous showing of how you value the people that work for you in this time. You already have the money budgeted to meet this need. These people wouldn't be getting their regular pay, but at least they'd have health coverage and some income in a pandemic. I remind you that your fund balance raised $3.3 million this summer, largely on the backs of concessions from the very employees I am asking you to help tonight. Please take the opportunity to show them how much you value them with action. Last week, our elementary schools reopened for in-person learning. We neglected to delay their return until teachers could be vaccinated and/or until people who traveled over break had time to quarantine. In just 1 week, we already have staff in quarantine at Lanigan, Kenbrook, Wood Creek, and Hillside. We do not have enough substitutes to sustain this schedule. We have combined different classrooms and told non-caseload bearing staff to be ready to leave their current jobs in order to fill the gaps as subs. At the secondary PD last Friday, teachers were also reminded to be expected to be subs on their conference hours, which increases their exposure. But many teachers don't even know what their schedules are yet, or whether they'll be in-person, remote, or streaming. We have employees with documented medical issues whose requests for remote teaching weren't met, even though we have an abundance of virtual sections to teach. In fact, the majority of classes at high schools will still be virtual instruction, even though we will have students in the building. In December, the HR department shared with the VI.A. and building administrators a set of criteria that would be used for staffing and scheduling. You as a board were told that the second semester schedule would be blown up and start from scratch. Yet the blow up didn't occur, and the staffing procedure wasn't followed from the outset by all buildings. When I was made aware of this less than 2 weeks ago, I relayed my concerns to Dr. Herrera. He moved quickly, and I was able to meet with Dr. Coffin and Kathy Smith that very evening to discuss these concerns. The next day, I spent time with high school principals trying to fix the damage. However, at that point, the train was so far down the tracks it couldn't be undone. As I speak to you tonight, the schedule still isn't finished. As difficult as the transition was for elementary, those staff members had almost 3 months to prepare. For many of our secondary teachers, they will have less than 3 days to prepare for in-person instruction from the time schedules might be finalized to when they have to be put in place if you confirm this plan tonight. I know we have some teachers who are very eager to get back into the building. In a sad twist of irony, some of our teachers who are most eager to get back will still be teaching classes online. I ask that the board push for more FTE to help the high schools reduce the very high number of streaming classes currently placed in the schedule. These are not all singletons. They don't honor the requests of parents who ask for remote learning or the requests of parents who will ask for in-person hybrid learning. At this time, we are absolutely not prepared to transition to in-person instruction at the secondary level. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is Becky Cantor. You are unmuted.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Becky Cantor, and I have 2 children in the district. I request that you vote for secondary students to return for face-to-face hybrid learning on Monday, January 25th, as currently planned. Ms. Weems made a very thoughtful comment at the last board meeting. The board has repeatedly paused our plan to return to in-person learning. Paused at the start of the year, paused again in November. Repeated pauses over the months for various reasons. Thanksgiving holiday, flu season, Christmas celebrations, traveling out of state, New Year's parties. But there will always be reasons to pause. Continued flu season, new strains of COVID, February break and spring break travel, indoor birthday parties, the list goes on and on. As Ms. Weems pondered aloud at that meeting, when do we make the decision to stop pausing? When is the time to unpause? Now. Now is the time to unpause. You, the board, already made the decision to unpause. It is the right decision. Please uphold your decision to return to learn on Monday as scheduled. The decision to unpause elementary students last week was the right one. It has made a world of difference for my 9-year-old son. His enthusiasm for being in person in school has lit a spark in him that had been dulled. The confidence he exhibits once again from being part of the classroom community, The pride he shows in his schoolwork and his unbridled joy of being around his friends are all things that have come back full force since he went back to school. His sense of self is strong once again. While I respect the fact that this is not everyone's choice, it was my choice for my child. I expect that same choice for my middle schooler. Confidence, pride, joy, and sense of self are all qualities that many teens struggle with. I know she will once again thrive in these areas when she gets back into school. She needs the space to interact with adults other than her parents. She needs to be faced with decisions that stretch her independence. She needs to problem solve with her peers and have spontaneous face-to-face conversations with her friends. These social emotional skills are just as valuable as the academic ones that she will gain with return to in-person learning. They are critical to a teenager's development. She deserves the opportunity to explore all of these and can do so only if you unpause. Give us the choice to return secondary students to hybrid learning. I am aware of the recent cases of COVID in schools. It is unfortunate, but not unexpected, because there are new cases of COVID at my place of employment and at my husband's work too. There are new COVID cases reported at my parents' church and on my neighbor's baseball team. There are also cases reported at the grocery store where you probably shopped last week. You just aren't made aware of those. There will be cases for the foreseeable future, and that is the unfortunate truth. But with hand washing, social distancing, masking, and all of the other numerous mitigation strategies that are in place in our schools, the cases in school will be minimized. It is time to unpause. Give us our choice, the choice that allows our older kids back in the building, for families that know it's the right decision for them. Having a choice is long overdue. Families that want to stay virtual have that option, and that is a relief for them. But secondary families that want to be back in the building safely do not yet have that as an option. Please change that. Let's make sure we are serving all families in this district. Please don't pause again. Thank you.
Thank you. The other two individuals that asked to speak publicly are not in the attendee list.
Thank you, Mrs. Buckley. I think we're prepared now then to move on to our written list. Mr. Rich, would you start with Ms. Antoinette Arkenberg?
Yes. Would you like me to read those last two from the people who...
Oh, did they leave comments?
They did.
Sure. Yes, please. Okay.
Sure. I'll do those and then the first 10
Okay.
and then pass it off. This is from Cheryl Newcomer. I wanted to take a moment from the hustle and bustle of the last week of the first semester to plead with you regarding the concerns of secondary staff's return date. While I appreciate the mitigation that is being provided, I feel like it's not enough to combat this virus and the rise of in cases in our community. I would feel much more at ease and less anxious if we could hold off returning until teachers can get vaccinated with both doses. Secondary teachers are exposed to more students and households than elementary. Just seeing the number of quarantined staff and students has my stress levels through the roof from 1 week of in-person learning at the elementary level. I worry about not having enough guest teachers and having sick time taken from my personal account if I need to quarantine twice or even more. I worry about my fellow secondary staff who still don't have their placements and time to prepare for the semester ahead, as well as some who must teach virtual and in-person at the same time. I worry that myself or my colleagues who need to take FFCRA/EMFLA will be denied because the district won't extend this common courtesy. Please hold off in sending us back for greater good and interest of us all. FPS 6th grade teacher. Next is from Tivon Thurman. I don't understand why we are going back to school with the COVID numbers being so high and the vaccines aren't available for all. It takes 3 weeks for the first dose to become 50% effective. I signed up over 2 weeks ago and still have not been contacted yet. I do not want to, nor will I, put myself in danger of contacting the virus and spreading it. This makes no sense, and my life is more important than this situation. Please reconsider until everyone has had the opportunity to be properly vaccinated. Now, jumping to the top. This is from Antoinette Arkenberg. I was concerned about the number of students that will be in my hybrid classes. I understand the maximum number of students that would be in my class was 15. I have a class that has 17 students in it already. I understand the challenges of scheduling, but honestly, I am concerned for my safety and the safety of my students. I do not see how my students will be able to socially distance at 6 feet apart. It feels like the safety protocols keep changing. For the safety of students and staff, if the number has to be higher for these in-person classes, I recommend that we return to in-person learning after teachers have had their second dose of the vaccine. I'm also worried that with the lack of guest teachers, teachers will have to cover other classes. Normally, this is not a problem, but with the pandemic, please do not put more teachers at risk by exposing them to a new set of students. We wait for teachers to be fully vaccinated before returning, and this would not be an issue, and teachers would feel safer to sub for other staff members. I understand the need for students to be back in the classroom. I'm simply asking that we wait a few more weeks for teachers to be vaccinated. We have come so far, and we are so close to the opportunity to protect our staff and their families. If teachers are vaccinated, then it will be less likely that schools will have to return to fully remote learning and will not have to worry about the shortage of substitute teachers. If we wait just a few more weeks for teachers to be vaccinated, students could potentially return to in-person learning for the remainder of the school year. Next is from Umia Banks. We are in the midst of a relentless pandemic. This fact has not changed. COVID-19 continues to present a real danger to our community's health and lives. I believe the further removed we are from the initial transition to remote learning on March 13th, 2020, the more we forget the severe consequences of COVID-19 and its unpredictable effect on infected individuals. Yes, I miss my students immensely and do not spare words in telling them, but a return to school without thoughtful plans presents too great of a risk to our staff and students. I know my colleagues will be sharing or have shared a number of their concerns related to our return to school. I have one that I'd like for us to consider and address with fidelity. It took a pandemic to halt the growing incidents of school violence and the shootings that were growing throughout our country. Our nation's response to this pandemic shines a light on some rather deeper issues that are surfacing and manifesting in ways that we can all agree are not bringing out the best in everyone. I do not feel safe returning to a building that does not have solid safety protocols. We are less than a week from second semester beginning, and our students and staff do not have a schedule, so we certainly do not have a crisis plan that we can implement without creating unnecessary risks during COVID. We can't just put a great sounding plan on paper. We need to make sure that if put to the test, our staff and students can respond appropriately, keep our doors closed, and our students home until we are able to address safety protocols in a real way. Next is from Kelly Bator. I teach English at Farmington High School. I'm writing to request you revisit the secondary schedule for second semester. I'm not sure if the community understands what an A.B. schedule with students responsible for all 6 classes every day of the week really means, specifically for asynchronous days. On asynchronous days, students will be 100% on their own and will be expected to independently check the Canvas site for every single class, read instructions, download documents, complete documents, upload documents, etc. for every single class. This is an unrealistic expectation. The feedback I received from students last spring and passed on in every survey possible suggested that expecting students to independently log in and complete lessons and work for every single class in one day is not reasonable. This year, after a month or two, teachers were told to keep Fridays, the only fully asynchronous day requiring students to check all classes independently, light because, as expressed by both parents and students, one day of logging into all 6 classes was tough for students. Now, students will be expected to do it twice. With the A.B. schedule and students with the A.B. schedule, students won't be getting the help that they did in the 90-minute class they've grown to appreciate first semester, where many teachers built in time for asynchronous work and were able to guide and assist students as soon as they needed help. In contrast, if Farmington moves forward with the schedule proposed, any emails students send to teachers for help during asynchronous work likely won't get a response until the school day has ended, when all responses from teachers will be rolling in at basically the same time. Can you imagine the frustration some kids could feel and how that frustration could lead them completely shutting down for the rest of the day? It seems like this schedule was developed without taking into account what we learned last spring or this semester as far as student engagement and success go. For students who have chosen fully remote for the second semester, the new schedule will be even more detrimental. They will be expected to sit at the computer 7:40 to 2:15 with limited 5-minute breaks and will be expected to attend live meets for all 6 classes. This is an unrealistic expectation of high schoolers, and I am sure not what any student who chose remote expected. Instead, these students likely expected the schedule for a fully remote second semester to be the same as what they were used to: Monday and Friday, first, second, and third hour; Tuesday and Thursday, fourth, fifth, and sixth hour; Friday, individual help and asynchronous review materials. Now, Students are expected to be zombie-like in front of the screen all day, Monday through Friday. In journals, surveys, discussions, and casual conversation, students have expressed to me over and over the positives of remote learning this year, including the 9 a.m. start time, the blocks with only 3 classes per day, the freedom to work on assignments at their own pace, and the time to work asynchronously with teachers available to help on the spot. The new schedule does not take into consideration many of the things, and it seems like the rush to start in-person learning for some students has led the district to lose sight of what is best for all students. Please consider revisiting the schedule and making the success of our high schoolers the focus. Thank you again for your time, Elliot Bader. Next is from Julie Bell. Our secondary-aged children have been out of school for over 10 months. At this point, I won't rehash the reason why these kids need to be back to face-to-face school. The reasons are endless, and honestly, the longer they're kept from a return to in-person school, the more detrimental it is to their education and mental well-being. You have given the option of virtual learning for those who want it. Now, please give the option of face-to-face learning for those who want and need it. I'm sorry, can someone please take over Susan Bertoni? I just need some water.
Absolutely.
I can pick up if you like.
Sure, Mr. Walker, show us at Susan Bertoni.
Yep, that's what I have as well.
Okay, thank you.
This one is again from Susan Bertoni. Given the vast confusion with the schedules, the fact that most teachers and staff cannot be fully vaccinated by next week, and all of the incredibly time-consuming procedures that staff needs to practice and run through before students arrive, please consider delaying the face-to-face start until after the February break, preferably March. Especially now, we cannot afford to have chaos in a school with so many people inside of it. Our next one is from Margaret Bollinger. My son Elijah is a student at Longacre Elementary School. It is his first year of school. He is funny, smart, and kind. He is excited to go to school. Eli has learning disabilities. He has an IEP and requires speech therapy, occupational therapy, and resource room. He was struggling so much with virtual school. Although the school day is short, he has made progress already while being face-to-face. He is happy and thriving. He gets to see his resource room teacher. He is getting support he desperately needs. I am grateful. I have taught children virtually and in person in the past, and I know firsthand that virtual just doesn't meet the needs of all students. Eli is one of those students. I pulled my daughter out of Longacre, which I never would have done given the option of in-person learning. She is now in person at a local private school. They are being cautious, wearing masks, and following CDC guidelines. They have little to no issue. I know that virtual is an option for some children who need it. I have no issue with this and respect the right for other families to have this option. And I encourage you to continue to give me the in-person option for my son. I have looked into private schools for my precious son and have been met with reluctance. They do not have the resources they say. Farmington Schools is my only feasible option right now. It would really cause my son to lag behind if this option was taken away at this point. And I have to voice my concerns for many children and say so many need to be in school. Learning is so diverse. The governor is now encouraging schools to put in place a mitigation strategy. I feel like we're doing this. We had to make this transition eventually. There are going to be obstacles no matter what, but we need to stay the course and try to meet the needs of the students in this community as other districts have done. I appreciate the hard work of everyone who is making this possible, from the custodial staff to the dedicated teachers. This is a difficult time, but I believe this district can be successful. Please continue to allow my child to get the support he so desperately needs. I will advocate for him because he's worth it. Thank you for hearing my concerns. Sincerely, Margie Bollinger and Eli. Next one is from Charles Bridges. My spouse works for the city of Ann Arbor, and it has given me a window into the different responses to COVID between the communities of Farmington and Ann Arbor. The first difference is the city and public school district of Ann Arbor have made a great effort to work in unison with each other in their response to the pandemic. The second difference is the leaders of Ann Arbor have communicated that safety and equity drive their responses to the pandemic. The third difference is that the leaders of Ann Arbor have remained consistent with their decisions and have largely stayed the course to allow their staff, students, and parents to become comfortable with the process. FPS should be taking a similar approach. The last point I want to make is one of first principles you learn in the psychology of education in regards to student learning is students cannot be effectively taught unless they feel safe. Currently, very few are feeling safe in our buildings. The literal definition of mitigating is having the effect of making something bad less severe, serious, or painful. That is very different than the definition for safe, which is protected from and not exposed to danger or risk, not likely to be harmed or lost. Mitigation is not safe. Please don't allow students and staff back into the school until it is safe. You will live with this decision the rest of your lives. The next one is from Erica Buckhave. My husband and I have 3 children in the district, a 3rd grader, an 8th grader, and a senior. We have had a great experience at all 3 schools and applaud the staff for their hard work and effort before and during this pandemic. That being said, it is our sincere hope that the middle and high school students that elected to go back to in-person learning go back next week. Our 8th grader has lost some motivation and his grades are lower than normal. He has complained to us on a daily basis that virtual learning is so difficult and it's hard to stay focused. Since he isn't able to do organized sports right now, he is sitting most of the day. Even though he will be in person only 2 days with Farmington's plan, he has been looking forward to it for months. Finally, we have our senior daughter. Words cannot even describe how sad and upsetting this has been sad and upsetting this has all been to her and us. What is supposed to be the most exciting year of her school career is anything but. She has already lost 5 months of senior activities, parking spot decorating, hall decorating, spirit weeks, and many more things. While returning for the 2 days is going to be different and challenging in its own ways, it will at least give her some small chance to be in the school and see her teachers and some classmates. It will motivate her to be on schedule and get moving. Students and family that want to stay virtual are given an opportunity. We beg you to keep the plans in place for the middle and high schoolers to return next week. Thank you. The next one is from Michelle Bushy. And please forgive me if I mispronounce anyone's names. I do apologize in advance. The secondary students are very excited about going back to school next week. It's been over 10 months since they've been in school. In the history of school, no students have ever had this long of a forced break from in-person learning. I ask that you please continue to vote for what is best for our children, in-person instruction. You've ordered 500 gallons of sanitizer, 1.9 million masks, and dividers for everyone. Our students will be the safest in the state with the plans the district has for face-to-face learning. The next one is from Jay Chala. Dear Farmington School Board, I want to be in school in person. Really, almost all kids just want to be in school because online school is just not fun. It is not only is it not fun, it is actually harder to learn. I fall asleep in class too because it is just boring. It is also hard for kids like me who have ADHD and APD. I just think it is not nice to put kids like me through this. This is how bad I want to get back into school. I would rather get the virus when I'm trying to get a better education than stay safe and go online. My best friend Gavin goes to Sorrels and they have school in person every day and there haven't been many cases. Thank you, Jay Chala, 6th grader at Warren Middle School.
Excuse me, Mr. Walker. I think we may have missed just one. It was very short line from Miss Karen Butler, right above it.
I don't see that on my screen.
Oh.
Karen Butler? I don't see that on my screen. Now, my next one is Laura Clark, and prior to that was Michelle Bushy.
I don't see it either.
Yeah, I don't have it either.
Okay. Thank you.
As mentioned, this is from Laura Clark. During the last board meeting on January 12th, mention of the 100 complaints from students about discrimination in our district was made several times by a board member. When I expressed concern and asked our district leadership about it, I was told that the letter authored and signed by the 100 plus students was read. in part during a past board meeting. I must have missed that meeting. Maybe other parents and community members also missed that meeting and were therefore left with the impression that we have 100 student complaints of discrimination in our district. As I understand it, the reality is a bit different. It sounds like the actual issues that have been investigated and action has been taken. With this foundation, my comment is, it seems that at least one particular board member likes to poke at, in quotes, issues to create the idea that we have major discrimination problems in our district. If this is the case, what is the appropriate board process policy to update and continue to update the community on real complaints? In a highly diverse district such as FPS, we should expect to have complaints. We should also have an investigation process, sounds like we do, and a way to regularly update the community on our efforts and investigations. Not sure we have this. If we do not have a major discrimination problem in our district, our board members should stop poking and start supporting the administration to prove this and develop more proactive programs to prevent complaints. Considering the recent superintendent resignation fiasco where racism was the accusation and where the public will never know the true facts, our board should behave in a more professional manner regarding this sensitive topic. Consider the impression left on our community members that most often don't have the background information district administration and board members have. How can this board improve on communication to, with, and for the public? Can this become more proactive and much less reactive? In our current world environment, we definitely don't need more incitement of the negative reputation of our district. Please consider this. Finally, in light of the governor's long overdue proclamation that schools should return to in-person and the fact that all teachers can now be vaccinated, when, this is all in capitals, when will our students return to 100% in-person instruction? Thank you. Our next comment is from Andy Cohen. I would like to comment on a couple of different topics today. First comment is on the new board member positions. It may be that you are reading my comment after the board has already discussed this topic and has made its decisions on these new positions. If that's the case, then it's quite disappointing that you didn't read and consider public comments on this topic before discussing and deciding on this matter. However, if these positions have not been decided on, then I'd like to comment specifically on the board presidency. My comments assume that Mr. Rich will be seeking the president position permanently. I applaud Mr. Rich for volunteering to take on this interim position last fall after the sudden resignation of Pam Green. Mr. Rich took over this position at an incredibly tumultuous time for this board and the community, and for that he should be commended. That said, however, a couple of Mr. Rich's decisions since becoming president have been quite concerning, and I ask the board to consider strongly another nominee for this position. First, Mr. Rich is the only current board member to have voted on a censure for Mrs. Smith in November. Voting yes on that motion would have been based on Mr. Rich having seen a preponderance amount of evidence to have warranted the censure. On January 5th, Mr. Rich then voted to remove the censure without any explanation why he changed his position. Was it because Mr. Rich should have never voted in the first place for the censure, or is it because he does not have the strength to stand by his original vote? Either one is quite concerning, and Mr. Rich owed the board and the community an explanation for why he changed his position. Second, Mr. Rich supported the reckless and negligent motion for a last-minute request to delay the return to school plan. This led to the scheduling of the special board meeting on January 8th and sent our school community into an absolute tizzy. The board was no doubt inundated with a flood of emails and public comments expressing anger, frustration, and disappointment that this matter would be reviewed again the Friday evening before elementary and special ed students were set to come back to school. Fortunately, the timing of the governor's announcement that kids needed to get back in school as soon as possible came earlier in the day and gave the FPS board a safe excuse to cancel the special board meeting and not deal directly with the community's angst and ire. Mr. Rich's decision making has been questionable and concerning. He is not the right person to be leading the board at this very challenging time. I think Terry Weems should be strongly considered for the president position. Mrs. Weems is a natural leader who listens closely to comments and feedback from the community and then makes decisions carefully that they are backed by data. She's well respected across the FPS community. The other topic I want to comment on is tonight's motion to reconfirm the current learning plan that allows secondary hybrid students to return to school on Monday. Please vote yes to reconfirm this plan. Trust the incredible amount of work and preparation that has been put in and the plans that are now in place that allow our hybrid students and teachers to safely begin initial in-person schooling now. Let's demonstrate to our neighboring districts that FPS has its act together and really wants to become a top school district in the area again. Thank you. Our next one is from Dana Cohen. Good evening. I'm hoping that submitting this comment is unnecessary and that the Board of Education plans to reconfirm their decision to move forward with in-person learning for secondary students on Monday, January 25th. Thankfully, our metrics have continued to improve, and these kids need it both for their learning and for their mental health. Although older children may be more self-sufficient than their younger counterparts when it comes to remote learning, the academic and mental health consequences for them are greater. Please remember that the district safety mitigation plans assume no vaccination. The fact that vaccines are being rolled out to teachers at a painfully slow pace will only help us to move to more in-person instructional hours in the future. This next one is from FPS community members. Dear Farmington Public School Board of Education, we, the undersigned, strongly oppose any change to the January 25th return to in-person learning start date. We respect the teachers and staff that have put in the countless hours and immeasurable effort in creating an environment for our kids that is as safe as possible in the current climate. We respect that the families who choose to keep their children in the virtual learning path have the option to do so, and we are demanding the same respect to choose whether our children return for in-person learning. This petition was originally created when the emergency meeting was called. In less than 24 hours, it received 368 signatures from families in the district. These are the same families that were understanding when the school year began virtually, despite prior school board votes to the contrary. These are the same families that were understanding in November, when the return to in-person learning was paused 1 week prior to starting. We are tired of being understanding. Our children, our teachers, our staff deserve better. Sometimes the most vocal group is not necessarily the majority group. We all know that one size fits all, in quotes, doesn't actually work, whether it be clothing or educating our children. I'm sure you know this, though, so don't ignore it. This community needs options. The plan to offer in-person on the 25th should remain. The mitigation plan is robust and safety is most certainly the top priority. Dr. Kelly Coffin has explained that the plan created will offer safety for students and staff. They have done all they can do. Now it is time for you to put their plan in action. There is no more time to waste. Sincerely, 368 parents, guardians, and caretakers of FPS students. Petition was emailed due to the size limits on the Google form. The next one is from Christina Conger. This current situation is not beneficial to our kids' education. Given that we have limited the actual amount of access we have to teachers to the teachers now, it is hurting our students more than this is helping. We need to be back in person full time. For individuals who have decided to stay remote and virtual, I think the district can come up with an alternate solution for that. Because of the limited amount in class, because of the limited amount in class, my students come home complaining that they're not allowed to interact with friends because the entire time is devoted to learning. While I'm not stating that learning is not a critical part of the development of our children, it is also critical, and this current solution is just not sustainable. I have students coming home that are crying that they did not get enough learning time with their teacher in order to understand the material, and then in the afternoon, those teachers are unavailable as they are teaching another class. I know many other districts who have gone back full time, and those kids are flourishing and growing, developing through this crisis situation. It seems our board and education is directly harming our children, our families, and the ability for working parents to manage this type of schedule. The next one is from Kara Danko. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My children are so happy to be at school. My children are so happy to not be sitting in front of the computer screen all day. Thank you for making the right choice to allow our children back in school. They get in the car after school and are so happy to tell me everything they did. School looks different, but my children are excited about school again. They needed this so badly. So truly, thank you. And if someone could take over after this last one that I read, that would be appreciated. This is from—
I'll take over.
Okay. This is from Steve Deeb. I want you, the board, to know that last Friday, the administration in both high schools told staff that they would be forced to cover classes during our plan period. This is not a plan for success. Staff have students to teach, and we will all have more preps than we have ever had because most of the classes are now 2 classes, in person and at home, both happening the same class period. They also mentioned that they might give staff other building responsibilities during our plan period. We, and this is in capitals, we need time to deal with students and learning. Having planned periods each day is the least the district can do for staff.
Okay, next is Audrey Edwards. I'm just trying to be efficient. I'm scrolling between 2 screens. I'm a middle school teacher at FSA. I was sickened to read the district's message about COVID in Kendrick yesterday and about a staff member who exposed his or her class and other staff members and or students to COVID-19. Yes, this person became positive outside the school. However, this person was positive and exposed people in the work environment to COVID-19. To simply tell families and staff to monitor themselves and reach out to their healthcare professionals should they start to experience COVID-19 symptoms, I know is warranted, and to let themselves and to let families and staff know the buildings has been thoroughly sanitized and cleaned by our custodial staff doesn't mitigate the fact that schools are not protected from COVID-19 and it can spread just like it can in any other facility trying to follow the CDC guidelines. Last week, I spent time with my mother in hospice. I rented a residence room in Ohio, worked online teaching my students, attended meetings and PD, and before or after my workday, visited anywhere from 5 to 6 hours on weekends to 4 to 6 hours each day during the evenings. You see, my mom lived in an assisted living facility. In November, she became positive for COVID-19 because someone who worked in the family was COVID positive and exposed staff and residents to the virus. From November till Christmas, I was on the phone every day talking to nurses and physician assistants, monitoring her health. Nurses and aides were kind enough to hold the phone to her ear so my family could group talk with her. Sometimes she was out of the COVID fog long enough to know who we were. Other times she wasn't able to say anything much because of confusion due to COVID and what it was doing to her body. One nurse, Ruth, was kind enough to FaceTime with us so we could actually see my mom. Last weekend and through the week when I was there by her side, I was able to FaceTime with my brother and sister so she could see them when she was able to open her eyes and hear them, although she could not really speak anymore by this point. My mom died last Thursday. Thankfully, I was there as she peacefully slept her now 80-pound body that used to weigh 130 pounds, home to heaven. This was all because someone exposed people to COVID-19. The family said everyone was following CDC guidelines and keeping residents safe, following masking and social distancing guidelines and sanitizing areas they should have been, just like Farmington Public School says they are doing. Oh my goodness. I lost this. The fact of the matter is Farmington Public Schools can't do everything to keep a silent killer from coming into any building, no matter how safe and how much protocol they are following. As following metrics seem to have go by the wayside in terms of making sound decisions and benchmarks set at the beginning of the school year are being ignored. I have now been made aware that my class size may become the original limit of
You need someone to take over?
you know, my screen is jumping. And so until I can figure this out, can somebody jump in for me? And we're not supposed to comment, but my heart goes out to this person. So please take over. And I apologize for my screen jumping.
I'd be happy to.
Sure.
Just a quick reminder, if you double click on the cell where the comment is, it should eliminate that issue.
Okay.
But then you'll have to press enter to move on to the next comment.
Yeah, I had it figured out on my iPad, but then it was freezing, and so I was doing my computer. So I'll get better at it. I apologize.
Thank you, Mrs. Buckley.
Okay. So let's see. I believe we're in the middle of this paragraph. As following metrics have seemed to go by the wayside in terms of making sound decisions and the benchmarks set at the beginning of the school year are being ignored, I now have been made aware that class sizes may become outside the original limit of 12 to 15 to accommodate in-person learning. Maybe if you all have been in my shoes and have seen life ripped away from someone, you all would think differently. You can't stop people from being tired of COVID-19 and letting down their guard any less than you can prevent COVID from getting into our schools and other businesses and spreading this disease, promoting more of what I have been living through. Okay. Hang on. All right. Next, we have Rick Ferrante. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Please do not pause the face-to-face path we're currently on, and please proceed with face-to-face for the 6th through 12th graders. I have seen such a dramatic and positive change in my kindergartner. She's much more interested, more engaged, and can't wait to go to school the next day. All of our kids need this, not only for their education, but their mental health too. Thank you. Next, let's see, this is, I can't see the name for this one.
I can tag team with you and take Eric Filler.
Okay, I can see the comment. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'll tag team with you and to keep things moving. We thank you for your time and dedication to the families and employees of Farmington Public Schools. You have challenging tasks with the current state of affairs nationally and locally, and we know that the consequences of decisions directly impact the physical, psychological, emotional, and financial health of all of us in some form. These decisions affect the well-being of our staff members, students, and families. Thanks to the potential of an effective vaccine, optimism is on the horizon. At this time, many staff members are trying to schedule vaccination appointments and will not receive their first dose until sometime in February. Without effective vaccination, our concern is that of the reporting period January 3rd to 6th, 2021, Oakland County posted 5,213 known positive cases. This, of course, does not include those people who are either asymptomatic carriers or those who haven't been tested. Additionally, we are now seeing a rise in the B1.1.7 variants of the virus in the United States, and this is much more communicable than previous strains. In fact, Washtenaw County reported its first laboratory identified case yesterday. The January 15th edition of the Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report indicated that there is a potential for this extremely contagious strain to drive a surge that will outpace previous COVID-19 spread. After just 1 week of students' return to Farmington Public Schools at the elementary level, several buildings face positive cases. Multiple friends and colleagues have been quarantined. We are aware that protocols and equipment have been instituted with the intent to mitigate the spread to staff and students. However, this virus has shown that it does not respect our preventative measures. Looking forward to vaccines living up to their expected efficacies in the near future, it would be prudent to allow staff the opportunity to receive the required doses and time for immunity development before returning to the buildings. While virtual learning is not ideal, it has been implemented. Consistent daily procedures and schedules are in place, and we have formed relationships with students, working relentlessly to support them emotionally and academically. With that in mind, we can have a smoother, parentheses, and more successful, close parentheses, transition back to the physical classroom with a reduced chance of returning to, in quotes, remote only, unquote, learning by intentionally making decision for a responsible return to learn. With approximately 3,000 Americans dying per day, please understand our apprehension to exposure without being vaccinated. The Oakland County statistics mentioned previously show that increasing risk exists. We would also like you to consider that Governor Whitmer's announcement regarding return to school was a recommendation to offer in-person options by March 1st. This announcement was not meant for districts that already have plans in place should it be safe to return. It was meant for districts considering remote teaching for the remainder of the year. She clearly stated that the decision to welcome students back into the buildings should be determined locally and based on specific circumstances of positive cases, spread, and number of people vaccinated. We are asking you to postpone the return to in-person learning until both elementary and secondary staff have received their second dose of the vaccine. Respectfully yours, East Middle School staff members.
The next comment indicates, please note that the following East Middle School staff members are signed contributors to the letter submitted for hearing of the public by East teacher Eric Villar. That's the letter that that you just finished reading, Ms. Heinrich. East Middle School staff members Beth Iatro, Eric Villar, Whitney Tyner, Mary George, Sherry Franklin, Caitlin Mahalko, Debbie Calanchi, Kelly McMullen, Tina Freeman, Leah Kalegas, Kevin Burr, Teresa Gallivan, Sai Ting Chin, Randy Candies, Julie Burton, Gabriella Istanbuli, Lisa Goss-Hobson, Dina Shamami Likovsky, Pam Gutierrez, Elena Evans, Julia Christman, Amy McConville, Tammy Montila, Mafara Sadiqui, Janet Kalajanan, Shaquila Woods, Ann Blanzy, Jane Withers, Lena Miles LaRusso, Maureen Bucci, and Dave Drake.
All right, the next one is number 20, is Jennifer Fowler. I just wanted to share that my third grade daughter is beyond excited to be back in the classroom. I have noticed a huge improvement in her mood in just the short time since the in-person school began. She has zero problems wearing a mask all day, and the benefits of having her in the classroom far outweigh any risk. I am so glad FPS finally did the right thing by allowing parents to have a choice for in-person learning within the district.
The next comment is from Katie Gabrielli. I implore you to allow staff to receive their vaccinations and extend the FMLA until March 31st. I also believe the secondary staff is woefully unprepared as we still do not know our schedules with less than a week to go. We were told that we would limit streaming of classes, and in talking with my colleagues throughout the district, this is simply not true. Many of us are streaming nearly every class, thus forcing us to continue down planning in a virtual format to make it manageable for ourselves. In physical education, we will be streaming 2 to 4 classes at one time in only 2 potential teaching stations. This limits us to provide our students with the programming they deserve and desire. These issues are not new. They have all been here since last March, yet we as a district insist on pushing through despite the fact that we will be left with classes not covered and staff using up their entire sick bank due to quarantine, likely several times. We as a staff have given countless hours, not paid, to our children whom we all love and adore, but at what cost? Our safety, their safety, a lack of equitable experiences for all, our mental well-being. So my questions for you to ponder are, should staff be forced to deplete their sick bank due to several quarantines throughout this year? Should staff have to stream nearly every class, despite the promise that this would be limited? Should students have to lose out on valuable instructional time as teachers juggle virtual and hybrid students during the same hour? I thank you for your time, as we all must navigate these difficult times together.
Next, we have Kirsten Gentry. I understand it has been a very long and tough journey for us all, and your job is far from over. For that, I am sorry. Our safety and protection has been put in your hands, and your decision-making must continue for the good of our students, staff, and community. I am a teacher in the district who has written several letters regarding our return to learn with COVID and protecting our students and staff. I have appreciated your willingness to keep our students and staff safe and personally feel as though remote learning has gone quite well for most of my students. While I understand that we cannot stay this way indefinitely, I have two primary concerns with our current return to school plan. I have serious reservations regarding the number of cases, staff and students, that have appeared in the first weeks of elementary schools returning face-to-face. Looking at the safety plan for 6 to 12, it seems impossible that it won't run into even more issues than we've seen at elementary. Full days, passing times, lunchrooms. The concerns of COVID transfer and spread increase tremendously. We are not ready to control this. In addition, if secondary returns face-to-face on January 25th as planned, teachers will not have been provided enough time to be fully protected by the vaccine. Teachers are fortunate to be considered essential and thus provided access to a vaccine as of January 11. However, appointments were in extreme short supply. Even for those who were able to obtain an appointment for the first vaccine dose, there is a scheduled wait time of 3 to 4 weeks between the first and second dosages. Research indicates that the patient does not receive 95% immunity until 7 to 14 days after the second vaccine dose. There's a website. Allowing enough time for immunity is critical. If every teacher in the district were able to schedule their first dosage on January 11th, it would still be mid to late February before they would be considered fully immunized. But many teachers have been unable to schedule these appointments due to shortages. Delaying the start of face-to-face learning by a few weeks would go a long way towards ensuring the safety of everyone in the building when school is in session. We waited so long for a viable vaccine. Why would we rush back now before everyone is fully protected? By starting March 1, we would successfully adhere to Governor Whitmer's goal that all students have face-to-face learning option by March 1. This would provide time for all staff members to be vaccinated and to achieve full immunity. If a delay is not possible, then I would strongly urge the board to ask the district to extend the Emergency Family and Medical Leave Expansion Act, EFMLA. This option would allow teachers to have high-risk conditions or who have family members with high-risk conditions to take a short leave until they can be fully protected by the vaccine. By either delaying the start of face-to-face or allowing for EFMLA leave, teachers with high-risk immediately family members will be allowed to make safe decisions for their families. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. FAH science teacher and Farmington Public School parent.
The next comment is from Antonio Gibson. Good evening to each of you. I deem it a pleasure to be able to address you all this evening. I just want to voice my concern about schools being open at this time. We all know that it is best for students to be in school and being able to receive the quality education that we all know that FPS is known for. However, I am disheartened by the decision to return students, teachers, and staff to schools during these uncertain times. What bothers me also is that many, if not most, of our dedicated teachers and staff, and to make the difficult and uncomfortable decision to return to their respective schools and throw caution to the wind in hopes of not being exposed to or contracting COVID-19. Many of them did this to provide a better education for our students, and some could not take the chance of losing their jobs if they did not return. We know that virtual is not ideal. However, at this point, it is the safest option that we have. How do you justify returning students to school and you hold your meeting virtually? We have had several positive cases in our elementary schools since returning. You plan to return our secondary students next week. I'm afraid to even think about what may happen upon their return. I urge you to reconsider keeping our schools open. This virus has no respect of person. It is ready to attack any person every chance it gets. So please, sir, please, ma'am, reconsider this arrangement. We should not want any more of our staff and students struck by this very dangerous and deadly virus.
Next is Layla Galushan. I would like to express how pleased we are with the relaunch of in-person. Our children are thriving and we feel confident in all measures. K through 5 is striding right in the right direction. We strongly believe the next step should be taken to reopen our doors to secondary. It's time. We cannot hide anymore.
The next comment is from Jennifer Green. I am urging the board to delay the start of secondary in-person until after we can get our second dose of the vaccine. We have come this far being super careful. It seems ridiculous to put us all in danger now. At the middle and high school level, we are going to be having contact with a lot of people. I have not been inside for 8 hours in the last 10 months with anyone except my family. Please wait until we have been vaccinated.
Next is Denise Gundel-White. I have just a couple quick comments that I would like the public to hear. One, the idea that teachers are being vaccinated is very misleading. Perhaps many know by now how terrible this vaccine rollout has been, but it's troublesome how many non-educators are under the false people that people working in our schools have begun their vaccinations. It is not accurate. I think you will find that most FPS employees who want to be vaccinated have been unable to get an appointment. And two, the sub situation across the district has not been smooth. Without going into detail, I have heard concerns from more than one elementary school, and it is only the first week back for only 9 of our schools. I am even more frightened to know what will happen when secondary returns and when more schools begin to back face-to-face in a couple weeks, placing more demand on our subs who work in multiple districts. 3, I also want to publicly thank my FPS colleagues across the district who are dealing with the face-to-face challenges. I recognize that many of you are very concerned about teaching in the buildings, but have ended up in face-to-face teaching situation. I cannot speak for all virtual teachers, but I am so very grateful for the sacrifice many have given to support those of us who cannot return to the buildings for a variety of reasons. I am grateful for you. Hillside Elementary teacher.
The next comment is from Olga Hontalas. I am a special education teacher at Beachview Elementary. At the beginning of my winter break, I had a positive diagnosis for COVID. I followed protocol and contacted my principal and the school nurse. She advised me to quarantine for a minimum of 10 days, but I quarantined for 14 days. I would not be able to begin working on January 3rd, as I still felt very weak. I am writing this because teachers should decide for themselves and take care of themselves and not be told when we need to return to work and that we have to use additional days from our sick banks. I am advocating for all FPS employees. Do not return to work until you feel you are capable and strong enough to teach. I also understand there's a shortage of subs, and we've already seen staff out because of COVID. I am opposed to doubling up in classrooms when there's a shortage of subs. It is not safe. Thank you.
Next is Antoinette Hughes. I'm a parent and citizen within Farmington School District who recognizes the great divide in our district regarding what is best for our students and staff during this continued pandemic. My family currently has strong ongoing concerns, which are as follows. 1, we are still at level E in Oakland County. 2, the vaccine rollout is behind and many still within our state and county have not been vaccinated yet. 3, we currently don't have enough vaccines available. 4, a new virus strain has arrived here in Michigan and is spreading. 5, our family has been affected by several of our family member and family dying as a result of COVID-19. 6, we are providing care for family member with serious pre-existing health issues, don't want to unnecessarily expose them to the virus. 7, many people are asymptomatic or ignore their symptoms and spread to others knowing or unknowingly. My experience has been that those who have not been directly affected by COVID-19 have a very different view and that they want children returned to school as soon as possible versus those whom have been adversely affected by COVID-19, as well as many citizens still not believing that COVID-19 really exists. What is the rush of reopening when enough residents have been vaccinated. We are still at level E, and due to the new strain that is spreading, we should continue to allow virtual learning for those, especially who are at higher risk. Please consider the aforementioned when finalizing your decision.
The next comment is from Amy Jackson. I am writing to ask that you reconsider extending EFMLA until March 31st. As a teacher who is back face-to-face, it worries me to know that I will be responsible for using my own sick days should I need to quarantine due to exposure in the classroom. I've taken the safety protocols seriously that are in place at school, but I know I can't control the outcome beyond that. If I am exposed and should need to quarantine, I'm in a position where I don't have a large sick bank built up due to using those days for maternity leaves. I would like to know that the board and the district are behind me in keeping me safe and making sure that I'm taken care of in the case of exposure. I hope you'll reconsider the extension, and thank you for your time.
Next is Amanda Jacobs. I'm writing on behalf of myself and several staff who feel the same. Please return the elementary level back to virtual. Since starting on January 11th, there have been 5 positive cases with 25 possible exposures. This is not okay. All safety procedures were supposedly being followed. It still happens. It should be noted that not everyone is following safety procedures too. We can no longer use kids don't spread it in schools, don't count as community spread. It's happening in the buildings, and it didn't take long. 3 days into in-person, and the first case popped up, and now students have positive cases. Elementary students that we were told don't get it. I'm also concerned that there's a new strain out there in Michigan and Washtenaw County. How long before it reaches our district? I understand that the governor wants schools in person by March 1st. Why can't we delay all levels until then? By then, most teachers who want it will potentially be vaccinated, and maybe parents or family members of students as well, providing everyone with another layer of protection. I love my job and I love my students. We really need to consider the safety of all. Please consider pushing elementary back to in-person before cases explode at the elementary level, or God forbid something often happens to our students, staff, or one of their family members because we rush to an in-person plan.
The next comment is from Amy Johnson. I am writing to encourage you to stay on course with the return for secondary on January 25th. While the virtual path is working for some of our students and staff, for others it is not. Their emotional, mental, and physical state have been sacrificed for long enough. Many students are struggling academically with virtual, and their needs need to be met. Surrounding districts have successfully been in person since the fall, with only minor pauses. It's time for Farmington offers that choice to its community members. FPS's mitigation plan is solid, not just on paper, but in action. I have 2 students currently in school at the K-5 level, and I could not be more proud of how things are being handled at their school. Safety is number 1 for the students and staff, and it shows. Not only am I seeing firsthand how well the mitigation plan works, I'm seeing the absolute need for in-person. A weight has been lifted off of my, and I'm sure many other children. They are coming back to life. This was long overdue. Our secondary students deserve that option too. Countless articles have come out acknowledging that in-person can be done safely. And listening to Dr. Kelly Coffin and Interim Superintendent Bobby Goodrum, it is obvious that FPS has gone beyond what's been asked to ensure everyone's safety and well-being. There is a large part of your community that has been cast aside and told, not yet, wait just a little longer, over and over. There is no more waiting. I urge you to follow through with your return plan for January 25th for those who need something different. We see the need for a virtual learning path and are happy that it is offered, but please know there are many that it is not working for. You are appointed to serve the whole community, not just a portion. There is no valid reason to delay any further. Thank you for your time.
Next is Ron Johnson. I recommend that in these highly stressful and uncertain times that you urge the district to do as much as possible to ensure that we have exemplary substitutes in front of our kids, ones that are attentive, prompt, and can follow detailed, organized plans with no fail. That is not what I witnessed today. And as much as I wanted to step in and do more, I couldn't. You see, during this pandemic, in quote parentheses, although we're in person, end parentheses, Things are not the same. Procedures are different. Protocols have changed. Please urge them to put the most qualified guest teachers in front of our kids. It's very debilitating knowing that our subpool is so tapped. We don't have what's best in front of our kids. They deserve more. Our community deserves more. Never should a student have to email their regular teacher to ask what they should be working on if the sub is right in front of them. Please don't let this happen again. It creates more stress for those who have to take time off.
The next comment is from Tom Jones. It is outrageous that you are asking teachers to return to in-person indoor teaching before they've been fully vaccinated. Why? We've come this far. We've sacrificed. Many have had one of the two vaccinations, with the second being a week or two away. Indoor dining isn't even open in Michigan, but you want teachers to return in poorly ventilated rooms for 8 hours a day? Why? Why not wait until after winter break? This doesn't make any sense. A teacher or two will die unnecessarily because of this. If 99% survive, 1% won't. You'll have blood on your hands and will be subject to massive lawsuits. Is it worth it? The kids can wait a few more weeks. Please don't kill my wife. Wait until teachers are fully vaccinated. Thank you.
Next is Vanessa Cantor. Hello, FPS board members. My name is Vanessa Cantor, and I am in 8th grade at Warner Middle School. I strongly feel that FPS schools should offer a hybrid option to families now. I understand that you need to do what you think is best, but this is my opinion. I'll be honest, at first I wasn't really sure how safe going back to school would be. Earlier this month, Mrs. Kaminsky, our assistant principal, came into my first hour Google Meet and explained how things were going to work when we went back hybrid. What she said made me feel like it would be safe to go back to school. I didn't realize all the safety precautions that were put in place and all the little details that were already mostly worked out for us to come back into the building. Some of my friends that are in other school districts have gone back into school, explained how it worked for them. The plan that you have made for us seems much more cautious and has many more safety measures than other school districts' plans. Another thing that makes hybrid more reasonable is that if a family isn't comfortable sending their kid back to school, they don't have to. Maybe another family is struggling with not being able to have their child come to school, so they select hybrid. The same goes for teachers. If they don't want to come back in person, they don't have to. Giving families a choice makes things easier because nobody is being forced into something they aren't comfortable with. The people who want to go back hybrid will, and the people who don't, won't. Thank you for your time.
The next comment is from Isaac Cantor. Hello, board members and everyone watching from home. My name is Isaac Cantor, and I'm a 4th grader at Forest Elementary School. I am writing this letter to you because I want you to know how much I want my sister, who is in middle school, to go back to learning in a hybrid model. My school and I went back to in-person learning last week, and it feels so good to be back in the building with my teacher and friends. Last week, when I got to go back to school, it felt great being in the environment that I'm used to, even though it has changed a little bit. I got to see my friends that I haven't seen in a long time, and being in the same room as my teacher was awesome. I learn better when I am in school with my teacher, and I am much happier being in school. I think that middle schoolers should be able to have that feeling as well. I know how much it would mean to my sister and many other middle schoolers who want to go back hybrid. It would make me happy if other kids are able to go back to school and get that great feeling that I do when I'm in my classroom. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you take my letter into consideration.
Next is Rachel Carpluck. Thank you, Board of Education, on your excellent job on getting the K-5 kids back in school, even though it wasn't an easy task. My 2nd grader and kindergartner are enjoying school. I am hopeful this in-person learning will continue for middle and high school on January 25th, so my 8th grader can finally start to excel in his classes. This remote learning has taken a severe toll on my middle schooler's academics, and he has, for the first time in his schooling, is struggling with his grades. Remote learning is not for everyone. Those who chose to say virtual will be able to. My child needs to be in a classroom where he can be successful in his learning. Emotional and mental instability also needs to be taken in consideration of remote learning. Humans yearn for physical interaction and connections with their peers. These interactions cannot be made via computer screens for 6 hours a day. In the last board meeting, it was brought up that FPS has gone above and beyond the safety protocols to keep both children and staff as safe as possible for in-person learning. I do not understand why middle school and high school should not be able to return to the classroom on January 25th. Students will only be going 2 days a week, which is a far cry from what other surrounding schools are and have been doing since day one of school 86 days ago. Vaccines are now being offered to teachers for those who chose to receive it, adding another barrier of safety for staff and students. Please keep our district's children moving forward in their education for the 2021 school year by allowing middle school and high school to return to in-person learning on January 25th, the date that was set at the very beginning of the school year, 86 days ago.
I'm not able to see the name on the side of the next comment, but I am able to read the comment.
Okay, the name is Suzanne Wozniewicz.
Okay, thank you. For elementary staff within Farmington Public Schools, this past week was an emotional week. For some, it was filled with excitement to see students again in person. For others, anxiety was at its highest as we test our mitigation plan with kids who have never attended school the way they do now. However, we were feeling about these new procedures and practices, there was one individual who listened to staff, worked with staff concerns, worked with staff concerns to create the best possible experience and proceeded with the best possible plan to welcome kids to our building. Chris Suleiman, our building principal, has stepped outside of the expected principal role to do what she knows is best for our Gill family during these unprecedented times. Here are a few shout outs from our own staff at Gill Elementary. Single-handedly found 300 2-inch binder clips to secure all student mitigation shields to student desks. Managed communication with families multiple times to ensure they were selecting the best learning option for their student. She followed up with detailed communication related to their student's plan. Remained transparent and honest with staff, keeping us updated on procedure updates, concerns, and praises. Created and implemented processes and procedures for bathroom use, purchased bathroom passes, and personally hung bathroom pass hooks on doors to ensure safety. Visited classroom doorways to say hello and welcome back as students were in the classrooms learning. Joins us in our Friday morning dance parties. They are on hold for now. Responds with, I am always here to answer questions when contacted at 5 p.m. on a Saturday. When contacted again 2 evenings later with more COVID exposure process questions, she continued to share concern for families and answered all questions. Wholeheartedly listens to staff regarding mitigation procedures and concerns and made changes and adjustments based on staff feedback. She truly listens. Truly cares about the students and staff. She asked me about my schedule and what she would like us to do to help make it more manageable. Supported, motivated, and encouraged her staff through the most difficult and challenging era in education and modern history. Never lets her staff forget about what's going on in our personal lives. One of her main mantras, family first. It's that type of support that motivates us endlessly to not focus on only our immediate families, but also our Gill family. Respects all roles at Gill and manages to make all of us feel appreciated and supported. Returned my late evening text, which helped me through a personal crisis and allowed me to focus the rest of the week on teaching the children. Worked with me to support a student and family who we knew would be struggling over the long break. She spent many hours coordinating and connecting with myself and nutritional services to make sure the family received food. Continues to tell staff how proud she is of us. This is a constant feeling of validation for us when so often we feel devalued in our current world. Chris has gone above and beyond for her Gill family. She cares. We are not sure how she does it all, but we are beyond grateful for her love, encouragement, determination, thoughtful problem solving, and the fact that she likely doesn't require much sleep to do all that she does. She does it all with patience and a smile. We publicly appreciate and honor you, Chris Suleiman, your Gill Elementary staff.
Next is Emily Lamont. As a parent of a 7th grader and 6th grader at Power Middle School and a 4th grader at Hillside Elementary School, I want to encourage you to continue with your plan for in-person learning for secondary students beginning March beginning Monday, January 25th. As an elementary teacher, last week I experienced the elementary safety protocols in place and witnessed collaborative staff come together to do what's best for students who prefer in-person learning. Please give our secondary students and parents the opportunity to do what you've supported for our elementary students. Some students desperately need in-person learning, and FPS admin have stated several times that the Oakland County Health Department approves our protocols and procedures. Please stay the course and support secondary in-person learning beginning January 25th. Farmington Hills resident, FPS parent, and FPS elementary teacher.
The next comment is from Michelle Laramie. I'm a middle school teacher at Power. I am writing the board to share my concerns about the secondary return to learn plan. I am highly concerned with questions I feel have not been answered by the district. Number one, the message that staff can take off their masks in their rooms after students leave is very concerning. What is the HVAC system air turnover rate for each building? Is the HVAC system a high air turnover system? Doctors at Beaumont Royal Oak that are working with COVID-19 patients don't enter a room with a positive case for 2 hours of the time if the room is not negatively pressurized. With the cases in the elementary already occurring after 1 week of classes in person, this puts secondary staff at a higher probability to be infected with more in-person contact. Number two, why are we rushing before the governor's deadline to return to learn with the majority of staff not vaccinated yet? Why would we not wait to return to in-person learning until at least 75% or more of staff are vaccinated? It would be a much safer option to return after more staff are vaccinated for staff, students, and families of staff and students. Number three, why is the district not extending the EFMLA option until March? Why is this even off the table? If we are returning to in-person to teach students, it is imperative that staff are given this option if they become sick with COVID-19. It is disheartening that staff are expected to use their own sick time if they become sick or need to quarantine more than once. This is unacceptable. Teachers who get sick from a student with COVID-19 should not have to use their own sick time for coverage. Number four, how many times are staff going to have to cover other teachers when there are no subs available? In the secondary schools during the spring, there are an overabundance of IEPs. Are special education teachers and general education teachers going to be covered by building subs? This will deplete the sub pool in buildings. Staff will also be putting themselves at risk with more exposure if they cover on their prep hour. Some buildings don't even have building subs. I hope that you will consider waiting to return to learn for the secondary schools.
Next is Kevin Lashbrook. I have been a teacher, high school science teacher in Farmington Public Schools for 22 years. I have a rare form of cancer which currently has no cure. I have been receiving treatment for this cancer since March of 2019. I have taught virtually from the chemotherapy chair many times. I am extremely immune compromised. I believe returning to school face-to-face at this time is too soon. I am getting the vaccine in mid-January and the second dose in mid-February. Many teachers are also following this vaccine timeline. If we waited until 2/22/2021, most of the teachers would be fully vaccinated, thus adding another layer of safety. My kids' high school currently has 200 people in quarantine, and that includes 10 teachers who are not vaccinated. I know finding subs will be a problem. It would also give time for teachers to return. The current return date is right after finals, does not allow much time to prep rooms, which some of us have not been in since March of 2020.
The next comment is from Anne Laban. Again, apologies for mispronunciations. I would like the board to reconsider their choice to open secondary schools for in-person learning, or at least grant us some much-needed time to adequately prepare for this return. Our administration is still working on teacher and student schedules, room assignments, and possible simultaneous streaming of in-person classes to virtual students. We are nowhere near ready to welcome students to the building on Monday. The lack of preparedness for next semester is especially heavy for new teachers like myself, as I prepare to teach a curriculum that is new to me in an unfamiliar hybrid format in a building that is new to me as well. In a matter of 6 days, I have to finalize semester 1 grades and plan for classes I've never taught before in a hybrid structure that we've been given little preparation or support for. One of the most basic things I should be preparing is my classroom to welcome in our students, but I'm unable to do so because administration are overwhelmed and have not been able to assign me and many of my coworkers a classroom yet. I am pleading for the board to grant our administration, counselors, and teachers adequate time to sort out scheduling and other essential logistics so that our return to in-person learning is as smooth and safe as possible for our students and teachers.
Next is Nina Murgat. I would feel much more comfortable if we started face-to-face after 10 days after my first vaccine, which would be right after our February break.
Dr. Blau, I'm sorry
Yes.
to interrupt. I just wanted to give everyone a sense. I think we have about 40 more comments. Are you guys okay to continue?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for reading.
Sure. The next comment is from Susan Malenkovich. I teach English at Farmington High School. I am writing to request you revisit the secondary schedule and return date for second semester. As we sit here less than a week from an in-person start date at the secondary level, many questions and concerns regarding the secondary return to school plan are still unresolved for staff members. I understand that there is tremendous pressure from some community members to open the schools up, but it seems especially short-sighted now that teachers can receive vaccinations and with the arrival of the new, more contagious variant in Michigan. There are already multiple COVID cases reported in elementary buildings, and they have only been open a week. As of today, the high school class schedules are still not ready. At our staff meeting last week, we were told that seating charts needed to be ready by the start of the day so that contact tracing could occur more easily in the event of COVID exposure. Even this basic but critical task for the protection of students and staff is complicated by the fact that the schedules are still in an uproar. How can we set up a seating chart when we're not even sure what our class list will look like? While this may seem minor, it illustrates how even the most basic elements of our job, a seating chart, which is necessary for the COVID protocols, are unable to be completed. It is not true that all of the area schools are going back to school. Many local districts have pushed the start dates back to March 1st, thereby giving staff the chance to vaccinate and prepare. Last week, my elementary children's Oakland County School District voted on a March 1st return. This is problematic as I am unable to take a childcare leave through the EFMLA because FPS has refused to extend the options for leave, even though it could extend to March 31st. In addition, this determination was made over the weekend instead of being conveyed to staff last week, pushing it to the last minute. The refusal to extend EFMLA is forcing many of us with school-age children to make a difficult choice about our employment come Monday with very little time. Popular decisions are not always the right or moral ones, and I would hope each board member would search their conscience and think about if they would feel safe in a small classroom with 15 or more people when they, as a board member, are still meeting virtually. Pushing the return date back would give teachers not only the ability to vaccinate, but to be more successful in keeping schools open once they are open. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Jim Mitchell. I am writing to support in-person learning. I feel the smaller class sizes, in addition to the increased safety measures, has given a great opportunity for kids to continue in person, especially since parents have the choice for virtual should they choose to do so. Our choice to continue in person is what we feel is the best path forward and creates the best learning opportunities for our 3 children in the K-5 program.
The next comment is from Lori Mitchell. Please continue with the elementary face-to-face learning. My 3 boys were repeatedly expressing how much they hated school, which was a huge change from previous years. Now that they are able to go to school and see their teachers, they have huge smiles on their faces. They are once again excited to learn. My boys were even disappointed there was no school yesterday. Things are going so well. Please let them continue to grow.
Next is Tyhone Moncrief. I'm writing in regard to the district's choice to not extend FFCRA/EFMLA. I think that the decision to return to school when the science advised against it was poor and not in the best interest of kids or staff. Now we have cases popping up as we knew we would, and teachers have to quarantine. It is not fair that staff was forced back prior to learning if there would be a spike after the holiday break. Not to mention we are so close to being vaccinated. The rush to return has not only been stressful because we knew that there would be a lack of subs, but we also knew that we would bear the weight of making the change go smoothly, which in some cases has been to the detriment of our health. To think that we are risking our lives to make this work, now we will be penalized if we get sick, is cold and disheartening. If we come to work and put on a good face in spite of our worries and fears, the least the district should do is make sure we don't worry about time off.
The next comment is from Dawn Morse. I am a secondary teacher at North Farmington, and I've been teaching in Farmington for 21 years. I've been unable to get an appointment for a vaccine and have little chance of getting one before the 25th. I have family members with health issues, and I've struggled with how to do this job in a safe way that serves my students and my family since this began. Now, over the weekend, my schedule changed, and several of my classes are now streaming classes with numbers that simply don't add up, given what was promised to me regarding safety and doability. This is the case for many people in my building. I am at the end of my rope. I have 30 years, and I am considering submitting not just a sick leave request, but my retirement paperwork. Please, I implore you, do something. We are not ready to come back, clearly. There has to be a better way.
Next is Laura Moyers. I teach 5th grade at Gill Elementary. I have been teaching in person since January 11th, and the concerns I had before returning are still in existence, if not at a higher level. Last week, Mrs. Coffin told the community that everything has been covered and we have excellent mitigation strategies. Also, a board member stated that sometimes you just have to take a leap of faith. Other board members stated that they felt so much more comfortable now because they knew that all the school district did to keep us safe. However, here are some things to think about. One of my partner teachers is out today with a guest teacher to teach our students, and the guest teacher didn't know how to properly use a computer, follow the lesson plans, or wear the mask. It was consistently below her nose. She actually was talking on her own cell phone while she was supposed to be teaching. I myself tried to get a guest teacher last week to take my daughter to the doctor, and I canceled because the guest teacher did not know how to use Canvas and did not have an FPS login. Students have forgotten their masks on more than one occasion. We have extra, but we can't give them to the kids until they get to us. Process that, please. Many times on buses, students are not social distanced. I am not blaming the bus drivers, but I am just saying that this is a large concern, especially when we are using the 10 to 15 minutes of close exposure as our quarantine rule. Transmission of the virus does happen in schools. I am struggling to get the vaccine scheduled, even though I want it. Oakland County Health Department is overwhelmed. There simply are not enough vaccinations available. I love my job. I love my students. Chris Solomon is not to blame. She is amazing. She works harder than anyone I know. Our system isn't as good as it seems. I am concerned. I can't even possibly imagine how our high school and middle schools can go back safely. Please listen.
The next comment is from Krista Newcomb. Good evening. I am a high school, middle school teacher for FPS. I would like the board to consider delaying in-person return until teachers have had the chance to get vaccinated. The governor encourages school districts to offer in-person learning by March 1st, so if delayed, it could allow time for vaccinations. Secondly, the delay would allow time for students to adjust to the new schedule and for us to navigate the schedule changes. In-person classes, remote classes, and the mixture of both hybrid and remote in one class, in the safest way possible, rather than coming into the building, learning a new schedule while juggling new health and safety protocols. Staff was given very little notice of the new protocols with no training at all, and we still have many unanswered questions. How can we take care of our students both physically and emotionally when we ourselves still have no answers?
Next is Lauren O'Neill. I am a teacher in the district. I have written to you before asking you to please consider the safety of staff, students, and the community, and have asked you to make courageous and logical decisions. Tonight, I ask you to do the same by pausing the start for in-person learning at the secondary level and continue also pausing the elementary in-person learning. Before I explain my reasoning, I want to make it clear that I want nothing more than to be in my classroom with my students, provided that I feel I am safe and that my students, their families, and my colleagues are also safe. Please consider the following. 1, We have already seen several cases in both staff and students in the first week back to in-person learning. If this is happening at the elementary level already, this will spread like wildfire. Students are switching classrooms and in areas where we cannot maintain at least 6 feet of social distancing. Some of my in-person classes have 16 to 17 students, which simply will not fit according to the recommended guidelines. 2, health data still does not support us returning to in-person learning with an 8% positivity rate last week in Oakland County and reports that more contagious strains of the virus are now in Michigan. I recall that the district had certain criteria that needed to be met in order for schools to reopen. Why are we ignoring this as we proceed? 3, teachers that want to be vaccinated deserve the opportunity to sign up and get both of the shots in the series before returning to in-person learning. 4, our secondary schools are not ready. The only training staff received on building protocols was at a 1-hour presentation Friday without the ability to get our questions answered after the session. Additionally, we face a lack of available substitutes, unfinalized classes and rosters, no size limit on in-person classes, etc. Despite the narrative that everything would be done to avoid in-person and live streaming classes simultaneously, some were informed as late as yesterday that they will have to do this. Teachers are scrambling to get webcams and microphones that will better support this endeavor. 5, our HR policies need revision to protect staff. If an employee has to quarantine due to exposure, the first 10 days do not come out of their sick bank. But what about beyond that? If the same employee must quarantine again, then that time will come out of their own sick bank. This is unacceptable. Additionally, HR has denied an extension for the FFCRA/EMFLA protections for staff that need to take a leave during this time, putting some of our staff members in impossible situations. Finally, admins have asked for more classes and staff to be added to reduce in-person class sizes, but I have not yet heard any progress on this. I urge you to postpone in-person learning at minimum until all teachers that want to be vaccinated are able to do so. Additionally, I request that you extend FFRCA/EFMLA protections for employees and set a cap on in-person class sizes as an essential safety measure. It is okay to acknowledge that despite our very best efforts, we still aren't ready. We know it is impossible to make everyone happy in these times, so I ask that you not focus on what pleases the greatest amount of people, but rather what actions you can keep the greatest number of people safe. Thank you for your time and consideration.
The next comment is from Laura Orlowski. I would like to commend my elementary colleagues for their tremendous efforts in making the transition to face-to-face learning successful. This includes all staff, both in-person and remote. Without the collective efforts and collaboration of all elementary staff, it wouldn't have been possible. Once again, Farmington staff has stepped up to the plate and hit it out of the park, and did this, needless to say, at the most challenging time most of us have faced in our careers. Teachers stepped up because we all have an innate desire to do what is best for our students. I just wish we could feel that our district steps up for us in return. Instead, we have received news that if we are exposed to COVID while at school, we are required to quarantine and are required to quarantine. We have to use days from our personal sick banks, and that as a result of getting COVID after exposure at school, we will not have a paid or partially paid leave. And if that isn't enough, if we are forced into quarantine due to exposure or become ill because of school exposure, there aren't enough subs to go around, despite being told that there were plenty. All of this is disappointing and hits straight to the hearts of our dedicated staff who give so much of themselves. It is imperative that the decisions surrounding unpaid leaves and the use of sick days be altered in favor and in consideration of our dedicated staff members. This is an easy fix. Please make the fix.
Next is Kristen Patton. I urge you to delay the return to an in-person learning until every teacher that wishes to be vaccinated can be. It is important to protect the teachers. Please allow more sections to be added so teachers don't have to live stream while teaching in-person students.
The next comment is from Julie Poisson. As always, thank you for your time. My 2 secondary students are eagerly awaiting their return to school. They realize that it will be very different, but they are looking forward to it. I am hoping that tonight you reconfirm the plan in place so that I don't have to tell them again that their district has changed the plan. But if you do delay face-to-face learning, I ask you to immediately begin to schedule the enrichments that were promised back in the fall. As we look forward to more vaccinations and a hopefully lower infection rate, I would like to turn some attention to the future. I would like to see plans for the following. Canvas. When will we see parent training and full integration? Not all teachers are utilizing Canvas, which is challenging. What is the plan for full-time face-to-face learning? I realize this may seem months away, but the planning should begin now. MDHHS has eliminated the use of the Oakland County level risk determination as a metric for reopening schools. What data will you use to continue to provide and to increase face-to-face instruction?
Next is number 57, and I can't get the name in my screen with the comments. Can somebody
Amy Porter
for 57? You got the name?
Yes, it's Amy Porter.
Okay. In a school year filled with giving grace, I asked you to extend that to students and teachers at the secondary level. At the time of writing this, teachers don't have their schedules. Students don't know any of the protocols, their schedule expectations, etc. High school staff and students are walking blindly into a volcano, with many of us juggling hybrid and virtual, many at the same time, but also not knowing what classes we are teaching, etc. Friday, teachers had PD where we were flat out told, we know you have lots of questions that we simply don't have the answers to or the time to talk about it. My students have had all kinds of questions I simply can't answer. They don't know that an in-person class could actually be remote, but in classroom, and maybe with that teacher, maybe not. Students have been struggling with the change online learning has brought them. Only on 125, they aren't returning to the school experience they had for 8 to 11 years prior. This again is a completely different type of school learning. We want students to be successful. We need to prepare them. Students are struggling and overwhelmed, and we want to not only change from the current online format, 9 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. with 3 classes a day, to hybrid remote learning, 7:40 a.m. to 2:15 p.m. and 6 classes a day, but also a completely different school environment, rules, protocols, and literally do this overnight with no preparation. Where is the grace from the board? I understand a return has to be set, but I ask the board to stop and think about what you are doing to students and teachers. Second semester seems like a great clean slate, but we are not ready and it's being rushed ahead. I think many parents are expecting students to walk into what they left in March. I think many will be frustrated at the current state where we'll be at. There are many districts postponing middle school, high school until 3/1. There are many positives to postponing. 1, teachers could likely have both vaccines. 2, we will have our schedules well in place. 3, we would be able to answer all of those student questions and help ease the transition and their fears. 4, it would be a few weeks after any midwinter travel students' families do. 5, we would be more out of the normal cold flu season because teachers will still have normal illnesses and absences. 6, it would be slightly warmer to allow for windows to be open or even classes to be outside. 7, it would allow more than 1 hour meeting to prep teachers. Side note, I have a computer lab. I can't spray the keyboards and mice, etc. with the district provided cleaner. I brought this up, and while I love Jim Pierce, he said this was truly something he hadn't thought about. I'm sure this isn't the only case of we didn't think about that. 8, it would allow teachers to know their schedule and prepare their room for the return. 9, it would give more time for more of the public to be vaccinated, including students' families. 10, it would hopefully give more time for the numbers to drop in the city county. Right now, I'm thinking back to Harry Wong's first days of school. As we all know in education, students have to be taught expectations and routines to be successful. We also know we can't give them an entire unit and expect them to be able to do it overnight. We have to break that down into smaller lessons and teach that. But asking us all to adapt to a new bell schedule, a new semester schedule, new hybrid virtual concept, A.B. classes, 6 versus 3 classes a day, asynchronous learning every other day, and all the COVID protocols they don't even know. We are pushing ahead into something we are not prepared for. Our students aren't struggling because of online learning. They are struggling because online learning is something different. It's a change from their normal idea of school. Hybrid remote will be another change. Please allow us the time to prepare them for this rather than just throw them in. Please stop and consider the benefits we all have from allowing the proper time to do this right. March, we had to be thrown into an online world of teaching and build the plane we were flying in. Please don't do that to, my screen is.
Please don't do that to us again on 125. Please grant us some grace, Amy Porter, North Farmington. The next comment, sure. The next comment is from Michelle Pulio. My 3rd and 4th grader have returned to in-person learning and it is going very well. They are getting back into the routine of school and they are happy to have normal school again. I have noticed a good and needed change in them since returning. The school staff and the students are doing very well with all safety accommodations. Please continue to let those who wish to return to in-person to do so. Claudia, would you like me to read the next one because it's a long one and you just finished a long one?
Sure.
Okay. Anna Raleigh. As a parent and a secondary special education teacher, I am passionate about providing our students with excellent education in a safe and secure environment. To that end, I implore you to delay the secondary return to in-person learning for at least 3 weeks. I know we all want to give the families and the students the opportunity to be in person as soon as possible. I have heard it said in the board meetings that if we don't go now, we will never go back, and we need to just make a leap of faith. Though hardly a scientific or fact-based argument, the impatience and frustration are understandable. We teachers feel it too. Our entire community and country is feeling threadbare emotionally, and in some cases economically and socially as well. And students back in the school buildings feels like at least a part of the solution. So I would like to explain in the most practical terms what this delay would accomplish and why it's in the best interest of students. First, the schedules at the secondary level have not been set. The administrators and the counselors have been working nonstop trying to create a schedule that has all remote and all in-person sessions of most classes, while also making sure students' course requests would be honored. It is not finished. With more time, the schedule would be finalized and necessary troubleshooting would have time to occur, reducing student confusion, frustration, and the stress of having the wrong classes, having to adjust to more teachers, and experiencing more anxiety in this already tough time. Secondly, teachers will have time to get in the building, set up their classes, and get used to the new safety procedures. As of right now, most of us have not been in the building and were only briefed on the very extensive safety procedures in a long meeting this past Friday. The safety protocols are only as effective as the people administering them. More training needs to occur for the protocols to be implemented effectively. A few-week delay would accomplish that. Finally, a delay will allow for vaccinations of more staff to occur and will make the resistance to the virus stronger in our community as a whole. We are having a critical shortage of subs, and allowing the teachers to be vaccinated will help ensure our students have qualified teachers educating them. I would also implore you to extend the EFMLA to March 31st to ensure that if teachers are ill with COVID-19 or required to quarantine beyond the 10 days, those days are not coming out of their sick banks. By delaying the transition for only a few weeks, you will ensure a much safer and smoother transition for our students and staff. Health, lives, and education of our students and staff depend on you. Thank you so much for working hard for us all and making these tough decisions on behalf of our community.
Next is Jesse Rajic. Good evening. As a high school science teacher who has enjoyed almost 19 years in the classroom, I look forward to the eventual return to in-person instruction. However, as someone who is scheduled to receive their first dose of the COVID-19 vaccine on January 30th, I am expressing concern about returning to the classroom on January 25th. I feel that returning to the classroom before allowing teachers to receive their full vaccinations, which look to be 95% effective at preventing COVID-19, unnecessarily puts many at risk. In addition, students at the secondary level have shown higher COVID-19 positivity rates and therefore present a higher risk to staff. Delaying the return to in-person learning for a few more weeks would allow hundreds of staff members to become vaccinated. In addition to this, brief delay would allow a return that falls within the March 1 deadline that the governor has laid out.
The next comment is from Claudia Rojas. I feel that it is not too late to have elementary teachers go back to teaching remotely until every teacher is vaccinated. Many districts are doing this. It is in the best interest of all. In the first week we were teaching in person, we had many cases of COVID and exposure, putting many at risk. Thank you.
Next is Erin Saxma. Thank you for your commitment to exploring and discussing what is best for our student community with regard to a return to face-to-face learning. I respect the long hours you have already spent with regards to this topic. I write as a concerned secondary teacher. I desperately miss my students and working in the rich collaborative classroom I had last winter. But as I learn more about the plan to return face-to-face on January 25, my misgivings and grave concern grows as I worry about the inconsistency for students. This plan is not best for students, and it does not allow for meaningful instruction by teachers. I am afraid we are not setting students up for success with this current return to school plan. With 3 more school days left this first semester, the schedule continues to change and now combines students that are both remote and in the hybrid model. Class sizes are larger than expected, which does not follow guidance based on the CDC. This is not the best plan for students. Given the significant movement of secondary students between classes and especially at lunch, I worry that exposure is inevitable and contact tracing will be exceedingly difficult in a large high school. I am also concerned about the interruption to student learning with the inevitability of sickness. After only 5 days of elementary schools back face-to-face, the mitigation strategies in place, we already have had multiple teachers test positive for COVID and expose students. At the secondary level, this spread will be compounded given the movement of students, and we do not have adequate substitute coverage for classrooms. This plan does not set students up for success. Data about school spread of COVID is admittedly flawed, as noted in the article WNYC Studios article sent to board members over the weekend. Sending students back into crowded classrooms is concerning, especially as new strains continue to spread and we lack information about how these new strains are more contagious. We are so close to having teachers vaccinated, but the rollout in Oakland County has been slow. Currently, many are still waiting for an appointment for their first or second dose. I won't get my first dose until the end of January and my second dose February 23rd. For these reasons, I ask the board to keep the safety of staff and students at the forefront of conversations and delay a return to hybrid face-to-face instruction until March 1st.
The next comment is from Stacy Schildberg. I'm a 21-year science teacher at Farmington High, and unbelievably, I am writing yet another letter to this school board. I implore you to consider postponing our return to learn until all staff have been vaccinated. Not only is the infection rate still too high, there's yet now another new, more contagious variant. There are new studies coming out that say that schools are in fact places where transmissions occur, and they coincide with community rates. Additionally, we are not ready with scheduling. Protocols which were put in place for staffing were not followed, and because of this, many more teachers are considering leaves and retirement. Subbing was an issue prior to the pandemic. What retired substitute will go into a building, and what teacher would expose themselves to even more students by covering another class? While I commend the mitigation supports the district has put in place, it has been my experience that even the best plans often are not followed. Having vaccinated staff would go a long way to alleviate a lot of issues. Would waiting until this was accomplished really make a difference this school year?
Next is Brian Sharplin. It is often said that we are in this together, but the reality is that we are all in the same storm. We are most definitely not in the same boat. This is clearly demonstrated by the board's continual refusal to meet in person. As you are tucked safely in your homes, you are asking staff and students to complete tasks you are unwilling to do. As a board, are you even asking the correct question? Are schedules ready? The answer is no. Neither teachers or students at the high school level know their schedule. Once again, you are asking teachers to prepare on almost no notice for a new semester. Are you compensating teachers for all the work that will occur this weekend? If a student is in person, does that mean live instruction? Not necessarily. More and more classes are being turned into classes with both virtual and in-person students. Could that mean that students are in the building and in virtual classes all day? Maybe. Perhaps we need to open more sections. And are subs available? Again, no. Elementary classes are having to combine due to lack of subs. This is not maintaining small cohort groups and is the opposite of what was promised. This is an unnecessary risk to all involved. The district is refusing to extend the EFLMA leave to staff that desperately feel they cannot safely return to in-person instruction. How is this caring about your staff? The district is only allowing for 10 days of quarantine leave. Well, the reality is that due to the risk, staff may need to do this several times through the rest of the school year, especially since you're forcing them into groups that are not their cohort. What happens to staff that do not have the sick days to cover 2, 3, or even 4 leaves due to the virus? These leaves are absolutely possible because the district's increasing staff's exposure. We have been back 1 week and already have outages. I am asking that the board act as leaders to demonstrate that they really do want to return safely for all involved.
The next comment is from Charles Stambulian. I am writing you as an employee in the district to let you know respectfully that we are less than 1 week away from starting up the high schools in person. However, many teachers still don't know their schedules. While admin are working hard on it as we speak, there seem to be many glitches that may not be fixed in time. For example, many classes currently might have too many students in one room at a time where social distancing may be very difficult. Some classes have a mix of hybrid and remote students, which wasn't the original intention. I am willing and actually was looking forward to returning safely, but want to make sure it is done correctly and safely, especially for my students and colleagues who may have underlying conditions. Our elementary teachers have been courageous and hardworking, and we will need to pay close attention to cases and percentages moving forward. These problems can be solved, hopefully, with a little more time and careful thought. Some teachers have not been able to sign up for vaccinations, or some were not able to get in right away. Also, please kindly consider extending the FFCRA to March 31st to offer much needed flexibility for the current situation. As always, thank you for all the work you do for the school board and all the extra time you have spent recently. Math teacher.
Next is Megan Steele. I watched the board meeting on January 5th, and for the first time in months, I left the board meeting feeling hopeful that the process of students being allowed to return to school was actually going to happen. I am so glad that elementary students are back in school. Tonight, you have to reconfirm the return to school plan for all students. I urge you to stay the course and continue the plan of allowing secondary students to return to school on January 25th. Dr. Goodrum, Dr. Coffin, and Ms. Hendrickson explained at the last meeting that they were ready to welcome students back to school and the mitigation plans were in place. No one denies that positive COVID cases will occur, but schools in the state of Michigan and across the country have shown mitigation plans work to avoid further spread. I know that some people say let's wait longer until more staff can get vaccinated. However, this should not be a reason to delay the start of secondary. It could be months before an adequate number of teachers are fully vaccinated, and Farmington has no idea how many even want to be vaccinated. Have Novi, Huron Valley, Wright, and Livonia paused their return to school plans to allow more teachers to get vaccinated? No, they have not. In fact, some of these districts are actually increasing the number of days students are in class. The average number of new cases in the state of Michigan is currently at approximately 1,400 a day. In mid-November, it was approximately 7,300 cases. Our governor has now come out and clearly stated that it's best for students to return to in-person learning. There are many students in Farmington that have struggled with remote learning, and one can't deny that. I urge you to stay the course and put the educational needs of students first and continue with in-person learning plan for secondary and elementary students.
The next comment is, hang on, trying to see the name.
Is that Teresa Stevens?
Teresa Stevens, yes, thank you. I am a high school teacher at North Farmington. I'm asking you to consider delaying return to in-person instruction until more teachers have the opportunity to be vaccinated. The vaccine is a wonderful thing, but its availability does not mean that everything is okay right now. It will take time to vaccinate staff and for the vaccine to work once they are vaccinated. Furthermore, while I'm relieved to see that the positivity rate in Oakland County has declined and we are moving in the right direction, as of last week, it was still over 8%, which is double the metric of 4% that the board put forth as a goal for returning to school. In addition, we may likely be dealing with a more contagious strain of the virus in coming weeks. I am concerned for my health as well as the health of my students. My brother's whole family is currently recovering from COVID. They were infected by my 14-year-old nephew who contracted it at school. While there is no way to know for sure, they believe that he got it from his teacher. His school follows a hybrid schedule and masks are mandatory. My nephew was still exposed and infected and spread it to 3 other people in his family. While they all quarantined as soon as they were notified that my nephew had been exposed, it is impossible to say who else they may have exposed before they were tested. They are thankfully all doing okay and have only experienced mild to moderate symptoms. But we know that this isn't always the case. In the United States, hundreds of thousands of people have died from this virus since last year. I am sick of coronavirus. I am sick of virtual class. I want to see my students. I hesitated to even make a comment because I really want to go back to school. Be that as it may, I decided to comment tonight because we're not quite where we need to be safe. We're close, but we're not there yet. Governor Whitmer stated that stringent mitigation protocols greatly reduce the risk of spread in K-12 schools. She did not state that it was safe, as the district communicated on January 8th. If it were safe, we would not have seen the positive cases that we have seen since the elementary schools opened. My nephew would not have contracted the virus at school. Governor Whitmer is encouraging schools to offer in-person instruction by March 1st. Delaying in-person instruction a few more weeks would give more staff the opportunity to be vaccinated and may well save a life.
Next is Stacy Strouch. I am writing to ask the Board of Education to postpone a return to in-person learning until all staff members who wish to be vaccinated have received both vaccinations. Please support the health of FPF teachers and staff and postpone a return to in-person learning until March 1st.
The next one, I can't see.
It's got to be 70, which is Kim Toller.
Okay, great. Throughout the pandemic, thank you. Throughout the pandemic, the FPF staff and I have done everything that has been asked of us. We were asked to change the way you have been teaching and reaching kids overnight to keep them learning in the middle of a pandemic. Done. Connect with your students, show you care, and remain their constant while the rest of life is in chaos. Done. Learn and implement Canvas within a week without much direction. Done. Teach and provide services to the same number of students with less staff. Done. Make yourself available to students outside of class time and schedule intervention groups. Done. And I was asked to teach 4 different classes, 2 of them brand new to me. Done. The past year has been challenging for everyone, but the FPS staff have gone above and beyond to do what is best for our students. Many of us are working day and night. Unfortunately, I feel like our Board of Education has failed us. Governor Whitmer said teachers were eligible to receive the COVID-19 vaccine, but yet the board decided to continue the plan to return to face-to-face instruction so quickly after the holidays. You had the opportunity to help ensure the safety of the staff and students of FPS. but you failed. You have the chance to make this right. We are asking for time. The vaccine has only been available to teachers for a week. Give the teachers and staff that want the vaccine time to get it. Give us the time to allow the vaccine to be effective before we return to face-to-face instruction. Hang on. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. I am disappointed that the district decided not to renew the EFMLA through March 31st. We are still in the middle of a pandemic. Staff should be able to do what is needed to protect their families. There are many flaws in our plans to return to face-to-face instruction. Many staff members do not know their schedules, with the return less than 1 week away. Some of us will have remote-only classes or in-person classes, or classes that will be remote and in-person at the same time. We have been left to figure out how to make it work on our own, like we always do. The district keeps saying that we have enough subs to cover for illness, quarantine, IEPs, etc. My building has 3 subs. How is this enough? I'm asking you to reconsider the return to in-person learning. Please return our elementary to virtual and keep the secondary virtual until we can all receive the vaccine.
Next is Mary Tsutsumi. I am an educator who is afraid to return to campus. While I will be protected from COVID-19 in late February via the vaccine, my husband will not be protected until he is allowed to be vaccinated. Staff do not live in a bubble, nor do families. By congregating in the school setting, we will continue to put any number of people at risk. It is disheartening that the community can't wait until all its members are vaccinated before returning to campus. The short-term benefits of being back on campus could result in the loss of loved ones.
The next comment is from Francesca Tuzzolino. After a great success to elementary kids returning to school in person, I highly asked to allow secondary students to return as well on January 25th. When the board first approved return to school, vaccinations weren't an option. This shouldn't be a reason for any delays because we had voted yes to return when it wasn't available. The idea to postpone until teachers are vaccinated is absurd, and the second dose isn't available immediately to take. If you postpone, then we will be waiting another semester before secondary to return to school. Our neighboring districts and private schools have proven that in-person learning is possible and successful. The school board should also listen to parents and kids who want to return in person. The CDC, Dr. Fauci, and our governor has said for kids to return to school. Our government has allowed high school students to return in person. The Oakland County Health Department has approved our plans and given us the green light to return. Why is Farmington too afraid to follow through on what was already approved? No one talks about the increase of suicides, abuse, obesity, or mental health issues that is caused by remaining virtual. Parents should have a choice. Parents who don't believe we should return can choose to keep their kids virtual. They shouldn't have influence over families that have chosen to be in person. Each family has their own situation, and being 100% remote doesn't work for everyone in the district, and the kids are hurting the most. Some kids are striving virtually, and others are falling behind. My daughter has fallen behind in reading, who is in 2nd grade. Her teacher is amazing, but being remote isn't helping her progress. I've hired a reading tutor for my daughter. However, when she enters 3rd grade, I'm afraid she won't pass and will be held behind. Nothing can replace in-person instruction between a teacher and a child. Even if it's only 2.5 hours, 4 days a week, I feel my child will gain so much more than the current virtual schedule. Now my 2 boys are in 6th grade, and they are doing okay virtual. They want to be in the classroom. Last week and today, the teachers have been speaking to my boys about returning to school and what that would look like, the potential for teacher changes, etc. Mentally, my boys are being prepped to return to school on January 25th, and if you revoke their right emotionally, there will be a negative impact. I'm asking to let there be a choice for families who want to return in person, and those who want to remain virtual still has that option. We've already lost students to private education. That is not being discussed by the school board and should be a huge concern. This is a loss in money for the district. If you continue to delay in-person learning, how many more students are you willing to lose? Data has shown schools don't spread COVID, and there isn't any scientific data that others write about that proves otherwise. Yes, there were 3 positive cases in Lanigan. That is unfortunate. However, we would be naive to think there would be 0 cases. We have a strong mitigation plan, and it's working. Ken Brooks' email was about a staff member and stated it wasn't contracted in the school. No one needed to be quarantined, and no additional action is needed. COVID will never go away, and as a society, we need to learn how to live with this virus.
Next is Pasquale Tuzolino. The reason I want to go back to in-person for school is because online school is boring. When you do online school, I feel like I'm about to go to sleep and I might want to ditch class to do something else. That's why I want to go back to in-person school. Pascal Tuzolino, 6th grader at Power Middle School. You want me to take the next one too, Cheryl? Because you had a long
That'd be
one.
great. Thank you.
Carmelo Tuzolino. I want to go back to school. Since we started remote learning, things have been different and nothing feels the same as of the good old days. Remote learning has lots of good memories, but also lots of tech problems. The lag difficulties and getting kicked out of meets really bothers me. Also, it is really tempting to watch TV or YouTube when on Google Meets. It would be an honor to meet my teachers in real life. Please let us go back. Carmelo Tuzolino, 6th grader at Power Middle School.
Thank you, Claudia. The next comment is from Cynthia Walker. I am submitting this comment in case you, the board, end up reconsidering the 125 return to hybrid in-person learning. If that is the case, I cannot express strongly enough how much I believe you need to follow through on the 125 return plan. For those parents who are not comfortable sending their kids back, they have the option to stay remote, and hopefully they have taken that option. However, parents who are comfortable with the safety protocols should have the choice for their kids to return. You've had almost a year to plan for their return. There are ample safety protocols that will be in place that will help ensure a safe learning environment for our kids and staff. The science has shown that schools are not spreader events and therefore do not need to be shut down. Nothing has changed since the 125 plan was most recently confirmed, and therefore we need to proceed with that plan. We need to listen to the science and the scientific experts who have laid out very clearly what safety protocols need to be in place, and FPS has those in place. Although there is a lot of hysteria, emotion, and irrational thinking surrounding this topic, you cannot give in to that and must follow the science and the experts. FPS has done everything the experts say to do in order to create a safe environment. So for those parents who are comfortable, we need to proceed with the option of in-person hybrid learning. For those not comfortable, they are free to choose to keep their kids remote. Thank you.
Next is Jennifer Weber. Evening. I have 2 high school students looking forward to their return to hybrid learning next week. I know that Farmington High School staff has been working nonstop to make this transition smooth, including building tours for my freshmen, scheduling for the entire student population, weekly emails with transition information, implementation of safety protocols, etc. Please reconfirm your decision this evening to start face-to-face hybrid learning as scheduled on January 25th. And thank you for your continued efforts to bring our children back face-to-face learning. Students and parents in the Farmington Public School community really appreciate it.
The next comment is from Diane Webster. I've been teaching at Farmington High School for 14 years. I have serious concerns about returning in person. Teachers are now able to get the vaccine, but only a small amount of vaccines were available, so myself and many others are on the waiting list with no scheduled appointment. Why can't we wait just a little while longer until more FPS staff are vaccinated? At Farmington High School, we have always had sub shortages, and many of our subs were retired from another career. I highly doubt they will return to sub for us. In fact, one of our long-running building subs has already left. I don't feel comfortable constantly giving up my conference hour to go into another classroom, exposing myself even more because we don't have sub coverage. Putting teachers at risk when the vaccine is almost in our grasp is putting me and my family at risk as well as the students in my classroom. I have many other concerns about the schedule, streaming classes, not having the same room each hour, sanitizing, students eating in my classroom, and many more. But without teachers in the classroom and not having subs would definitely be the most detrimental to our main purpose, providing an education. If teachers are out sick, then there will potentially be an unqualified sub in that classroom. That does not make for a good education. Hazel Park Schools was face-to-face at one point and had to return to remote because of lack of subs. Please allow us some time to get vaccinated for throwing teachers and students into a potentially hazardous learning environment. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Rena Weintraub. I am a parent of teachers in public school. I am upset that teachers have to return to school without having completed both vaccines and putting them at terrible risk. I have heard that one classroom alone, there will be 17 children spaced 3 feet apart. Where is the distancing rule of 6 feet? Teachers have to eat in their cars. It has been made public there are more outbreaks in some schools. If you value the safety of our teachers and other staff, you would not reopen at this time.
The next comment is from Patricia Wellman. Number 1, please consider reopening until all staff have received the vaccine. Amidst a new strain of COVID that is more contagious than the first, it makes no sense whatsoever to put staff, students, and families at risk. Only a fraction of staff have been successful at getting a vaccine appointment. Number 2, please reconsider opening high schools. Can we please keep some stability by having consistency? Schools will inevitably close again. The schedule of 6 short classes a day is inefficient and not conducive to learning. Students will be overloaded with homework. They will only physically see a teacher once per week. In person does not mean quality. Teachers will have less time to help students compared to a block schedule.
Next is Melissa Wiercinski. Thanks for accepting my comments regarding return to learn and transportation. The 2 things I'd like to share are, 1, thanks to all the elementary teachers, special education teachers, and early childhood staff for returning to school under COVID pressures. At my building, Wood Creek, there were so many smiling eyes as I helped with bus duty last week. 2, thank you to the transportation department and bus drivers for all they did for our students. Wood Creek students arrived safe and sound. When they were picked up, they were kindly greeted and given a squirt of sanitizer and got on the bus. Lastly, I have a question regarding subs. I know we have subs in the building. What if they are taken and we need a sub? Buildings don't just have extra staff members hanging out. I heard that classes needed to be combined this week when a sub wasn't available. Yikes, not cool. Big concern. Here's to figuring this out together.
The next comment is from Peggy Wilkie. After all of the back and forth on the return to learn plan, I just wanted to again write to say we need to stay this course. I feel most board members really do have the best interest of the students in mind, but when it comes down to it, the district has people who have specialized in setting the mitigation programs in place. These people have clearly worked very hard and have gone above and beyond. There is no reason that 7 people of varying backgrounds and specialties should override the work of those whose job specializes in designing and implementing a safe return to school program. The second set of students are set to go to school on Monday. Clearly, their parents have enough faith in the procedures the schools are following that they are willing to send their children back to school. No parent would send their child back if they did not feel it was as safe as possible. Yes, there have been cases in a couple of the schools this past week, but we knew this would happen, and there is a plan in place for that. We don't know when, if ever, this virus will be gone, so we have to try and have faith that the work put into the return plan will work. Michigan numbers are trending in the right direction. Oakland County is doing well. Now is the time to move forward. Please continue to confirm moving forward for the secondary return to school.
Next is Liz Wilson. On January 8th, 2021, you made the final decision to have elementary schools return to in-person education beginning January 11, 2021. Since that time, some students and staff tested positive for COVID-19. In response to those cases, we received notification outlining how the quarantine of staff would be handled. I have some questions, concerns about your decision. 1, if an employee tests positive for COVID-19, is there some burden of proof as to where he/she contracted the virus? If so, what is it? 2, is it the goal of the board to require all school personnel to get vaccinated? 3, since the vaccine is not 100% effective, a person could test positive a second time for the virus. Why is it the staff member's responsibility to use sick days to cover the second quarantine period? Is this not economic punishment?
The next comment is from Annette Yono. We have heard of a mutated version of COVID-19. The New York Times on 1/19/21 writes that this variant is capable of infecting 50% more people and that this version will be widespread by March. Quote, the arrival of the variant means you should try to cut back on potential exposures where you can and double down on basic precautions for the next few months until you and the people around you get vaccinated, unquote. We are no longer making decisions based on current data because the virus will be just as dangerous for some individuals, but at the same time, much more contagious.
I believe that is all.
Terry, can we take a short 5-minute break?
Yes, absolutely. I believe that is all of public comment, and I think that we should take a 10-minute break. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let's
Yes.
meet at 10:30. Thank you all, and thank you guys for reading. I appreciate you, Mr. Rich and Mr. Walker and Dr. Blau and Mrs. Heinrich.
Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for allowing us that break. We are now moving from public comment on to the next item, number 10, which is the Reconfirmation Instructional Delivery Plan. I imagine that someone from administration will walk us through. Would that be you, Dr. Goodrum, or would that be you, Dr. Coffin? I recognize, I appreciate you guys being here. I know Dr. Herrera is not here, so whomever can kind of walk us through would be helpful. And also, recognition of the fact that we do have at least one new member, and we do have several board members who were not here and reconfirmed the plan back in December. That was the last time that we did this. So if you could provide a very quick high-level overview of what we're actually committing to here and what our process is, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, so I can certainly do that. Thank you so much, President Weems. So each month, the board, for the entire school year of the 2020-2021 school year, the board is required to reconfirm the learning plans for elementary and secondary students, as well as a few other of our groups. So you have that information in your packet. That document is required to be posted on our transparency page following the board's approval. So the vote tonight would be, as the plan is written, to reconfirm that our elementary is now in person in the hybrid model, with also still offering a fully remote pathway for those who choose that. And then on the secondary, that would be as it's written, as it was reconfirmed in December, reconfirming that we would begin with secondary in a hybrid model for in-person on January 25th, as well as offering a fully remote pathway for those who choose that. So I know that the board has questions around some of the most recent data, and I'm sure there's a lot of other questions. So I thought that we might start with Dr. Goodrum and giving you a little bit of background on her conversations with the Oakland County Health Division, and provide that background for you first.
So good evening again. I'll be just very brief. I want to make sure that you have the most up-to-date information on some items that were expressed as concerns this evening, as well as some concerns that you have expressed as well. First of all, I have the opportunity to meet with the Oakland County Health Division every week. So this has been 2 weeks for me now that I've had the opportunity to meet with them, including the epidemiologists. As you may remember, we were at one point required to provide our mitigation plan to them for approval in order for us to proceed with our in-learning plans, and those were approved. One of the most, I will say, shocking things that I discovered in these meetings was the status of the vaccines, because I too was very hopeful that we would be able to have a significant number of our staff vaccinated very early on. However, what I have learned, as many of you know, Oakland County is very low in vaccines. Since December 17th, when they first began getting them, they receive less than 2,000 doses of the vaccine every week. And 75% of those doses are initially, when we were in I.A. only, 75% of those doses were earmarked for individuals who are 75 years and older. And the other 25% of those were for first responders. Now that we have moved on to I.B, while I.A is still receiving their second dose, we're in I.B. We're still receiving that same 2,000 doses a week so far. And again, 75% of the doses for the I.B group are earmarked for individuals who are 65 years and older. So when we're looking at that, that's about 500 doses who are left for the I.B essential workers, who include not only educators all throughout Oakland County, but also our police officers, some of our firefighters, and I believe that clerks in grocery stores are also allocated or in that allotment. There are over 18,000 educators in Oakland County. And so this is just for information. I just want to make sure that you all are aware of the status of vaccinations. We may not see all of our teachers, all of our educators vaccinated for quite some time. We may still have some people who have not been able to obtain the vaccine by this time next year, just numerically, if you do the count, if we do not get an increase in vaccine. Of course, we are hoping that changes because that really is an untenable situation, I think, for all of us. But even with that, still, we have been, I'll say, approved, or it has been recommended by the Oakland County Health Division that we have done as much mitigation as possible. And I am using mitigation because that means to decrease the risk. That we have decreased the risk. We have not eliminated the risk. That is impossible for anyone, anywhere. Even with vaccinations, that we still will not be able to guarantee that we will not be continuing to transmit the virus. And that is just a fact. That is just where we are right now. But even with that, there is still the recommendation. And as you are aware, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services released some new guidance regarding returning to school, whereby they have eliminated the matrix. And I know there's a lot. In the beginning of the year, the board set forth some metrics based on the information that they knew at the time. That was based on the information that was recommended and we were aware of at the time. That information then changed. We developed a matrix with letter codes that indicated where we were. They have since moved away from that as well, because they say the best way to look at whether or not how we are operating schools, or whether or not we decide to return in person, really needs to be based off of the transmission in our community and in our district specifically, not just in our geographical district, but within our schools and within individual schools. So that has been the recommendation. That is the guidance that we have received from the epidemiologists and the medical professionals in our state and in our county who make those decisions. And so none of us, we have a very capable district nurse in Miss Larson. However, none of us, who are members of cabinet have a medical degree. We have a few doctorates, but none of them are medical doctorates. And so all we can do is rely on that information. All we can do is rely on the data that we have in our own schools. And I think a little later, Miss Kathy Smith is going to share some information about how we are tracking what is going on in our schools, just so that you can see. Because what we have seen, even though we have identified some positive cases, I don't believe that any of the cases that we have identified have been initiated in the schools. And I say, and I'm going to add a yet to that, because I'm not saying that it's never going to happen. Like, none of us are saying it's never going to happen. No one, even in the health departments, are saying that it's never going to happen. What they're saying is that we've taken every possible step to decrease the chances that it happens.
Thank you, Dr. Goodrum. I did have the chance to connect with our nurse, Mary Larson, who is also on the call. So after Kathy and I talk a little bit, then we certainly can, she's there to answer any questions you might have. But currently, as of today, our infection rate is at 0.94, which is under 1, which is where that has traditionally been where we were looking to have that. Our positivity rate as of today is 6.6%. Our cases per million are at 152.8. So just to give you an idea of how our community compares, so the Farmington Public Schools community, when we look at our cases per 10,000, right now we are at 32.8. which equates to 275 cases. Comparing that to West Bloomfield, they're at 36.7. Walled Lake is at 45.7. Southfield at 26.3, and Novi at 30.4. So as Dr. Goodrum said, really trying to shift looking into our local data, what is happening in our own Farmington community, as well as what is happening within our school community. So I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Smith, and she's going to share for some of the newer board members. We shared the document that the COVID response team had created. We have been tracking cases with our students and our staff since I think mid-November. I don't know the exact date of that, or maybe prior to that. But we just want to share the most recent information with the board so you can see the information that we're collecting and that we're monitoring every week. So Kathy, go ahead.
It's in our board pack.
Yes.
Okay, so it was added after Friday. Mrs. Smith, you're on mute. You're still on mute, Mrs. Smith.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yes, thank you.
I apologize. It's
Nope.
I have quite a screen going here, so it took me a minute. Good evening, everyone. As Dr. Kaufman said, we've actually been tracking internal data since the week ending October 30th. We've been looking at, so the tabs on the bottom actually start the weekend of October 30th and go all the way through last week, since again, it captures the Monday through Friday each week for the data. I think, so overall, that's 2.5 months. We've been tracking it for about 10 weeks. This specific COVID dashboard helps just to give us some specific information by building. You can see on the left-hand side is by building. Across the top, we have the number of students confirmed positive, the number of staff confirmed positive, what the overall percent of the building population is for each building, the number of students in quarantine, the number of staff in quarantine, and the overall percent population for in quarantine. And then it's by level: elementary, middle school, our K-8, our high schools, and then special services, athletics, and then our adult facilities with CO, 10-mile transportation, and maintenance. And then at the very bottom, we have the totals for each category and the total percentages for those categories. I think a few things to mention, and I know that I believe Dr. Goodrum said this a minute ago. The current data that you'll see, first of all, this gives us a good idea again about how the buildings, what the broader picture is of the status by building, and how it's changing over time. And then a few minutes ago, Dr. Goodrum mentioned about the current data. Per our district nurse, and I know that she's on with us, this specific data regarding our student and staff quarantines for this past week indicates no cases at this time were contracted through school. And again, as Dr. Goodrum said, that we don't know what that might mean moving forward. I do want to mention that if I went over to the November 13th week, just to give you an example of the ranges, November 13th, we had a range of staff positive cases was a low of 1. The week of December 11th, and it was 14 the week of November 13th. And then the range for quarantines was a low of 8 and a high of 5. So you'll see this past week, was 7 positive cases for staff, which is this column right here, and 24 quarantines for staff. And then for students this past week was 5 positive cases, and there were 32 quarantines. For students, there was a low end of 0 a couple of weeks around November 6th and November 20th weekend, and then the high is 5 for the positive cases, and quarantines also ranged from 1 to a high of about 14 over this 10-week period, just to give you an idea.
That's helpful. Is it time for questions?
Yeah, I think I'll pause there for any questions you may have.
Can't see my board members because of the screen, so if you guys have questions, please just feel free to shout out.
I have questions, but I'm not sure if it really pertains to this data. Some of my questions center around some of the comments about the remote and in-person learning in the classroom being doubled up. What does that, what does that look like? The doubling up of staff in the rooms and class sizes of 12 to 15 students, and can I get some clarity around, is that being capped out at 15, or are we looking at situations where that number will is above 15 or will have to go above 15? So if this is not the place for that, I can certainly reserve until it is.
I think we could certainly, focus on answering some of those questions. We could pause just a moment in case there's any questions about the grid and then move to that, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Are there any questions about any of the COVID dashboard data? And again, I'm just showing last week, this, which is on the screen right now.
I have a question.
I had a question. It's kind of related to this, but not. But I reached out and asked, because the YMCA has been running programs in the school since September. And have you worked in conjunction with the YMCA and seen what is going on with their programs? Have they shared data? Is that something that, because they're in your buildings?
Go ahead, Kathy. I don't know. Diane Bauman, I know, has been working closely with the YMCA. They're in a large space, so I have not heard myself personally about the cases, but Diane is, again, more in touch with the director there. So Diane, I don't know what you have to add on that.
Okay, we just sent over the questions to the YMCA. I believe it was when I'm getting delayed to answer Claudia's question. So I just got back that report from them today, so I can send that on to all the school board members. But they have not had any outbreaks in their centers. So they've been following all the mitigation strategies that we are doing as well.
And so they haven't had to shut down any of their programs then.
I am not aware that they've shut down any. As a matter of fact, now they've expanded it since we have elementary in person.
So, Ms. Smith?
Correct.
Yes, Ms.
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
So you're telling me from your grid that you showed, those are cases in the schools, but they were not contracted from being in school?
That's correct.
Okay. So what you're saying is, and thank you, Dr. Goodrum, for reaching out to us board members. I mean, you kept us updated because we did go visit the schools on the first day, a couple of board members. So, and the reason I'm asking, because I was at one of those buildings. So what we're saying is, and I am quarantining. So at the end of the day, what we're saying is that for example, let's just use a school. Say we have a school, let's say Gill, and a teacher has it, and they go to another building, and they are around those people. So you're saying it didn't come from that school. What, it's not contracted from that school. It's just it's you following what I'm saying?
Yes, I think there are times where it could be a spouse, it could be something outside of school, and some of the quarantines can actually just be related to that original positive case. It's not even necessarily always that a staff member has a positive case. It could just be, again, connected outside of school. Therefore, it affects the quarantines in the buildings in terms of the numbers.
Okay, so what you're saying is if a staff member goes to building A and is around someone in building A, and they get it from that, and they go back to their building and they find out that they tested positive. So you're saying it's not coming from.
So per the, and again, the nurse could speak to this, but per the contact tracing that the district nurse, Mary Larson, has done, when there's been positive cases, and you could see the number on there for this past week for staff and students, they did not contract it in the schools. As a result of the contact tracing, Mary Larson needed to determine who may have needed to be quarantined just out of an abundance of caution. And again, she's utilizing the social distancing, the amount of time that they may have been in the vicinity of each other, the mitigation protocols that they're following, mask wearing, all of that. As a result of that, then it's determined who would be quarantined to be proactive. So again, and I see Mary's joined us. There might be something she wants to add to what I just shared.
Smith, can I clarify here just to make sure that we're all on the same page? So just to put some actual data to what you just said, we have 5 students with reported cases currently, and we have 7 adults with reported cases. In each of those instances, none of those cases arose in the school. So said differently, none of those cases were the result of someone contracting the virus as a result of being in the school.
Correct.
Now, we do have some people who needed to quarantine as a result. We have 24 people, students quarantined, and 32, and I don't have the chart in front of me, but I'm a numbers person, and 32 adult quarantine. Some of them were quarantined as a result of those 5 and 7 student and adults, but some of those quarantines are a result of, what may have happened in the home personally or something like that. So they may not directly be related to the cases. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. 32 students and 24 staff would be the only thing that I would change. But yes, absolutely a perfect summary. Thank you.
Yep, that is correct. Is that statistic, those numbers, so those are the numbers for this week, is the story the same since the beginning of school, that none of the cases arose from school?
I would defer that to Mary Larson.
Yeah, I wouldn't say none, but for the most part, that's the pattern.
Okay.
I think I've had maybe 2.
Okay.
That were contracted from a case, that were quarantined because they were in close contact to someone who had tested positive in the school. But when you look at the number of cases, that's a very rare occurrence.
Okay. Thank you.
And those occurrences, Mary, were prior to us having students back in session.
Yes, that is correct.
Any more questions related to the grid, the numbers, the metrics that we just saw, or can we move to Mr. Walker's question? Would you mind restating your question?
Okay. Some of my questions arise from some of the public comments as it relates to scheduling and the doubling up of staff in the classrooms, the remote and in-person doubling up for teachers, having to, I guess, mitigate an in-person class and a virtual class simultaneously, the impact of the quality of education under those circumstances. I was concerned that someone mentioned that the class sizes were going, at least in one instance, was above the 12 to 15 cap. And then as the newest member on the team, I am completely unfamiliar with the EFMLA pullback, for lack of a better term. And I would, if it's possible, to learn why we're not in a position to extend that for our teachers, go as we try and negotiate this term. Trying to sound any kind of way, I can appreciate the fact of wanting our teachers and needing our teachers to get back into the classroom, and vaccination notwithstanding, and Dr. Goodrum's information regarding the vaccine makes absolute sense. So if they can't have that, I'm curious to know why we as a district are not in a position to provide them every safety net and an opportunity to administer, at least rebound, should they go into the classroom and not have to be penalized with their own sick pay. If you can help me with any and all of those, sure, that would be great.
Donald, I have the same set of questions. So thank you for so clearly articulating those.
And then I think still have two more. I'm sorry. But go ahead, please. Let's start with that.
If it's okay, I'll do the FFCRA first, and then maybe we can go into some of the other pieces in terms of questions. So I'm gonna just to add a little more context, just so that you have that. So I apologize if you have this information and you're hearing a little bit of it be repeated, but I think maybe this context would be helpful. Certainly as a district, we are always trying to consider a balance between supporting our staff while also considering and maximizing having staff certainly in front of and with our students. So I think it's important to think about that lens as you're hearing about the FFCRA. So the FFCRA is the Family's First Coronavirus Response Act. It took effect last April, and it required covered employees, which includes Farmington public school employees, to provide them with 2 weeks of paid sick leave if the employee was unable to work for COVID-19 related reasons, quarantine, experiencing symptoms, for example, or awaiting, say, a positive test case. It also supported caring for someone who'd been quarantined or providing childcare for a child whose school or childcare was closed. That was all encompassed in aspects of FFCRA or some of the other acronyms that you've heard that are connected to that. Employees providing childcare for a child whose school or childcare was closed could receive an additional 10 weeks of leave at 2/3 of their pay. And those paid allotments were in addition to paid leave employees are ordinarily provided under those contracts, their labor contracts and employee handbooks. The law was passed at the outset of the pandemic and was intended to provide short-term relief. And so for work, and that had expired December 31st. It was not extended, the FFCRA paid leave requirements. However, they did allow employers to voluntarily extend those leave provisions. The majority of the districts in the county have extended the 10-day. I do want to explain a piece of that, though. I think there's some confusion around it. If a teacher is quarantined, so if you think of the chart that you just saw, there's a variety of teachers or staff members that could be quarantined related to a case. They have not tested positive and they are not having symptoms. They are allowed to teach remote with their class. And if students are hybrid or in person, we get support in person that still allows the teacher to teach, and they do not need to take their sick days. So there are not sick days or even any of those 10 days that are utilized and any of those quarantine circumstances that would still allow a teacher, for example, to teach. If a staff member ends up testing positive or ends up having symptoms, the majority of the districts in the county that have decided, not all of them have decided, are extending those 10 days. Again, that was a voluntary provision for employers to consider. The child care aspect, Many districts in the county are not extending that. One reason is to encourage and have not to not encourage more. You already heard about some of the concerns in terms of having our staff with students. And so it's that balance of having staff actually with our students, considering provisions, like I mentioned, around the extension for the 10 days, and trying to work through individual circumstances where we can. So there are childcare options that people have through their contract and some other avenues. But again, the majority of districts in the county have not extended the childcare portion, but have done the 10 days COVID related for quarantine purposes. I think that is the FFCRA. I know that you had scheduling, doubling of staff, class sizes, and a few others. I don't know. I can certainly try to answer some of those, but I think there's some other people, here as well that may want to jump in. I think for the doubling of staff, that is rare. I only know of that once or twice occurring this entire school year. It typically it's an administrator is looking at all the different options in the building in order to support sometimes a more sudden issue that they need to cover a classroom. Usually it's looking for a substitute first, certainly the in-building subs we have with all of our buildings, and they have started to be depleted a little bit. But we have we started out the year with about 40 substitutes. Each building has 2 to 4 building subs, and we had a district layer of around 10 substitutes. In terms of doubling, usually it's using the building substitutes first. If it's something urgent and we can put a district sub in, we've done that. And then typically, and this is even pre-pandemic, there's coverage within the building. If there's a staff member who's non-load bearing that can be placed in there, those are the kinds of things, creative things that are allowed actually within the contract and also within the buildings. A last resort is usually a doubling up of classes. Depending on the class, there are some lower hybrid classes. It is possible to actually combine 2 elementary classrooms and still be below the space requirements. And or to actually move to a little bit larger location in a building as necessary. But I'm only aware of 2 circumstances, and it's been a last resort around doubling of class size. I do think if I could just add one last thing around the substitutes, just so that you have the current status. Every building, elementary is typically 2 to 3 building subs per building, which means they're dedicated substitute for that building. Middle and high school have 3 or 4 per building, and we had a district layer of about 10. At this point, we have about 31 total substitutes for K through 12. In 6 through 12, we have about 16. We do anticipate using a few more of those, even going into next week. And at this point, we do not have a district layer, but are working to replenish that. But as you can imagine, it's certainly some competition across the county, and there's been a sub shortage even prior to COVID, prior to the pandemic starting. There has been a substitute shortage in general. So I just wanted to give you the status of that as well.
Pardon. Before we continue, please, I just need to circle back for clarity. I heard what you said about what other districts are doing, but I'm still a little unclear as to why Farmington has not made that decision. And this is not a criticism or critique. It's I don't know. I just would like to know, what was our rationale for not extending it?
Well, we did decide to extend, just to clarify, we did extend the 10 days. That allows for about 2 weeks, so a full quarantine period for our staff. And again, that would only be utilized or even necessary if they were to test positive or be symptomatic. If they are quarantined but not symptomatic and haven't tested positive, they can still teach. There are no sick days, so that won't count again. So when you hear someone's quarantined 3 and 4 times and is using sick days, that's not necessary except for testing positive and having symptoms. In terms of childcare, we need our staff with our students. We need staff with our students. So if we were to offer 2/3 pay and extend that provision, that would potentially encourage staff to take that provision. And we would have concerns about having our staff with our students, I think, truly.
So can I just interrupt here for a second? First, I want to make sure that Mr. Walker has his questions answered. And I know you have multiple questions, Mr. Walker, so we're going to come back to you. In an effort to make sure that everyone gets a chance to ask a question, we're going to move to Mrs. Smith first. But I just want to make sure that we're clear on your first question. It was around the Families First Coronas Act. And it sounds like there are multiple elements of the Families First Coronavirus Act, one of which allowed for an extra 10 days of sick time, which the government is certainly, promoting folks to continue to, in order to avoid people coming to work sick, right? So if you are sick, the Coronavirus Act provided for an extra 10 days. Another component of the Families First Coronavirus Act also provided for 6 to 8 weeks, I'm not sure how many weeks, of paid time off to take care of a child in the event that your school was closed, as an example. And it paid out 66% of a person's pay, of an employee's pay. So I think what I'm hearing is that the district has decided to continue on with the 10 sick days for sick, not for quarantine, but has not decided to extend the 6 weeks of 60% of your pay time off to take care of a child or someone who has coronavirus or whatever else the restrictions were. Is that a fair summary?
Yes, that is. There are other avenues that staff would have through their contract provisions that we would also consider. But there are other forms of leaves that are actually provided through their contract that we would consider. There are also extended illness protection provisions. There are other provisions that we would continue, of course, and follow.
Thank you. Mrs. Smith?
So I get, because I'm learning all of this tonight. So if someone tests positive and they have symptoms, what if their symptoms or the illness takes longer opposed to your 10 days? And then my other question is that if you have, because we have a teacher that has been injured due to trying to clean a building for coronavirus. So, to keep herself safe, would she be able to use those sick days as well due to the fact that she was injured because of using a chemical? So would she be able to use that and say, well, hey, I need to use this. I was doing this to stay safe because of corona? I'm just asking.
Yeah, if someone's injured on the job, just like any job, then they would contact HR and there's a workers' comp considerations. In terms of the other question, you had a first question as well, and I wasn't sure if Mary Larson might be better for that.
I'm sorry, could you ask the question again?
I'm sorry. Okay, so if the person has coronavirus,
yes,
and that you've given them the 10 days, what if their symptoms are longer than, because everybody's symptoms are different. So would they still be, and it's really not, your question is for Ms. Smith, it's about the pay. So if their symptoms are longer than the 10 days, are you extending that? Or is that a different contract, Ms. Smith?
I can pop in for just a couple of quick yes, there are some, you are correct, Ms. Smith, that there are some that they do go beyond that 10 days. And I do know that HR takes each one of those individually, and I know that there's a plan for that. And Kathy Smith can go from there.
I can answer that. I only call on Mary in case there was comments around the symptoms. If it goes longer than the 2 weeks, then it is 6 days at that point. I know recently, and again, we know as students return that could change. The majority of staff had not even hit or exceeded the 10 days. There may have been one or two circumstances thus far.
Are there Mrs. Blau, Dr. Blau, and then Mr. Rich?
I have a question. We heard a lot of comments tonight, and we've received a lot of emails from teachers about having to teach in person and virtually at the same time. And that was not my understanding previously. My understanding previously was that there would be teachers who would be teaching in person, and there would be other teachers who would be teaching virtually, or maybe it would be the same teachers, but not at the same time. Because I know as a teacher how impossibly difficult it is to do both simultaneously. So if you could speak to that.
We had definitely, and I think we had it in a few board briefs earlier this year as well. We had emphasized wanting to minimize the teaching of both at the same time to the extent possible. We do know that there had been some teachers that had, say, singleton classes or classes that they knew in order to actually keep the students with them. They actually wanted to do the streaming and to do those. As a result, recently, and I know others on the call could maybe jump in and add to that. So the initial schedule had actually accommodated some of the teachers who actually wanted to do streaming in order to do both together. Some of the changes with the schedule recently, in order to make the schedule work for many of the students, did come up against that challenge and actually has increased the numbers that would be required in order to keep Farmington teachers and to keep students on the course schedule that they had either been on for the year or that they had selected as preferences for the semester. I don't know if anybody wanted to add to that.
I can just give you a little bit of perspective on that. We had a conversation with our high school principals. So this is primarily, we're looking at the high schools to some of the things that Ms. Smith was talking about. In one of our high schools, we'll have about 17% right now. This is as of today. And again, there's still things that we're moving around to try to minimize that. So 17% of the classes would be what you described. So in person and virtual streaming at the same time. Not all those were unexpected, but some of those were that teachers had requested. I guess I'll say that. And then our other building was at like 34% this morning, but they expect that to decrease too as they continue to make the final changes to the schedules. So I think that Kathy, kind of summarized this. Just note too, we've had teachers since they've been looking at schedules, request to do that. And so we have asked them to just wait until we get settled into the schedule before we would do that. Or we're not require that, but to do that. So we have some teachers that are requesting to do that. We have other teachers that we're working through that with. So, and again, it's because of we want to make sure all of our seniors get the classes they need to graduate. We're honoring choice of the modality to the best that we can for what the parents selected for their child. We're also honoring the situations with our staff when at all possible to make sure that they have a schedule that works for them. And then it's also about our underclassmen, making sure that we're not pulling them out of a full year class to put them behind starting next year or having to do something over the summer. So with student choice being at the top of that, we ran into some of these snags. Again, the schedule you heard tonight, the schedules are not completed. The draft schedules have been going out, and I know the principals are having communications. That was not our intent of what we wanted at all, but now we're finding some teachers are requesting that, and we're saying, no, we don't need to do that right now, and other teachers we're walking through to see what options we might have. So hopefully that clarifies it, that you're right, that was, and we heard that from our teachers, but now we're hearing from others that, no, maybe we could do this when they start to look at the different ways of planning for asynchronous. And that's a concern for them too, is the asynchronous time where their students are struggling. So we're trying to balance all of those things. But that gives you a little bit of context of what numbers we're looking at as of this morning, and we expect that to decrease as we continue to finalize the schedules.
Well,
Dr. Lau, is there any follow-up there before we go to Mr. Rich? No, it sounds like Mrs. Heinrich, you also have a question. Would you mind if we go to Mr. Rich first?
No,
and then
no,
we'll
I will. Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Rich, I think you were next.
Thank you. I've got a bunch of questions as it goes to the leave and pay. So I've been looking into it a little bit further, and so even that 66% pay, isn't there a cap on that? On the per day amount that the teachers would be paid?
There may be a limit. I don't recall off the top of my head right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need answers on that.
We can get that information for you. Jeff Danziger works with that on a daily basis. Certainly we can get that to you.
Right. And so teachers who wanted a virtual schedule but then aren't given that, what's their next step? I mean, are they told either you show up or you're out of a job?
So I think I'd like to thank you for that question. I'd like to mention a few things about that. First, teachers that actually submitted requests to HR and had medical documentation have all shared with administrators. And the last schedule that we had seen, they had all been accommodated for the ones that had submitted that documentation up until that time. So I do want to say that first and foremost. If there's something that's been changed in the schedule the last day or two, we're not aware of a teacher not being accommodated that had actually submitted that. That information was first. Second, there had been surveys that had been shared. So administrators developed it. We worked with VI.A around the survey, and it was to elicit actually teacher interest on a continuum of a 1 through 5, what their preference was, whether they preferred a fully remote, to kind of a 2, a 3 in the middle, or all the way to a 5, they preferred fully in person. Along with that, teachers submitted narrative comments in terms of their thoughts or concerns or preferences. And administrators looked at all of that. We actually went through all the schedules with the departments prior to them, the recent tweaks that they've been doing, went through every department with those as well. Administrators considered all those and paired that with conversations with teachers and with instructional leaders who were speaking with teachers in departments. I want you to know then that from that, a lot of those considerations were brought into the process for scheduling and for staffing. So where possible, administrators did actually, through scheduling, group classes together as much as possible to create remote schedules for as many teachers as possible. In some cases, you had an entire department who all wanted a 1. They all wanted fully remote, which wasn't possible because there were students, obviously, that were coming in person. So that consideration was given following the staffing process. They had gone back. All the administrators had gone back in teams at the buildings and actually went through the staffing process to consider those preferences, even to the point where they might have gotten down to a couple of staff. They both equally wanted remote sections, and they had to consider how they could consider that for both staff without impacting a lot of the student schedules and the remaining staff in the department. So I think just to give you an idea that it really was a look through of all of those layers, with the health accommodations for remote being first.
And then I'll just have one more question and then let someone else go, and then we can come back to me later. But we're looking at, having students in person, but then also having their class streamed while they're in the classroom. So they're staring at their computer at their desk with a virtual teacher potentially. So things like CTE or other kinds of programs that have that if those teachers aren't available for in person. So is it how prevalent is that in the schedule?
I think Dr. Coffin said that is about 17% of the sections are of that way currently, and one of the reasons again why schedules have still not been completely finalized is that we're still looking for creative ways to further minimize that occurring.
And so the expectation, our staff have technology in their classroom where they could teach and it would be streamed. It wouldn't be everybody just sitting on their computer while they're in person. So that wouldn't be the expectation. It would be that they're teaching and then the class can come in through a technology means. We have hover cams. All of our teachers have those. So ways that they can be more interactive. So I know what you're referring to, Mr. Rich, and that is not what we're looking at. We're trying to get this so that our teachers would be teaching and kids could actually be part of that and observe and then connect with the students in the classroom through technology.
Okay, even for PE and things like that?
I would have to look at if PE was being streamed. I don't remember that was one of the classes.
Yeah, we'd have to look at what the actual title names are. I think it's definitely our intent to have hybrid in-person and remote teachers. That's the intent and that's what you build towards. But when you're looking at all the complexities of student schedules and the staffing to support that, trying to keep numbers a certain size, there are a lot of layers. And so it does kind of force you sometimes into some models that you might not want to have shifted. We know that in fall, we had staff very vocal to the board about not wanting to stream. And so it was our intent to build a model that wasn't based on streaming. And that is what we went into the buildings went into that process for. But when you put all the pieces together into the puzzle, we did land in places that was potentially not the ideal. But we do know that live streaming is what some other districts are doing. Not as ideal for some teachers, but we also know some teachers that want to do it. So we're kind of caught there as well. So it just was intentional planning. I'm sure if we had 2 years to build the schedule, you have more coordination that maybe you could do, but we have to know what the certain staff capacity we have and what the students have requested. I think the buildings worked hard as best they could with what they understood and knew to build what they could build. And there are some less than ideal situations for some teachers and very ideal situations for others.
Mr. Rich, if you wouldn't mind, we'll go to Mrs. Heinrich.
I know the challenges. I mean, even in the good times, just the challenge of putting together a schedule for a high school and accommodating all the students and teachers. With that said, and also I know, I've reached out to a teacher that I know that Catholic Central has been, the whole school is streaming half their students. They have an A.B. schedule and they're live streaming to the students remote and in person at the same time, and the whole school is doing it that way. So it can be done, and it's extremely challenging for the teachers, but they are making it work. But the question that I want to ask, and it keeps coming up, is about the schedule. I know in December, you said, you know, give us a date if you're going to go with this. We have to blow it up. It's going to take a tremendous amount of time. And the concern that I hear you saying that because you're trying to make all these accommodations and make everything fit, you don't have the schedule set. But today's Tuesday, and from a teacher's perspective, in a normal school year, the transition between exams and turning the grades in on Friday and starting a new semester on Monday is just a tremendous strain on your staff. The strain of beginning the first day of school, which Monday will be the first day of school, because not only is it a new semester, but it's the teachers getting into their classrooms. And so can you maybe be more specific? I guess I would feel better, you know, today's Tuesday. Can you pin down a day that the teachers will have access to their class lists so they can make their seating charts and access to their classrooms so that they can go in after school to set up their classrooms and make sure that everything is ready if the students show up on Monday? I mean, can you be more specific and pin down a better timeline than we're working on it?
Okay, so this is what we know. And again, so this morning, the principals have begun going over their schedules with staff and sorting out everything. And I know that it's Tuesday. We are very hopeful that everything will be completed by tomorrow. But again, we are the administrators, and working with the teachers and working with the counselors and working with the families who are, you know, calling and changing options and things of that nature. We're working with a constantly moving target. And I understand that is very frustrating, but you also must remember that typically we will be starting right now in January, getting the schedule ready for September, because it takes a very, very long time for our schools to come up with them. With that said, again, we are hopeful that everything is completed by tomorrow, but we can't make a guarantee as to that.
And I know in our original timeline, we planned on the schedules being out and ready by, it would have been Thursday of this week. So that was the original timeline. We knew it was going to be tight. Yes.
Okay.
And Dr. Goodrum, if you want to clarify, I just heard from some of the public comments about delaying the start until the schedules are in place. It's my understanding semester 2 starts on Monday. So whether we're going remote or in person, this transition to the new semester occurs regardless of whether the board decide to stay remote or move to in person. We've also talked to staff that first week should not be very content heavy. You can do prior knowledge, activating, you know, prior knowledge, getting them excited about the unit, SEL check-in, getting to know your new class and the course. And so that's going to be something really important for that first week, as many kids are transitioning their class. But just wanted to clarify for the board, based on some of the public comment, is that schedule change has to flip on Monday, regardless of an in-person vote or a remote vote. I think I'm accurate there, correct, Dr. Goodrum? Dr. Coffin?
Yeah, and I think just to going back to our elementary too, that was the same type of timeline that we had due to the moving over in MyStar and Canvas. So, you know, again, maybe not as complicated, but still a very tight timeline to switch. And as you heard in some of the comments, you know, teachers are getting ready for a new class. So the same thing that happened at the elementary. So it's a very similar timeline. And again, very tight when we're working around the semester.
And just to clarify, I mean, so that really makes sense. I mean, so Monday, the schedule is going to change on Monday, and the students, regardless in person, the decision we have to make tonight, and the other questions we've had about the FFCRA and those types of things, those are not necessarily things that have to be decided on tonight in conjunction with what's going to happen on Monday, as opposed to in person or remote. That's something that can be put off to another date for a final decision. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct. That is, those decisions are not contingent upon the return to school plan. Those decisions are also generally left with administration. That's not something that the board would generally decide on, but it's very apparent that the board is interested in understanding, you know, some of the components of the implementation around, you know, returning to school, and that, you know, some of the answers to those questions might factor into your decision making. But generally speaking, you're right, Mrs. Heinrich, those are not matters that would necessarily need to be resolved today, or that would be that would fall under sort of, you know, Board of Education roles.
Yeah, that was a great clarification. Thank you.
And if I could just for a minute, I know the doubling up conversation came up, or question came up, and I don't know that we fully gave at least a context to that. So we haven't been in person with secondary, so I don't know that would even be something that's feasible. In the elementary, though, I think one thing to remember is we have certain ways that our systems cover for when our teachers are sick. Because we are in a pandemic, because we have mitigation, because we are doing hybrid with less classes, that significantly reduces our ability to use our staff in the same way we have. So in the doubling up, there's one, as Smith said, there was one situation that we are aware of that happened. And I know that building principals have had conversations with their staff, and it may have happened somewhere else, so I just need to investigate and see what that was. But it's been in times where we could use a larger space. So if we had 2 teachers gone and we could only secure 1 substitute, we do have large open spaces that we could still keep the cohorts, put up a divider, and allow the adult to be there while in these cases, some of them, the teacher is still teaching from remote. They just couldn't be in the classroom. So those are the types of situations we were talking about. And we're talking about classes. You know, some of our classes at the elementary, like in the afternoons, have maybe 5 or 6. You know, we were in a classroom the other day with only 3. So when we talk about doubling up, we're not looking at our 15 and a 15. We're only looking at that as a solution when we have a small number of students, where it would be feasible that one person could be able to do that with it when the teachers were providing. So those are very specific examples of where those conversations were held that I'm aware of. So just to give you some context around that. The other piece too that kind of goes with this is this cap of number of kids. It really depends on the size of the building. We are following the 6 feet social distancing when at all possible in our classrooms. We have some buildings in our district that they can have many students in there and still be plenty. I'm thinking of Hillside, the classrooms over there, much larger than in some of our other buildings. There's some buildings where teachers can have all of their things still in the classroom. There's others that teachers have been able to remove some of their things to allow for more students. So it's kind of a case by case basis, but still with that 6 foot distance as our benchmark for social distancing.
This is I do see your hand, but we're going to go to Mr. Walker and then Mr. Rich, and then we'll be able to come back to you just to cycle through to make sure that everybody has the equal opportunity.
Okay, because I just wanted to ask Dr. Coffin something about when she said about the sub. So it's okay.
Okay.
Okay. A question regarding the schedule so we go back to school with the kids on the 25th. And we have 2 vacation periods, the midwinter break in February and, of course, spring break in early April, if memory serves. Yeah. Those are week-long breaks. Do we have any thought around how we mitigate kids coming off of that? I probably am just as concerned about the secondary schools as I am the primary schools, because we know people are going to travel. We know people, forgive me, community, but people are going to be irresponsible and they're going to go outside the confines of what they probably should do. And so is there any kind of opportunity to I don't know, do a week of virtual just to make sure we put a buffer in there some kind of way so that when they come back from those breaks, there's an opportunity to catch a possible case before it's introduced back into the school. I'm not talking about some hugely extended period of time, if something like this is even possible. A week, 5 days, and for the sole purposes of just tracking whether or not people are sick. Is that something that can be thought about if it's at all conceivable?
It certainly could be. We would just want to make sure we give our families enough heads up time, for a change in their schedule. But I do know districts who have been in person did do just what you're talking about, between, Christmas, like after Christmas, coming back a week later, or in between that Thanksgiving week. So certainly something we could consider. Absolutely.
And I just wanted to say thank you. That piece about the I'm going to call it a soft launch going into next week, where the content and the curriculum is going to be lessened. That's an incredibly important piece. And thank you for sharing that. I had this vision of here comes the 25th, here comes full learning, and they meet at the intersection and there's this huge explosion in the classroom.
Thank you for that. It was a part of the secondary professional development. We did a hybrid instructional planning, kind of mini PD, kind of helping them think about how to take what they've done previously and adapt it to hybrid. And we gave one model plan of what you could do that first week. That was connecting cognitively, emotionally, and behaviorally with kids that first week to scaffold them up to get to know the new Canvas course for their new teachers, get to know the new kids in their classes, maybe do some cool launch, real world articles around the unit you're about to launch into, whatever that might be, to just get them engaged, wet the whistle a little bit so everyone has time to transition.
Rich?
Thank you. I think one thing that Ms. Heinrich brought up is, with FFCRA, while it doesn't necessarily need to be decided tonight, I'm pretty sure that if we don't have something further decided on it by Monday, I'm just worried about teachers needing to take either unpaid leave or medical leave in order to stay safe, or where they don't feel it is safe to come in. And we will have further issues with staffing for classes, which will lead to this doubling up, and also any kind of cohorting that we end up doing kind of gets tossed out the window when we have teachers exchanging classrooms or covering for each other, or even have counselors coming in to be guest teachers or subbing in for classrooms. I just have a lot of concerns on it still. So I guess one of my questions is, we're looking, we aren't doing that additional 10 weeks for if you need to care for your child if they are in virtual, or a family member has COVID or anything like that. Where are we at, and what would we need to do to approve that?
Is Kathy still on? Oh, you're muted.
Thank you. I think the only thing I would say that we would need to consider is just anything that we do that encourages staff to be out longer requires more substitutes. I just think that, that's the only thing. I am all for us looking at a balance of how do we take care of and support our staff, and at the same time, do what we can to ensure that we have teachers and staff in front of and with our students. It is a difficult balance through the pandemic, no doubt about it, and especially as we're looking forward. So I think obviously the board can weigh in on whatever you choose to weigh in on. So I just wanted you to think about, the scope of both, because it is a challenging balance to, have as many staff as possible available for our students.
So if I could just maybe chime in here, Mr. Rich, what can you maybe outline more what your concern is? Is the concern that we'll have teachers who, I heard the concern from comments that I read, and that the concern was that folks would have to use their sick bank in the event that they became ill, COVID, and that did not seem fair. That they'd have to drain their 6 hours if they weren't afforded those additional 10 days provided by the Families First Coronas Act. Was put in place in April, that expired in December. That it sounds like the district is going to honor in 21. Sounds like the district is being responsive. I didn't hear that as much as, and maybe I missed it, that folks for the additional 10 weeks for the care of a child or loved one, which essentially an extended medical leave act. I did not hear that was the request as much as I heard that people were concerned about. I think we're being responsive to, not having to use sick time in the event of an illness. So maybe I just want to make sure that I understand what your concern is and what benefit we're trying to achieve there.
Sure. I think, I'm hearing from staff about, worries about other than their sick days get taken out after the 10 days, but also looking into what if they need to care for their child, if they need to take care of someone in their home, and they're out of days because either they were exposed and were told to quarantine, or if they're told to quarantine, especially more than once, what are we doing outside of saying that they have to use their own sick days?
So I think something else to add, I mentioned that there's other contract provisions. I think one thing to know about is an extended illness protection structure that's in the teacher contract. That actually allows, it's a review team comprised of association members and district as well, that actually reviews each case individually. And if a teacher is out of days, they can actually grant EIP days where a teacher is actually borrowing days, essentially. There's also still FMLA, and there are other leaves. There's personal leaves, there's child rearing leaves, there's a variety of other leaves that are also in their contract. I just wanted to make sure that you knew, of some of those as well.
Sure, I think, but when you're talking about borrowing those days, that's from the future, right? So they'll have to pay those days back in the future. Is that correct?
For EIP, yes. There are other contract leaves that could be an option to consider as well. And again, FMLA and all of the non-pandemic, so to speak, provisions or leaves are also still available. It's just not extending the 2/3 pay specific to the structure that Mrs. Weems also mentioned.
Right. So those leaves are unpaid, correct?
FMLA generally is, right, Mrs. Smith?
Yes, they can actually take sick days that coincide with those days for a leave.
Mrs. Weems, and please forgive me if this is out of order. I do not know. But based on this conversation and the level, I think, maybe of depth that we may need to go into to get more information, would it be appropriate to refer this to the Human Resources Committee?
Certainly would.
I don't think we have any meetings on the calendar right now, but we could schedule one, fairly soon to try to, so that the members of that committee could get a better understanding of the issue and could make a recommendation at the next board meeting.
Does that sound agreeable to board members?
That would be good. I I want to make sure, I have no doubt that all of you and all of our building administrators have done everything you possibly can to make this work in a way that is best for our students and also best for our teachers. I just want to make sure that we are supporting our teachers in every way we can, because they have done everything they can, this whole time from last March all the way through. Every time we shift gears on them, they're like, okay, like the one public comment about, done. You needed us to do this, done. We've done it. And we're asking our teachers again at the secondary level we thought we were going to try and do it this way, but now it's turning out to look not quite exactly what we had hoped. And we're asking them to adjust and be flexible, which they are willing to do. I want to make sure that they're well supported in the event that, something comes up and they need our support. So yeah, that would be great.
Thank you for that. Mrs. Smith.
Which one?
Mrs.
It's 11:47, so I don't know who can answer this. Our support staff, do they have guest subs, and is it possible that our support staff can help our teachers? I mean, because I'm hearing that our teachers in our secondary level would have to monitor hallways, and they're wearing several hats. So monitoring hallways, monitoring the lunchroom. So where does the support staff come in on that? Thank you. I'm sorry I have to cut my camera off. I have a dog that wants to be on the meeting too tonight. So.
Yes, definitely. Many of our support staff are certainly in special education, and so many of them are supporting students directly, or there's a teacher that has a caseload of students that they may support. But there are many others in other roles in terms of supporting that. And I know a lot of times, whether it's arrival, dismissal, some of those transition time periods, we definitely can utilize and do many of our support staff in helping our students throughout the day. We can definitely continue to look more at that. And I see Dr. McDougall came on, so I think she might have something to add.
I did. Ms. Smith, one of the things that we talked about is having all hands on deck, so the support staff will be available. However, we know that depending on which support staff you're talking about, our support staff provides services that are mandated by the state for them to provide. So we want to make sure that we don't interfere completely with them providing the services for their students. But we will be available to have support as needed.
In our high schools, we do still have our hall monitors. They will be there. We still are working with our noon supports. At the elementaries, we were fortunate enough to get some of our noon aides to work longer hours. So we're supporting that to have that additional support in those non-instructional times as well, which I think in turn then does support our teachers in their work. So those are still available.
And are they able, I didn't mean to cut you off, are they able to work virtually as well, your support staff? Or no?
Yes, we have both.
Yeah, Jackie.
Okay, thank you.
We do. We have some that are working virtually and some that are working in person. One of the things that we're talking about is once they return to school, especially the first few weeks, is making sure that all of the support staff are available, so that if there are some hiccups, that we will be able to have enough staff to step in as needed.
So I just wanted to take a moment to remind the board what we have before. The motion that will come before us today is whether we are comfortable continuing on with K through 5 being a high, which started last, It sounds like we had a successful start to the week. Some of us visited school buildings were able to observe some of the mitigation themselves. We do have that arose this week, which is unfortunate. We do know that they didn't arise from the school, but that's something that, definitely weighs heavy on us, and I'm sure is a concern for staff. So the motion before us is whether we're going to continue with the plan for K through 5 who are currently in school, and whether we're going to commit to our current plan for 6 through 12 to continue, to move toward in-person learning for the second semester. K through 6 through 12 is a bit more complicated, obviously, because of the scheduling, and it sounds like a lot of us had some questions about how this will be implemented, about how what the impact is to staff from a scheduling perspective, from a personal perspective, from a sick time perspective, and it sounds like we have a little bit of follow-up to do there. But the matter before us today is, whether we're going to reconfirm this plan. We will reconfirm this plan again every month. So I heard some concern about what happens in the future. We know that the district always has the authority and opportunity to pull back on a plan to the extent that between our meetings, evidence is presented to them that indicates that it is no longer safe. And in terms of our mitigation strategies are not strong enough to prevent, reasonably the control or the spread of the virus. So to the extent that between now and let's say Monday, tomorrow's headline is 10,000 new cases in Oakland County and more specifically in Farmington Hills, I would expect that the district might, move forward in a different way, no different than if we had some inclement weather. So again, I just wanted to kind of explain what's going on here and kind of get us driving towards making a decision on the reconfirmation plan and kind of understanding whether there are any more questions related to Monday, essentially, both continuing on from K through 5 and also with pursuing the 6 through 12, which is planned for Monday. So I imagine if there are any additional safety concerns, questions about our plans around how we're going to keep 6 through 12 mitigation plans in place, or how well mitigation plans went for K through 5, this would be the opportunity, I think, to iron out those questions.
Just one clarification question. We do have sufficient enough PPE for all of our teachers and all of their support staff, changing out as necessary, and in some highly close contact areas, probably N95 masks for those persons specifically. We have plenty of that on hand in addition to hand sanitizers and things of that nature.
Yes, that is correct. That is correct.
The one area maybe that I think we didn't touch on that I heard a lot of feedback on was around vaccination. And so what would be our rationale for not pausing until folks could get vaccinated? I think, Dr. Goodrum, you had some pretty information on that initially. And I just want to make sure that I'm clear on that. And I don't want to paraphrase improperly, but as I understand it, the likelihood of getting all of our teachers vaccinated in the next 5 weeks or even 10 weeks is remote. Even if everyone were to get an appointment, next week, and it doesn't sound like that could ever be the case given the number of vaccines that are available on a weekly basis, that would put us well into March before 100%, if everything were perfect, which it is not, that folks would get vaccinated. So as much as I would love to entertain that, I just don't think that that's reasonable because, there is no end date with respect to getting everybody vaccinated. That's really unfortunate. And I know that doesn't, put people at ease or make people feel good. But that's something that I'm guessing many board members will factor into their decision-making process. If there are no other questions, oh, Mrs. Heinrich, and then Mr. Rich. Mrs. Heinrich, I think you're on mute.
I'm sorry, we didn't have a motion on the floor. I was just going to ask if I could enter.
Sure, but if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Rich, I think may have had one more question.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point, and I am appreciative of the work that Central Office Administration has put into this. It's been a lot, especially in a truncated amount of time recently, and I do want that known. As I do appreciate all the work. As you all know, I still have my concerns on this. I guess my last two things is I just want clarification for that PPE. It's for all staff that's going to be available?
And students.
Staff and students, correct.
Okay. And then with the question that Ms. Williams brought up regarding sending this to committee, the FFCRA and EMLA to the Human Resources Committee, is that, just with the timing of everything, and as you know, it would be something that administration would end up putting through or agreeing to, something like that. Is this something that they could work with the HR committee to decide upon along with administration? Because, if we don't have something somewhat in place before Monday, I think that's when things start to change, when we start to have teachers come back. I mean, can we have that meeting before the end of the week?
Mr. Rich, we can have that meeting whenever you like. The likelihood, though, is that whatever recommendation came out of that committee, if it were something that committed district resources, it would likely have to come back to the board. And we don't meet again until the end of January. So I don't think that it's realistic that we'd have something potentially in place before Monday.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Weems?
Yes, Mrs. Smith.
May I say something, please, if it's okay?
Of course you can.
I want to say thank you to everyone that did this work. Excuse me. Miss Hendrickson, you said a couple of weeks ago, and I know you were joking when you said it, we don't get paid enough to do this. You're right. This is something that this is a hard thing to put before us. It's hard for you all to bring, not only for you all to try to get us to do, whatever is right. I hear people keep saying expert. No one is an expert on this. You've done your due diligence. I thank you. I walked into that building on Monday and it was so refreshing. Well, all of the buildings, to see students and staff. I miss that. But at the same token, I go in Monday and within 24 hours, we're hearing of cases. And this is nothing that you all have done. It's not like you said, come on, COVID, we're back in school. You didn't do that. But you've done what you could. But I, too, I still have reservations. We don't have enough subs. We did have a teacher that used a chemical that has probably messed her eyes up for a period of time. We just don't have all the no's. Then I hear the students that are saying, I want to go back. I'm not able to study. Parents are saying they need enrichment. Gym teachers now just not there yet. But I don't want you to think that it is anything that you have done. I just can't go on the used car lot and buy that car and drive it out, and then a couple of days later, that car doesn't work, and that that store is closed. On another note, I cannot risk losing a student or a staff member. The 22 years I've lived in this community, I have gone to several funerals for students. I don't want that on my conscience. And to hearing teachers that fighting cancer, or a father of a teacher say, I don't want to bury my spouse. So I don't want you, this is not a personal thing. This is just a realistic thing. I'm just not there yet. But I want to thank you all for the work and the effort that you put in. But I'm just not there yet. So thank you.
Ms. Weems, can I enter a motion?
You sure can, except that Dr. Blau had her hand up before.
Oh, okay.
Are you okay? Okay. Yes, please, Mrs. Heinrich.
I would like to move that the Farmington Board of Education reconfirm the return to school plan as presented for continuation of elementary students as working, and for the return to secondary students beginning January 25th.
Is there support? A motion to reconfirm the elementary plan and the secondary plan on January 25th has been made by Mrs. Heinrich and has been seconded by Dr. Blau. Is there any discussion? Before we move to a vote, and Mr. Walker, I will ask you to do a roll call. I do want to commend the district for all of your work in this area. I think this is a struggle for many. I think it was certainly a struggle when we returned K through 5 to school last week. I think this decision is also a struggle. I know that people are really wrestling with the potential for cases, even though we haven't had any arise in the school. You know, there is a probability that could happen, and I know that weighs very heavy on everyone. And we've had a lot of expression of fear and concern from many of our staff. At the same time, we've also heard from a number of our community members, our parents, and our students just dying, begging to go, who are also, you know, really a health risk, in my opinion, mentally. They're suffering, academically, they're suffering. And so, you know, I worry about those students as well. And for me, it is definitely weighing both of those things, the fear here of safety and the concern over students and their academic process, and also their mental health, frankly. You know, we've got massive severe depression out there. So I am also concerned about life on the other side as well. So I appreciate and respect everybody's opinion and where everyone is today, and move forward knowing that each of us is voting and putting best interest of students and the district in mind. I know each of us is doing that, irrespective of whatever our vote is. So I appreciate you all in that respect. And with that, Mr. Walker, if you could do a roll call vote.
Yes, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Rich?
No.
Dr. Blau?
Yes.
Ms. Smith?
No.
Ms. Heinrich?
Yes.
Ms. Fox?
No.
I myself is yes. And Ms. Weems?
I'm a yes.
1, 2, 4. The motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. Thank you again to everyone involved. I respect everyone's thoughts and feedback in this matter. We have another opportunity to review this in February, and the district will also, I expect, be monitoring, and we fully expect that the district will perform accordingly based on their regular reviews of our metrics, both in Oakland County and in Farmington Hills. Thank you. With that, we will move on to our next agenda item, which is item from the treasurer. Mrs. Heinrich, if you wouldn't mind.
I have a motion. I move that the Board of Education approve the expenditures as outlined in the expenditure printout dated January 19th, 2021 as follows. General Fund, $9,284,567. General Fund Athletics, $27,558. Debt Fund, 0. Capital Projects, 2018 Bond Fund, $1,758,460. Capital Projects, 2020 Bond Fund, $3,640. Nutrition Services Fund, $146,353. Benefit Stabilization Fund, $1,326,750 for a total of $12,547,328.
Is there a second?
Second.
Support. There's been a motion made by Mrs. Heinrich, supported by Mr. Walker to approve the expenditures from the treasurer. Mr. Walker, would you please do a roll call?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Rich.
Yes.
Dr. Blau.
Yes.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Heinrich.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
I myself am a yes. And Ms. Weems.
I am a yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. I will entertain a motion for Mr. Rich.
Thank you. With regards to the consent agenda, I move that the Board of Education approve the January 19th, 2021 consent agenda as follows. A, approval of minutes, January 5th, 2021 regular meeting, as well as January 12th, 2021 special meeting board vacancy interviews, as well as the personnel items listed.
Support. Motion to approve the consent agenda made by Mr. Rich, supported by Mrs. Smith. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Walker.
Mr. Rich.
Yes.
Dr. Blau.
Yes.
Ms. Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Heinrich.
Yes.
Ms. Fox.
Yes.
I myself am yes. And Ms. Weems.
I'm a yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Are there any reports from board representatives? Any reports from board representatives? Hearing none, we'll move on to superintendent announcements. Are there any superintendent announcements?
Yes. Good evening. I'm sorry. Good morning, everyone. It is now 12:10 a.m. Good morning. I hope that this is appropriate. I just want to I guess I want to first thank every single one of the board members for your very careful consideration of all of the information. No matter how you voted tonight, because we were prepared for whatever. We present information, but we're always prepared to act on what you all determine to be in the best interest of the community through your vote. And so we all feel, and you know this, we all feel that same burden of the weight of the decisions that we make. They're not easy decisions. I know that right now we have a lot of families who are very happy, a lot of students who are very happy. We have some staff who are happy, and all of our staff likely are very anxious. We understand that too. There is no way, again, and I always talk about this, and I know someone referenced it. Yeah, we're in the same storm, but not in the same boat. But we kind of are. You know, we are the Farmington Public Schools, and we control the narrative of our district, and we can be a district that works together to get things done for our children and our community, or we can be a district that stands divided and fights amongst each other. And so I appreciate every single parent that advocated tonight for their children, every staff member that advocated for themselves and for their colleagues. We have to be able to engage in civil discourse and listen to each other. And at the end of the day, we have to do our best within whatever parameters we have to serve the children of this district. That is our job. These kids are our job. And it's a solemn responsibility. And so I had a lot of caffeine today, so I'm still up. So I apologize for that. But I thank you. I thank everyone who participated tonight, everyone who submitted input, everyone who participated in every single committee that worked to get us to this point. We will get through this together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any recommendations for future agenda items? Going once.
Can I forgive my ignorance and inexperience with this, but I would like to submit for a future agenda item the possibility of hazard pay for our teachers as we continue going forth in this pandemic. Some sort of discussion centered around that in some way, shape, or form.
Mr. Walker, might I suggest that be added to the HR committee meeting that will be happening? Yep.
Absolutely.
And so might I ask that Kim help us following this meeting get that scheduled as soon as possible? I think you do have the committee members. If we're short one, please let me know and we'll get a third member assigned quickly. Not sure who's assigned to the committee so far.
Could I possibly wait till later this afternoon?
Of course. Yes, I didn't mean later on today. Well, actually, it is a new day, isn't it? Yeah. Mr. Rich, did you have something?
Yes, I was just going to say the members of that committee would be Ms. Heinrich as the chair, Mr. Walker, and myself.
Okay, perfect. That's great. Okay, perfect. Any other recommendations for future agenda items? Okay, great. Good and welfare is next.
I have something to say. And
sure, Mrs.
You know, for all those who have set back thermostats, my house is getting cold. But I just want to say that there are so many comments in the public comments and the emails from the community, and I really wanted to express my gratitude and respect for the community that expressed their feelings in such a respectful way. That really made a lot. I knew that tonight was going to be a difficult meeting in terms of making decisions and discussions. And I went and I in preparation, I looked up the Farmington mission statement just because the mission statement means everything. And it begins that the Farmington Public Schools, together with our community, will engage every student in a quality learning experience, and goes on from there. And after listening to our staff and our administration and our central office and our community and their comments, I really do believe that we do have a community that is really committed to doing the best for all of our students. And that's all I want to say, but thank you for
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that, Mrs. Heinrich. Dr. Blau and then Mr. Walker.
Yes, I had an opportunity to participate in the car parade on MLK Day up at the Caustic Center to Narden Park. My students and I participated in that. It was a really beautiful experience. All 5 of my students said that they usually have MLK Day off, and this was the first time that they had celebrated the day. We also listened to the panel discussion facilitated by Dr. Goodrum and the middle and high school students from our district. And it was with rapt attention that we listened and then followed it with our own very intense discussion around issues of race, racism, social justice, and what the students feel they ought to be learning as part of their curriculum and instruction. So kudos to all who participated in the planning and facilitation of those wonderful events.
Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Yes, I just simply wanted to say thank you to the board for the appointment. Thank you to the members of administration and to the community for allowing me to have the honor of serving for you and with you all. It was a doozy for a first meeting for somebody new. Going into the deep end of the pool, but we will tread water and we will eventually swim a few laps around the pool. But I want to thank you all. This is, I'm looking forward to this honor and all the difficult decisions we're going to have to make to give our students everything that they absolutely deserve. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Rich.
Thank you. So a few things. First, Mr. Walker, congratulations on your first meeting. As you said, it was a doozy. And this is a good first step in this board service. There's a couple things I want to just bring up. I'm definitely thankful for our current board. We are in a very good spot with regards to our relationship and being able to work with one another. I think that's shown tonight, especially with split votes throughout the night and understanding that we come from our different points of view on things. But at the end of the day, we understand that we will always have different points of view, but we need to be able to work well together for the best of our district. And that means our students, our teachers, our other staff, and our community. And, you know, like I said, I still have concerns. I'm concerned regarding other leave that teachers might need to take that would then have them out for the remainder of the school year with no pay or benefits, with no ability to return until the fall at the earliest. I have concerns about students not getting their best education because they're not in person, but I also have concerns about their safety. And these are the things that we need to weigh when we are making these decisions. But I do believe that this board is in the best spot it's been in many years to be making those decisions together. So thank you, everyone. Please stay safe out there. Wash your hands. Wear a mask. All that jazz. You've heard it from me before. So thank you all so much. Have a great night.
Thank you, Mr. Rich.
Thank you.
I was going to say the same thing along the same lines as Mr. Rich, so I won't repeat it. I am ecstatic for this board, and I'm just really excited. I think we have a fantastic board, and I'm really excited about what we're going to do. So I'll leave it there. And then the only other thing was a real quick plug to the Warner Choir. I got to listen in to their concert that was done virtually. Students recorded "We Are the World," and someone phenomenal put it all together, and it was angelic. It was fantastic. It will definitely make you smile if you listen to it. So congratulations to the choir department. Congratulations to Brenda Gold Sloan and all of the students that participated there. That was just a highlight of just happiness and great news last week. So thank you for that. And with that, if there are no other comments, we are.
I have something, Ms. Weems. You just can't see me.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'd like to also piggyback off of some of the comments. We may not always agree, but the best thing is to disagree respectfully. for the past 2 years, we've had total discord. And what we do now, we are a board that we talk. We share our views. Everyone knows where everyone pretty much stands. And I'm looking forward to working with a board that is cohesive. And again, nothing personal to the people that put the, everything together. It's just, like I said, I'm still not there. I'm worried about those that need to get their education in school, but those that were struggling outside as well. So, for the parents that wanted their kids back, let's go and move forward. Let's not go back and say, well, they didn't vote for it, so remember them in the fall or whatever. Let's just do what's right for kids. That's what we're here for. It's for the students. Thank you, Dr. Coffin, Ms. Hendrickson, Ms. Smith, Dr. Goodrum. Thank you all for all your hard work. Dr. McDougall. So, again, stay safe. Wear your mask. Whether you get vaccinated or not, just wear your mask. And stay safe. Wash your hands. And good night. Well, good morning.
Yeah, we are adjourned. Good night. Good morning. Get some sleep. Appreciate
Thank you.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.